after the other, and then they will be pushed inside, and this entire welding and pushing process could take somewhere around hour and a half, and then the first person would come out with the help of NDRF and SDRF, and the entire operation is absolutely ready. Right. The ambulances are on point, the people are on point, the rescuers, the NDRF team has absolutely been briefed as to what they have to do next. The SDRF team has rushed inside. So yes, just in the next few minutes, the operation would come to an end is what we can confirm to our viewers now.
So Anshul, when we say the breakthrough has been achieved, it means that the pipe which was being drilled through, first through a machine and then through the manual clearing process, has reached the spot where the workers are stuck, and the debris from that spot has been cleared.
So yes, I would like to explain this. The breakthrough that has happened, which means that the entire debris has been cleared. Now there is nothing in the way of the pipe and towards the end of the tunnel. Now remember, there is a process that happens. The pipe is welded to another pipe, and then the pushing operation happens from the auger machine. So at this point in time, the debris has been removed. It is just the pipe that needs to be pushed in. At this point, the last pipe is being welded, and it will be welded within the next half hour, and then it will be pushed in is what we are expecting. It will be pushed in from the American auger machine. The visuals that we had accessed, the visuals that we had accessed on CNN News 18 also reports that also shows that how the auger machine is being used to push through the pipe, and that machine will come to work and push the pipe through. Now the rescuers do not want to stop at the 57-meter point, at the exact point where the breakthrough has happened. They actually want to go a few meters ahead of it, because if at all any untoward incident happens and more debris falls, then that blockage should not happen with that pipe, and hence this pipe will go ahead at least 2 meters ahead of the debris. So yes, we are hoping that this entire operation would come to an end by 5 p.m. Tonight. That is the new deadline that has been saved. That is the new timeline that has been shared, and within the next few hours, probably the next 120 to 130 minutes, we are expecting the first person to finally come out of this tunnel in which they have been stuck for the last 17 days. So yes, a lot of positivity, a lot of excitement that can be seen over here, a lot of movement can be seen over here. 41 ambulances from across districts in Uttar Pradesh in Uttarakhand, in fact, have been brought in over here. All of them have been lined up over here. One person, one by one, will be taken into these ambulances and then would be taken away from here. So yes, that is the big story that we are tracking at this point in time, and within the next few minutes we are expecting that finally these people will start coming out.
सर ब्रेकथ्रू हो गया क्या सर?
सर ब्रेकथ्रू हो गया सर. कांग्रेचुलेशन सर. कांग्रेचुलेशन सर. ब्रेकथ्रू हो गया सर.
सर और कितना समय लगेगा सर?
एक पाइप और जाने सर. ब्रेकथ्रू हो गया
सर. ब्रेकथ्रू होने की जानकारी आ रही है.
पाइप चली जाएगी सर.
एक पाइप और वेल्डिंग होना है.
All right, so my colleague Anshul getting us those details. You can hear the officer saying that there's just one welding of the pipe that needs to be done. Let's try and listen in again.
पहुंच गया क्या सर? दूर से
एक पाइप और वेल्डिंग होना है, उसमें हमारा थ्रू होगा.
So how much time?
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते. वेल्डिंग में 1-2 घंटे लगते हैं. उसके बाद हम बता पाएंगे आपको.
लेकिन सर ड्रिल हो गया लास्ट पॉइंट तक?
नहीं, एक पाइप और पुश करना है ना. वेल्डिंग होके पुश करना है. हाँ.
लेकिन ड्रिल तो हो गया होगा सर.
So sir, finally we can say कि debris has been cleared. That's what the officer is saying, that the debris has been cleared, and once that debris has been cleared, there's a pipe that needs to be pushed in. Once the pipe is pushed in,
हमें वेल्डिंग करना है. वेल्डिंग करके हम जो मक निकलेगा वो निकालेंगे और उसके बाद पुश करेंगे. ठीक है.
तो इसमें और कितना समय लगेगा सर?
समय ऐसे नहीं बता सकते.
तो यहाँ पे बड़ी खबर, लगभग पूरा फासला कट गया है. पाइप और लगना है. वेल्डिंग करके पाइप डाला जाएगा.
all right, my colleague Anshul reporting from the ground. This remains our top focus, Uttarkashi, the rescue operation, which has been a nail-biter. Of course, a lot of patience, a lot of expertise, multi-agency cooperation has been required. Chief Minister is camping there near the spot. 41 ambulances are on the standby. There are ambulances which have been pushed closer to the rescue site to ensure that as and when that rescue operation starts and the first worker is pulled out, the person gets the medical aid as soon as possible. What did the officer say? What is the breakthrough that we are talking about? The biggest problem was the debris that was lying in the way. The auger machine was breaking down repeatedly in the last segment. It wasn't able to clear the debris which was lying there. In fact, parts of American auger machine was stuck there near the tunnel. Exclusive visuals for you here on CNN News 18 that we continue to get for you. After that debris has been cleared, there's the last segment of the pipe that needs to be pushed in. Once that pipe is pushed in, there is a welding process which connects the entire pipe together that will go on. That can take another 1 or 2 hours. But to clear the entire debris is a huge milestone in this rescue operation. Once that pipe is welded, there would be a final check of the passage from where these workers need to be pulled out. They'll be pulled out on these wheel stretchers. A mock drill has already been done. There are special teams and officers which have been put on standby. Anshul, what did the officer tell you? Anshul, am I audible to you? Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I missed the question, please.
So, Anshul, we were just hearing you interacting with the officer who was just walking out of the rescue side. What exactly did he say?
So yes, he was Mahmood Ahmed, the director, in fact the MD of the N18L, the company that has been involved in this rescue operation, and he has officially confirmed to us on record that the breakthrough has happened. The drilling operation for the last pipe is underway at this point in time, and within the next few minutes we are expecting that drilling operation would come to an end, and then the push through will happen, in which the pipe will be pushed in towards the other side of the tunnel, and that is the reason why we are seeing such heavy movement that has already started over here. Everything is in readiness. The NDRF, SDRF, each and every person who has been involved in this entire operation is now waiting for that magical moment in which they would actually see all these people coming out within the next few minutes. So yes, we are expecting that to happen, and yes, there is a lot of excitement. A lot of work has happened in this entire operation over the last 17 days, and now finally what we are being told that yes, that breakthrough has been achieved. We have been able to drill through that entire debris that was present over here, and now over the next few hours we are expecting that this pipe will be pushed through. This pipe, once it reaches a few meters ahead of the space of the debris, then people will slowly start coming out, crawling out, and it is then finally we'll get those visuals of people who have been stuck inside will start coming out. You can see these ambulances that have been called in. 41 ambulances from different districts have already been brought over here. An official confirmation has happened on record and on a camera that yes, NHIDCL has confirmed that the breakthrough has happened, and within the next few minutes the drilling process, in fact the welding process will come to an end, and once the welding process comes to an end, then we are expecting these people to come out slowly and steadily.
Even once the entire drilling and the tunneling process or connecting that pipe is over, to get 41 workers out one by one will take some time. But yes, this is a big breakthrough that has been achieved, that the entire debris has been cleared.
Big visuals. Finally, the NDRF has also started going inside. They have also gotten the exact. In fact, they have gotten each and everything, the ropes, the stretchers that were ready. The NDRF has started moving in. It is just the next few minutes. The wait is just for the next few minutes. These people will start coming out slowly, steadily, safely. All the 41 lives that are safe. Finally, we can say that all these lives would be taken out safely if at all the situation remains under control during the last minutes as well. So yes, the operation is on the verge of success. The breakthrough has been achieved. The drilling process is underway at this point in time. Once the welding process ends, then the pipe will be drilled through. SDRF is already inside with all its equipments. NDRF has now gone in with all its equipments. It is just the next few minutes. That we are waiting for, that these people will start finally coming out. The family members of all these people have been kept right inside the tunnel for the last few hours, making sure that they stay inside, and the first visual they get is of the people coming out from the tunnel. So yes, there is a lot of excitement, a lot of sentiments as people have started coming out slowly, will start to come out slowly within the next few hours. and at this point in time, ambulances have already been readied. Each and every, the entire SOP is absolutely on point. Once these people are taken out, they will be loaded in these ambulances with their family members, and then they would be taken away from here to Chinali Saw, which is 35 kilometers away from here, and then they will be kept in observation for the next 24 hours. So yes, these are the words that we were waiting to hear for the past 17 days. That has finally become a reality. It is an absolute magical moment that can be sensed over here. The positivity can actually be sensed in the environment over here at ground zero, at the Silkyara tunnel, and definitely the kind of operations that have been done over the last 17 days have made sure that all these people remain safe, and then they would be taken out. The entire emotion that is coming out over here is definitely something that needs no words at this point in time. The family members were waiting for at least 17 days to get to see their loved ones, and it is just the wait of the next few hours that this wish is going to become a reality now.
Absolutely. My colleague reporting from the ground, these are visuals from near the tunnel. NDRF has moved closer to that tunnel where the rescue operation is underway. Ambulances are inching closer, and this is because once those stretchers are pulled out, you need to ensure that those workers get the first medical aid that they require. Right now, as the top officer cleared on record that the debris from the spot is clear, at least that entire passage is free of debris. There's a last section of the pipe that needs to be connected, a welding process that may take about 1 or 2 hours, and that's when the final process of pulling those workers out on the stretchers will start. It will not happen in one go. One by one, slowly and steadily, those stretchers will be pulled out. There's a mock drill by the National Disaster, the NDRF team that has already been done on the ground, and that's the reason why you see the NDRF teams actually inching closer. They'll be the ones who will pull out those stretchers. International workers, rescuers have worked along with the team, multiple agencies that have been involved in this operation. Chief Minister is camping near the rescue site. More importantly, there are special stretch of roads that have been repaired and constructed just to ensure that as and when those ambulances move and they want to reach a hospital, the roads are in good condition. In the hilly region, in the mountainous state, sometimes it can be a tricky situation, especially when it comes to the concerns regarding the road. And this is one of the areas which has its own set of challenges as far as geography is concerned. And that is why with those porous mountains, it's rat mining for the last segment of that drilling and clearing the debris that has been tried. American auger machine that was installed there, it broke a couple of times. And then after that, for the last segment, it's the manual drilling process which is on. Anshul back with us on the broadcast. Anshul, ambulance is inching closer. We see the NDRF workers who have moved closer to the rescue site. Stretchers I see which are being pulled out and the ambulances are being prepared. Tell us what's happening on the ground.
So yes, the last minute preparation, as I've been saying, the groundwork that we were waiting to see, that groundwork is happening at this point of time. The ambulances are finally going inside. The things that will be needed inside for the first aid of the people who would be taken out, all those things are being taken inside just to make sure that if at all any person complains of anything, they could be given at the very first moment as they complain of it. And hence we are seeing that these stretchers and everything, the hospital equipment, the first aid equipment is being taken inside in the ambulances. So yes, the entire plan is now in action. The groundwork, the last leg of this operation is in action. Breakthrough has been achieved. That is the biggest and the most positive story that we have reported over the last 17 days. The breakthrough has been achieved. It is just a matter of the next few meters for the pipe to be pushed through, and once that pipe is pushed through, people will start coming out. So yes, the last minute preparations are on. The things that will be required inside the tunnel that are being sent inside at this point in time. Ambulances have been lined up right outside the tunnel. In fact, if I could just show you around over here, the kind of aura, the kind of environment that has been given positivity over here as well, on how the locals who are waiting over here, these locals are now all have gathered over here to see that magical operation come to an end, where all these people will be taken out. These are the local peoples, the local workers, their friends and families have been stuck inside this tunnel for the last 17 days. All of them are now out of their rooms. All of them are waiting to see, just to get those magical visuals where their friends, their colleagues will finally start coming out within the next few hours. In fact, right above in that building as well, you can see the excitement that can be seen over here. Each and every person is absolutely excited. Each and every person knows how the operation has worked over the last 17 days. How many people, more than 1,000 people, have worked around the clock to make this dream a reality, and this is becoming a reality as we are speaking at this point in time. So you can imagine the kind of work, the kind of passion, the kind of pain that these people had because their family members were stuck, their colleagues were stuck inside the tunnel for the last 70 days, and now finally the last leg of the operation is underway. Breakthrough has been achieved. The pipe is being welded at this point in time. The pipe will be drilled through, and once the drilling operation ends, then finally these people will start coming out. Everyone has their phones out, their cameras on, because each and every person wants to capture this historical moment when 41 lives will be taken out from the tunnel with utmost safety, making sure that the people who were inside, stuck inside for the last 41 days, they remained motivated. This was the biggest task. This was the biggest task in hand of the rescuers, to make sure that the mental health of the people who are stuck inside a dark tunnel for 17 days, their mental health remains under control. And that is something that the rescuers, they claim that they have been successful in doing. Not only this, but also making sure that the health of these people remain intact, because initially for the first 9 days, these people had no access whatsoever to any sort of solid food. And then that breakthrough happened, in which the lifeline pipe was drilled through, and that is from where this entire story changed. There was a lot of motivation, people got motivated, and from there we saw that how today we are reporting on the 17th day finally that the breakthrough has been achieved, and within the next few hours this rescue operation will come to an end, something that we all were wishing for.
Something that we're all wishing for. Thoughts and prayers with the family members. Of course, everybody who's working on the ground to ensure that this operation comes to a closure in a positive way. It is completed successfully. Anshul, once again, for the benefit of our viewers, how will this rescue operation, the last leg of it, really look like? One by one, when those stretchers will be pulled out, it is the NDRF which is going to do the job.
So yes, I'll just try and show you over here. These ambulances that have been lined up over here, these ambulances would one by one go inside the tunnel, and for one person there is an exclusive ambulance. Now what will happen is that a team of NDRF will go inside the tunnel along with a few members of the SDRF. All of them will go inside the tunnel along with a paramedic if required, and then the paramedic will decide that who is the person who needs the medical emergency most, who is the person who is the most tensed, and who is the person who is most eager to get out. Then a sequence will be made, and then one by one these people would be pulled out on trolleys that have been built on stretchers. These trolleys would be set up inside the 800mm diameter pipe, and then slowly they would be pulled out by the rescue team, by the NDRF members, and once they come out, they would be taken down from that pipe, will be made to sit at a place, and there the initial inspection from doctors will happen. Once the doctors clear them, then they would be loaded in these ambulances along with their family members and along with their luggage, whatever their family members have, and then these ambulances would rush from here and go straight to Chinalisore, which is approximately 35 kilometers away from here, and that is the location where the makeshift hospital has been made. Now they will stay there for the next 24 hours under the observations of experts and of doctors. They would be given the first aid because remember, they have lost weight is something that the doctors say that has happened to them, and to make sure that it just do not collapse while they come out, they would be kept under observation, and then they would be given the option that if they want to return back to their homes, they would be taken back to their homes as well. Officers from Jharkhand, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh are already on the ground just to make sure that once these people are taken out, they would be airlifted from here and would be taken back to the place that they belong from. So this entire operation is now set, the entire SOP is now set. It is very, very unlikely that something untoward might happen in this operation, because the biggest obstruction that was coming in, that breakthrough was in fact from inside the tunnel, and we have been able to get past all those obstructions now, and this is the last leg of the operation, probably the easiest part of this operation, and we are hoping that by today evening, by 4 to 5 p.m. this evening, this entire operation would come to an end.
What a rescue operation this has been, one of the longest ones that we've seen in the last few decades. A multi-agency effort, different kind of expertise that was pulled in. The most important part of it is that there was no knee-jerk reaction that came from the authorities. It was strategized well, it was thought out well. There were a lot of challenges that the mountains posed, including the texture of the mountains and the manner in which the debris was falling off. It wasn't a simple drilling process or the debris clearing process that could have been undertaken. In fact, a complex process through which they had to drill and also ensure that further debris is not stuck at one spot. There was a clearing process that had to be carried out simultaneously. Different sorts of machines, the best of the state-of-art technology was deployed. Experts from across the world were called in to aid the government machinery in ensuring that all these individuals, workers who are stuck there are rescued. Chief Minister is camping there. Prime Minister has repeatedly looked at the operations and sought the kind of progress that has been made there. A special report to the PMO has also been submitted. A top officer from the PMO also visited the rescue site yesterday. Some reactions and voices.
में बड़ा खुशी का माहौल है जो विगत 16 दिनों से हमारे क्षेत्र के लोग देख रहे थे कि कब लोग हमारे जो मजदूर भाई अंदर फंस रखे हैं वो जल्दी से जल्दी लोग बाहर आ जाए और पूरे क्षेत्र में आज जो दिवाली मनाई जाएगी और पूरे हमारे क्षेत्र के जनप्रतिनिधियां और पूरे क्षेत्र की जनता है और जितने लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वो बड़े उत्सुक है उन लोगों को देखने के लिए कि अति शीघ्र वो लोग अंदर से बाहर आ रहे हैं और आप सभी मीडिया बंधुओं का बिल्कुल हम भगवान भोगना का जो है नारा लगा रहे हैं वो इस क्षेत्र का प्रधान देवता है और
आपने खुशी जाहिर कीजिए आज ये परमात्मा की कृपा से
आज ये शुभ पर्व का दिन है जो 41 लोग जो अंदर फंसे हुए थे जिसके लिए हम तपस्या और कल हमने यज्ञ की थी वो भगवान बोखनाग वो महादेव प्रसिद्ध हो गया है और चंद घड़ी के अंदर जो है हमारा ये 41 लोग चंद घड़ी में आने वाले हैं। ये मलान से लग गए हैं।
थोड़ा गा के बताइए अपनी खुशी जो गढ़वाली भाषा है
ये हमारी उत्तराखंड देवभूमि छना हे प्रभो देवों की भूमि छना वीर योधों की भूमि छना ये 5 पांडवों की भूमि छना हे प्रभु तुमने आज हमारी लाज रखी ये ले उत्तराखंड की लाज रखी ये ले जो 41 लोग अंदर फंसा थे दुख दर्द मुनि कूकू थे हमने हवन भी करी ये ली गई तुरंत आज हमारा हे भगवान 41 लोग सुरक्षित भैरव लया जय श्री राम जय 5 पांडवों की देवी गुरुपता की
So spirits are high in Uttarkashi, ladies and gentlemen, as we are in the final leg of the rescue operation. Just an hour to go and all the authorities on the ground are indicating that the 41 labourers will start coming out, as this has been a major breakthrough for the rescue teams who have been toiling for over 2 weeks now to get these 41 labourers out. 41 ambulances, one for each labourer, is currently on standby at Uttarkashi. Now, we're also joined by Yashpal Sundria, Earth scientist, who are joining us on the broadcast when it comes to the rescue operations on the ground. Mr. Sundrial, what is the game plan right now when it comes to getting these 41 labourers out? We're in the last leg of the rescue operation. What are the challenges before the rescue teams as we are in this crucial hour where it's a do or die situation when it comes to ensuring their safe escape from this tunnel?
Yes, actually, first of all, I would like to thank all the people who are in the rescue operations, and by late evening I hope that all the trapped laborers they will come out from the tunnel. And yes, the rescue teams and the government will have to take special care of all those who will see the day or night, I don't know, after 6 p.m. There will be a sunset, but we hope that all the laborers, they will be healthy. And first thing, the government, what they are doing, that they will carry them in the hospital to check them, their body, their mental status, how they are. And this is really will be a big achievement, because our Prime Minister, Chief Minister, they are closely watching this entire operation. So
Right.
I think that this is a big achievement if all the trapped labor will come out from the tunnel by this evening.
Right, and Mr. Sundrial, when it comes to this terrain where these rescue operations are now finally in their last leg, the rescue teams were primarily conducting the drilling through the Silkyara route of the tunnel. They were also doing vertical drilling as well as horizontal drilling. Now that all the pipes have been put in place, does the terrain and the texture of the mountain still pose challenges as the 41 laborers will be pulled out? Because it will be a long operation to get them out safely.
It will be it was a long operation, and actually the vertical drilling they are doing, I don't know how much success they will get from there, but the oldest method which they started to bring out the laborers from the tunnel, finally they got success in that. And I hope that if for the time being this vertical tunneling should be stopped, because it may create some disturbances, as I think. I'm not at the site, but I can guess that if the vertical drilling will be continued, then due to the shaking of the lithology of the area, something may happen wrong. So they should stop this vertical drilling for time being. And if they want that this vertical drilling may help in the further making of the tunnel, then they can keep that continue. But if this vertical drilling is being done for the rescue operation, then I hope that they will stop for the time being, and then they can think that they have to continue that vertical drilling or not.
Right, and Mr. Sundrial, what we also have learned from many of the rescue teams is that a lot of metal debris was also mixed in with the soil when the collapse took place, and a lot of the rescue teams were facing a lot of challenges when it comes to clearing out that metal debris. Now that these pipes have been put in place, there is still a lot of metal debris around these pipes. Do they pose a challenge when it comes to safely taking these 41 laborers out?
If they have pushed, the pipe has crossed the debris, then the people will come through that pipe. They have nothing, they will not cross any debris. So I hope that this will be the safe, and they will not face such type of any problem. But yes, for further clearance of the tunnel, this will be a great challenge.
Right, and what kind of mobilization is required to ensure that all the debris is cleared, especially when it comes to the, the mangled metal that is mixed in with the rest of the debris, because that also poses a huge challenge. Now that we are in the final stretch of the rescue operation, Mr. Sundrial, everyone has been talking about the terrain surrounding this entire operation. So at the end of the day, when it comes to safely pulling them out, what kind of challenges does the terrain pose? Because we see that the texture of the hills is very coarse, is very weak, which is what has led to this collapse. At the same time, so much machinery is moving around the area, there is so much manpower. Are there still certain kind of like red flags that the rescue operations have to be, cognizant of when it comes to safely taking out these 41 laborers?
Yes, certainly the terrain is highly sensitive, and tampering with this tunnel is itself is challenging. And but I will say that if we will maintain the quality, if the construction company will maintain the quality and follow all the standard for the tunneling in the Himalaya, then this type of mishappening will not repeat in the future. I hope this. And I also hope that the government and the implementing agency for this road construction, actually this was the part of the Char Dham project, construction of this tunnel. So they will learn some lesson, and in the Himalaya they will take extra care for such type of any operation in future.
Right, so extra care needs to be taken given the drilling operations in this area, and the sturdiness of the entire rescue infrastructure is something that needs to be focused on when it comes to safely removing these 41 laborers from inside the tunnel. We are in the final leg of the rescue operation, ladies and gentlemen. Let's shift focus to Uttarkashi, to the ground operations currently in Uttarkashi. My colleague Anshul has been tracking all the developments in Uttarkashi. Anshul, where are we right now when it comes to the rescue operation? How much more time is expected, when it comes to the rescue operation of these 41 laborers? What are the current challenges that they are still facing when it comes to ensuring the safe exit of these laborers from the tunnel?
So yes, Ayushman, just the next few minutes and the news that we're waiting for, that news will become a reality. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. The ground operations are underway. From the last 17 days, we have been reporting on how the ground was being prepared for the vertical drilling, for the horizontal drilling, for drilling from the left and right hand sides of the tunnel. But today, the operation that we were waiting for has finally become a reality right in front of our eyes. The ambulances are all lined up. The breakthrough has been achieved. The welding of the last pipe is underway. Once this pipe is welded, it will be pushed inside. And as soon as the pipe is pushed inside, a team of NDRF and SDRF will go inside, crawling inside the pipe, and will reach towards the other end of this tunnel. And from there, one by one, all these lives that were stuck inside for the last 17 days would start coming out slowly and steadily with safety. So yes, by 5 p.m. is the time that now we can say with a lot of confidence that by 5 p.m. this evening, all these workers would come out and the rescue operations would come to an end. The news that we were hoping to report for the last 17 days is just a matter of the next few hours that it is going to become a reality. And not only the people are, not only we are excited to report this, but yes, I'll just try and show you in the visuals around here the kind of crowd that has gathered over here, just hearing this news that yes, that breakthrough has been achieved and people will start coming out. There is definitely a lot of excitement amongst the people. All of their mobile phones are on. Each and every person wants to capture this moment in their phones as one by one, all these lives would come out. Now, once these people would come out, initial first aid would be given to them inside the tunnel. Post that, they would be loaded into their ambulances with their loved ones, and then they would be taken to the Chiriali Sol district hospital that has been specially built to aid these people who have been stuck here for the last 17 days. These are the visuals of some more ambulances that has been brought in yet again. These are ambulances of the Hans Foundation. They have also contributed in this. So yes, a lot of work, a lot of teamwork has gone into this entire operation. More than 15 teams of the best of the best experts and more than 1,000 workers have worked round the clock to make sure that this operation, which was looking like a dream, the operation which was one of the most difficult rescue operations in the state of Uttarakhand, that operation is slowly becoming a reality. This operation that we were waiting to see is becoming a reality at this point in time. So it's just the next few minutes that we are waiting for. It's just the next few minutes we are waiting for this entire operation to come to an end at this point in time. All the groundwork is prepared. The teams are ready. The mock drills have happened. We are in the easiest last leg of this operation. The difficulties that had to be faced by the rescuers is known to one and all. This is the tunnel. This is the tunnel that has in fact posed the most challenging tunnel in the history of this country. Each and every time a problem came up, solutions were found out, those solutions were implemented, and then new problems cropped up, then yet again new solutions, new problems, new solutions. For the last 17 days, this cycle has continuously been ongoing, and now today finally the most difficult part of this entire operation, that is to dig through the debris and make a breakthrough, that has become a reality. And within the next few minutes we are expecting that this pipe, the 800 millimeter diameter pipe, will finally reach the other end of the debris, and from there people one by one, the precious lives of people will start coming out. Also credit needs to be given to the rescue workers, because over the operations that have been ongoing 24/7 for the last 7 days, for the last 17 days in fact, not one person got injured. The people, the rescue workers who were working, they also made sure that they remain safe, because the environment inside the tunnel was something that was really, really concerning. You can imagine debris falling, workers going inside, people stuck behind the debris. How difficult it must have been for the people to actually go ahead and work fearlessly and with passion to make sure that these people are taken out. Also, credit needs to be given to all these workers who were stuck inside for the last 17 days. They have made sure that they stay motivated, they stay healthy, they stay fit, they do not let their morale break down, and that is something that they have done successfully. Because if at all even one person might have gone out of control or might have affected him in some way or the other, then this entire operation could have become really very difficult. So yes, this actually tells us about the mental health of all these people and how confident they were that they would be taken out. And thankfully there was a communication line that was established since day one, and that communication line has proved to be the most crucial part of this entire operation. The pipe through which air was being sent in and communication was happening, the constant communication that happened between the rescuers and the rescuee, that was something that had given them a lot of hope. They knew that people are outside waiting for them, people are outside waiting to take them out, and in fact the manner in which the senior leaders came on the ground, spoke to them, top brass of the army or whoever was deployed, all these officers were constantly speaking to them, assuring them, reassuring them that the entire government machinery is working in tandem to make sure that they are taken out with safety. And that is something that has become a reality. So the entire focus is on this tunnel right now. Within the next few hours, we are going to get those visuals to our viewers in which all these people, the 41 lives, will be taken out with safety after 17 days of hard work that has gone inside to make sure that they remain safe and healthy inside this tunnel.
Right, Anshul, and so the time that you're giving us is 5 p.m. by which they are likely, all of them are likely to be pulled out. Anshul, we were also discussing this yesterday, that the metal debris was posing a lot of challenges when it came to the rescue operations, cutting through the metal debris that was mangled with the soil. But the final section of the debris was a soft soil, which is something that the rescue teams have now reached, which is why spirits are very high on the ground.
So yes, we have been discussing this, at how the entire operation that was being done, the 22-meter mark to the 45-meter mark, was the most crucial, because it was expected that the maximum number of pipes or metal pipes would be over there, and that is something that was a big cause of concern. Now the ground penetration radar that was used, that gave a report. That report was in fact not proven useful, and the rescuers thought that since over the next few meters there is nothing inside this debris, and hence the Chief Minister is over here. I'd just like to break this to our viewers that the Chief Minister has come back to ground zero. Remember, he had reached over here just a few hours ago, and now finally the Chief Minister, after attending a meeting in Dehradun, he has returned back over here. The Chief Minister is on ground. As soon as the news broke that finally the breakthrough has happened, the Chief Minister is yet again back on the ground, assessing the situation, making sure that the steps that needs to be taken from here is taken with all safety. Because remember, the operation that will happen from now will happen under the guidance of the Chief Minister and the District Magistrate over here, because it is their duty to maintain a safe passage for these ambulances. It is their duty to prepare a hospital and make sure that all these people are given the required healthcare. So the Chief Minister is now on the ground, physically seeing each and every movement, each and every detail, each and every nitty-gritty that needs to make this operation successful, of taking all these people out from here and taking them to the Silkyara resort, a hospital that has been made. So the Chief Minister is now on the ground, taking a look at the nitty-gritties, and also the Chief Minister this morning as well spoke to the Prime Minister as well, where the Prime Minister asked about the health and well-being of all these people who are stuck inside. So finally after 17 days, everything has fallen in place. A lot of problems, a lot of solutions, then more problems, then more solutions, and this cycle did not seem to end. But finally, the rescuers have been able to find that one solution through which they will be able to take out all these people safely, and that eventually meant that the rat hole mining technique would be that solution. And finally, the rat hole mining technique has been proven successful, and luckily through the American auger machine we were able to drill through the 48-meter mark, which meant then from there were not many heavy pieces of metal. Yes, there were pieces of metal, but that was cuttable through the gas cutters, and that is something that has happened. And now the breakthrough has been achieved. The debris has been cleared. Just the next few hours for that pipe to be pushed in, and once that pipe is pushed in, all these people will start coming out safely one by one.
Right, and we have got a tweet from Pushkar Singh Dhami as he's arrived at the site of the rescue operations. He has tweeted, and I quote, "As a result of the immense grace of Baba Bhauknath Ji, prayers of crores of countrymen and the tireless work of all the rescue teams engaged in the rescue operation, the work of laying pipes in the tunnel to take out the workers has been completed. Soon all the labourers will be taken out." That is a tweet coming in from Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. Anshul, so when it comes to the entire laying down of the pipes to take out the labourers, decode the entire length of the rescue pipe, how it's been put in place, and what is the mechanism that has been put in place to take out these labourers one by one safely and securely?
So yes, initially it was planned that a 900mm diameter pipe would be put inside the debris, but yes, that went on for approximately 22 meters, or exactly 22 meters, and post that there were heavy metal pieces that came in, and hence it was very difficult to push that pipe through, and hence it was decided that a smaller pipe, a 800mm diameter pipe, would be pushed inside so that the strength of the structure could be maintained. And that is something that happened, and that proved to be absolutely a correct decision. All these pipes were 6 meters in length. We were expecting that with 10 pipes the problem would come to an halt, but yet again at the 45-meter mark there was again a big girder that came in, and that meant that this entire operation was pushed back yet again by weeks. Now what was the solution to that found? Yes, the auger machine broke down, the miners were brought in, gas cutters were brought in, the machine was taken out, and eventually the people started digging it from their own hands, and then finally this entire pipe was laid. In fact, since the pipe was so much damaged that it was decided that eventually 3-meter pipes would be pushed in, so that it would be easier to actually carry on with the pushing in process, and that has also become successful. At this point in time, the last 3-meter pipe is being welded, and once this welding process comes to an end, the arc welding technique is being used, and once this comes to an end, then we can expect this entire operation to come to an end. Now, what is the procedure? As you asked, Ayushman, as these people will come out, NDRF and SDRF teams have made stretchers fitted to trolleys with wheels on them, and once the NDRF team reaches inside, one by one people would be put on those stretchers, and they would be dragged out from inside the tunnel one by one, and approximately 2.5 to 3 minutes is the time that would be taken by the NDRF team to take out people one by one, and hence that is going to take another approximately 2 hours is what we are predicting at this point in time. So yes, that is the reason why the experts, the rescue operations experts, are saying that by 5 p.m. we could make sure that this operation comes to an end. So yes, the next few hours are going to be very, very interesting and very, very positive, as we are hoping that all of them, all the 41 lives are taken out from the tunnel safely and steadily, and that is what the operations of the NDRF and SDRF is now up to. And from here, once they come out, they would be loaded in these ambulances that you are seeing on your screens right now, and from these ambulances they would be taken to the hospital, the makeshift hospital that has been made for all of them. and there they would be kept for at least 24 hours, and post that we are expecting that they would be allowed to go back to their homes and stay with their loved ones safely and soundly.
Absolutely. Just to recap for our viewers, Anshul has pointed out that the NDRF and the SDRF teams have fitted the stretchers for the pipe, and they've been put on these trolleys so that the laborers can be taken out immediately. So the trolleys will be pushed through the pipe, and one by one the laborers will come out. Anshul, please stay with us. We're getting some more reactions from Ground Zero. Let's get to those.
हम भी यहाँ आ गए हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी ये मजदूर बाहर आए और हम जल्दी से जल्दी इनको अपने परिवार वालों से मिला सकें।
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का क्या प्लान है सर, जैसे कि कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से एयरलिफ्ट करनी?
सर मेरी भी एयरलिफ्ट की प्लानिंग है, चूँकि प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय से ही शायद निर्देश हैं सबको जल्दी जल्दी पहुंचाने की, तो भारत सरकार द्वारा हम लोगों को पूरा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। वायुसेना ने हमें कंफर्म किया है कि हम एयरलिफ्ट करेंगे। उनका शेड्यूल हमें अभी नहीं मिल पाया, चूँकि शेड्यूल हमें यहाँ से ही नहीं मिल पाया है। जैसे शेड्यूल मिलता है तो एयरलिफ्ट करना बहुत श्रेयस्कर होगा, क्योंकि अगर बाई रूट जाते हैं तो काफ़ी समय लगेगा, वो समय बचेगा और जो जल्दी अपने परिजनों से मिल सकेंगे। तो इसके लिए भी भारत सरकार को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
So those are the reactions coming in from Ground Zero, where any time now the first laborer who was trapped inside will likely come out of the tunnel. Now my colleague Anshul was pointing out that the operations are likely to be completed by 5 p.m. It's a major breakthrough where they have reached the section of the tunnel where the laborers were trapped. They have fitted stretchers on trolleys so that the laborers can be taken out as soon as possible. There's no delay, but the NDRF and the SDRF teams will first go through the tunnel to ensure that it is secure, to ensure that the entire rescue operation, because remember there are 41 laborers trapped inside, to take all of them out will take a lot of time. So the stability and the security of the tunnel is also something that they need to keep an eye on. Anshul continues to be with us on the broadcast. Anshul, so when it comes, I can see those visuals on the screen. It's like an entire settlement has been created around the tunnel. Decode for us the infrastructure that has been put in place to ensure that when these laborers come out, they are given immediate medical attention and given the aid that they desperately require, because they've been trapped inside that tunnel for over 2 weeks now. Right, we'll try to reconnect with Anshul over there, but as you can see in those visuals, ladies and gentlemen, the entire infrastructure is in place. Multiple teams are on the ground to ensure that when the 41 laborers come out, they get immediate medical attention. Anshul is back with us on the broadcast. Anshul, decode the infrastructure that has been put in place at the mouth of the tunnel to give immediate aid to the laborers once they come out.
So yes, I'd like to show you there was a makeshift hospital that was made over here. This is the makeshift hospital that was made to make sure that all the first aid things that is required post the rescue operations, that is kept over here. And now things from this rescue tunnel, in fact this rescue hospital has now been taken inside the tunnel, because it is being expected that within the next few minutes the people will start coming out, and hence they would be given all these things. These things includes masks, these things includes glasses, because these people have had no access to any sort of sunlight over the last 17 days, and finally once they come out into sunlight, it is going to be a tough task for their eyes to settle in as well. And also warm clothes have been put in inside the tunnel now. These warm clothes would actually be used to give them the warmth, because remember inside the tunnel the temperature is somewhere around the 25 to 30 meter mark, 30 degrees Celsius, and in fact outside the temperature is somewhere around 8 to 10 degrees Celsius. So yes, there is going to be a massive change in temperature suddenly, and hence warm clothes have also been taken inside. All we are waiting for is that final breakthrough to happen, and post that in fact the final pushing of the pipe to happen, and post that people will start coming out slowly and steadily. It's just the wait of the next few minutes. All the preparations are on, each and everything is on point. The clothes have gone inside, the mattresses have gone inside, which will be kept atop the stretchers, and these people would be pulled out. So one by one, each and everything is on point right now. The breakthrough has happened, the drilling process of the pipe is happening, and within the next few minutes this operation would come to an end, and then finally these people would be taken out, and then officially we can say that the rescue operations have ended after 17 days of hard work that we have seen that has taken place over here at Silkyara tunnel.
Absolutely, those visuals on the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are the teams inside the tunnel. Very joyous scenes coming in from inside the tunnel, where you can see that they have made a major breakthrough to get to those trapped laborers. You can see the victory sign from the rescue teams inside the tunnel as that major breakthrough is made, as the pipe to take out the laborers, the 41 laborers who've been trapped for over 2 weeks now, as that pipe has reached their section. Remember, there was a lot of metal debris that the rescue teams were facing as they were pushing the pipe towards the laborers. But after the last piece of metal debris was cut through, the final section of the debris was soft debris, and the pipe has been able to go through that soft debris. Now the final welding process is taking place to put in place the final section of the pipe, and you can see those scenes from inside the tunnel where the teams are very happy as they have made this major breakthrough. Now at the same time, these laborers are inside the tunnel for over 2 weeks, as I was pointing out. The temperature difference is grave given the fact that it's become really cold outside, and the temperature is around 30 degrees, as my colleague Anshul was pointing out, and 8 degrees outside. At the same time, adjustment to sunlight and temperature is something that can take a toll on their health, which is why you can see those medical teams at the mouth of the tunnel, primed and ready to receive those laborers as they come out. Anshul continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Anshul, very kind of positive scenes coming in from Uttarkashi, as we can see over there. The rescue teams very happy as the tunnel has been pushed through. Take us through the welding process. Basically, at the end of the day, the final section of the pipe is being welded to ensure that it is stable. Now, what will be the process to oversee the entire stability of the pipe? Because at the end of the day, to take out the 41 laborers is going to be a long operation. So to ensure the stability of the pipe will be very essential. Will the NDRF teams traverse the entire length of the pipe to ensure that it is safe and secure, and then the laborers will be pulled out?
So yes, that is how it is supposed to happen. Initially, a team of NDRF will go inside the pipe and get towards the other end. Now, if you talk about the stability, one thing is for sure that whatever work has happened over here has happened with utmost precision, and that is the reason why it takes at least 4 hours for the entire welding process to happen, because see, 2 pipes needs to be welded with each other through this arc welding technique, and once this welding process happens, this takes somewhere around 2.5 to 3 hours, and then time is given to it to cool down as well. So this entire process happens with utmost precision, just to make sure that there is no untoward situation that happens with the pipe, and that is something that has absolutely been taken care of on the ground over here, and hence the rescuers are absolutely confident that there is nothing untoward that is going to happen with the structure that has been built by them, and also the manner in which the telescopic tunneling has been done. Initially the 900 millimeter diameter pipes, and then the 800 millimeter diameter pipes have been pushed in, which means that the entire structure is absolutely stable, is very welded, and once the NDRF teams goes towards the other end, it is very unlikely that any untoward situation would arise or anything would happen to the structure that has been built, because the structure has been built by a lot of precision and a lot of hard work, and that is the reason why we are seeing these confident pictures of the rescuers where they are showing the victory sign that finally, after 17 days of hard work, finally they have been able to rescue the people who were stuck inside. In fact, they have reached the last leg of rescuing these people, and the last leg of preparations are underway as we speak.
Right, and communications are clearly also underway with the laborers who are trapped inside. What kind of messages are we getting from the laborers who are trapped inside as this massive breakthrough has been made by the rescue teams, Anshul? Secondly, are the families of the trapped laborers also at the site, or have they been cleared out by the authorities, because giving them immediate medical attention is the need of the hour?
So yes, they have been taken inside to the spot where the people will start coming out, because the family members were actually very tensed over the last 17 days regarding their loved ones, and hence, to make sure that they also remain happy, they have been taken inside the tunnel at this point in time. They are basically giving them the confidence that yes, the operation is in its last leg, and they could see with their own eyes the visuals that they were waiting to see of their loved ones slowly being pulled out from the debris towards the other end of the debris probably the most satisfactory visual that their family members would want to see, and that is the reason why they have been taken inside. They have been stationed inside at this point in time, just to give out this message that yes, each and everything is fine. The rescuers have finally been able to go ahead and drill through the debris, and finally the operation has reached its last leg. So yes, everything is in place, everything is on point. It's just the wait of just the next few hours for these people to start coming out one by one, and those visuals would be the best visuals that the family members would be expecting to see at least for the last 17 days now, Ayushman.
Absolutely, and in fact it was the presence of the family members of these trapped laborers that has kept their spirits high. Their constant communication with their family members allowed them to keep their spirits high as the rescue teams were working day and night to get them out. Let's listen into more reactions coming in from Ground Zero. Anshul, please stay with us.
शर्मा है बिहार से, मेरा छोटा भाई है सुशील शर्मा। यहाँ तो 13 दिन हो गया ऊपर।
13 दिन से तमाम रुकावटें आ रही थी, वो हो रहा था। अब वो घड़ी कहीं ना कहीं दिख रही है आती हुई। अभी एम्बुलेंस चली गई है, अंदर से फोटोज भी आ गई हैं। अब कैसा महसूस हो रहा है?
महसूस क्या, अच्छा लग रहा है। थोड़ा भेंट होना अच्छा है, दिल में खुशी है। कितने दिन इंतजार के बाद में मुलाकात होगी।
आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम सर सुधांशु शाह है।
कहाँ से आए हो?
मैं सर बिहार से आया हूँ।
अभी जो है एम्बुलेंस आ गई है, तैयारियां भी हो गई हैं, अंदर से फोटोज भी आ गई हैं। कैसा लग रहा है? लंबा इंतजार।
सर अच्छा लग रहा है।
कौन है आप?
मेरे बड़े भाई साहब हैं सर।
क्या नाम है?
सोनू शाह नाम है सर।
So as you can see, the family members are very happy that their relatives are going to be rescued from the tunnel. There were a lot of scenes initially. Anshul continues to be with us on the broadcast. Anshul, there were scenes initially during the rescue operations where the families and the locals were losing a lot of patience, but at the same time the authorities were very successful in reassuring them that everything was being done to rescue the 41 laborers inside. The family members were given a lot of facilities to house them near the rescue area. At the same time, their travel and their essentials were also facilitated by the government. So the government has taken care of this aspect as well. Also, keeping the laborers in constant contact with the family members was essential to keep their spirits high.
So yes, this was one of the most difficult tasks, to make sure that the morale of all these people who are stuck inside, that remains high. They feel confident that they would be able to get through this massive problem, and they would be able to meet with their family members as well. And the family members who were outside, they were also very concerned. In fact, on day one, when I reached over here on the spot, a lot of family members who were slowly coming in at that point in time, all of them were actually very tensed. A few of them were crying because the only communication that they were able to have with the persons who were stuck inside was through a windpipe, and that windpipe was not a constant source of communication, because it was very difficult for them to actually get their voices from inside the tunnel to the outside of it, and hence the communication was not happening very clearly. Now on day 9th, the first breakthrough that happened on day 9, when the lifeline pipe was inserted towards the other end of the tunnel, that was something that gave a lot of hope to all the people, not only the people who are stuck inside, but also to the family members. And from then, strong constant communication started to happen. They were able to see the videos inside of their loved ones as well. Then as well, they were in fact able to have constant communication with them through the lines that were set up. So yes, the things that happened on the 9th day has definitely made sure that this operation goes on in a positive manner. And once that constant communication line was established and they were able to see their loved
Anshul,
ones,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm joined by Sanjay Vishwakarma, whose relative is trapped inside the tunnel. Vishwakarma ji, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. क्या अपडेट है आपके पास? कितना टाइम लगेगा आपके रिलेटिव्स या आपके रिलेटिव को उस टनल से बाहर निकलने में?
जी सर, अभी तक कुछ कह नहीं सकते हैं, मगर वहाँ बड़े भाई से बात किए थे, बोल रहे थे कि थोड़ी देर में निकलने वाले हैं।
जी, ये पता लगा है आपके भाई सुशील कुमार अभी टनल के अंदर ट्रैप्ड हैं। आपको अथॉरिटी से और क्या बताया जा रहा है? आपके भाई आपको कह रहे हैं कि थोड़ी देर में ही वो निकलने वाले हैं?
हाँ, ये वो बोले थोड़ी देर में निकलने वाले हैं।
जी, और सरकार से इतना दिन हो गए, 2 हफ्तों से ज़्यादा हो गए आपको यहाँ पे आए हुए। आपके भाई अभी भी वो टनल के अंदर ट्रैप्ड है। आपको क्या क्या सुविधाएं मिली हैं सरकार से ताकि ये पूरा रेस्क्यू टीम चलते रहे, ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलते रहे और आपका संपर्क बना रहे अपने भाई के साथ?
जी जी, वहाँ से हम मतलब प्रशासन वाले सब लोग बात कराते थे
जी,
और यही मतलब थोड़ा सा मतलब हम लोग को भरोसा दिलाते थे कि हम लोग निकल जाएंगे।
जी, आपकी मुलाकात हुई है मुख्यमंत्री से?
जी नहीं सर।
जी जी जी, तो फिर आप कहाँ से आए थे और आप क्या अभी उत्तरकाशी टनल के बाहर ही हैं?
नहीं सर, मैं घर पे हूँ, मेरे बड़े भाई उत्तरकाशी टनल के पास में हैं।
जी 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 जी, तो फिर आपको और क्या मैसेजेस आए हैं अंदर से? उनकी सेहत कैसी है, आप बता सकते हैं?
जी सर, सेहत तो अच्छी है, बता रहे थे कि अच्छे से हैं लोग, अच्छे हैं। अब निकलने के बाद ही मालूम पड़ेगा सर।
जी, थैंक यू विश्वकर्मा जी अपने अपना ये बताने के लिए कि आपके भाई सुशील कुमार अंदर सुरक्षित हैं, हेल्दी हैं और कुछ ही देर में ये टनल से निकलने वाले हैं। थैंक यू Sanjay Vishwakarma. So Anshul, we have those reactions coming in from the families. They have very little information, as we can see that they've been told by the authorities and especially by their relatives inside the tunnel that they'll be out as soon as possible. Many of them, while they are outside the tunnel, many of them like Sanjay Vishwakarma are at home right now looking at the TV screens and trying to stay in contact with people on the ground to ensure that everything is being done and their relatives are coming out safe. So everyone is on the edge right now because so many kind of delays have happened, so many kind of mishaps have happened when it comes to these rescue operations. Everyone has their fingers crossed that everything goes according to plan and these laborers are out as soon as possible.
So yes, definitely the rescuers that have learned one thing in the last 17 days is to make sure that the hopes of people are not raised immediately because once the hopes come crashing down, it is a very, very painful process. Over the last 17 days, we have seen yet and again the rescuers have come on record and said that they will be able to carry out this rescue operation in the next 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, within the next few hours. All of this has been mentioned on record as well, and that is the reason why. That is the reason why we are seeing. Ruko. So he is Chanchal. His brother is inside the tunnel for the last 17 days. He has become a friend of ours as well. क्या आज अंदर गए थे, बातचीत हुई?
आज नहीं हुई बातचीत कोई।
क्या अभी अथॉरिटीज क्या बोल रहे हैं, कब तक निकालेंगे?
मतलब निकलना स्टार्ट हो गए हैं, बोल रहे हैं, पता नहीं क्या
निकलना स्टार्ट हो। ब्रेक थ्रू तो मिल गया, तुम्हारे चेहरे पे भी खुशी दिख रही है। हाँ,
अब मिलेंगे तभी होगी खुशी पूरी तरीके से।
क्या कहना चाहोगे? घर पे भी लोग देख रहे होंगे कि आप तो सुकून है थोड़ा आज?
सुकून तो है।
क्या आज लगता है तुम्हें बोला गया सामान पैक करने के लिए भी? क्या
हाँ, कर लिया सामान
पैक रेडी एम्बुलेंस में बैठ के जाने के लिए?
एम्बुलेंस में हाँ जाएंगे।
Chalo, all the best, all the best. So as you heard there, his brother who was stuck inside the tunnel for the last 17 days, he was very patiently waiting over here just to get that good news as well. And finally, he has gotten this information that his brother will now be taken out within the next few minutes, and in ambulances they would be taken out from here. All the things have been packed. The situation is absolutely electrifying out here, if I could use that word. You can see right around me the number of people that have gathered over here. This is something that has happened for the first time over the last 17 days since I have been stationed over here as well. The amount of people that have gathered over here, the number of cameras that are out to capture that exact movement when these people would be taken out from behind the debris and would be taken to the hospital. So yes, the next few minutes is very, very crucial as history is going to be written in this next few minutes. One of the most toughest rescue operations that the country has ever seen, one of the longest rescue operations that the country has ever seen is going to come to an end on the 17th day. This is something that is very, very historic. New SOPs would be written, a new history would be written, and today is that historic day when we are hoping that this rescue operation would eventually come to an end by this evening. 5 p.m. is what the timeline we are expecting at this point.
Absolutely, we're counting down to 5 p.m. and as per the locals on the ground, as per the family members of those trapped laborers, the movement has already started when it comes to taking out these laborers from inside the the tunnel. Those visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, Union Minister General VK Singh on the ground, who's been overseeing the rescue operations as well as the development of the medical infrastructure around the tunnel to get those laborers out and get them that immediate medical attention as soon as possible. Anshul has been remarking about the fact that so many teams are on the ground. Anshul, at the same time, a lot of international expertise has also gone in when it comes to ensuring these rescue operations continue at a steady pace. There so many variables were before the rescue team, so many mishaps have happened, so many setbacks have happened, but this team has stayed at it, not lost their hopes when it comes to getting out these laborers as soon as possible, and a lot of international expertise from around the world has lent in their aid to help these laborers out of the tunnel.
So yes, a lot of hard work, a lot of teamwork has gone inside. But yes, first I like to show you in the visuals over here. General VK Singh is now moving out of the tunnel. Finally, VK Singh, who was stationed over here for the past more than a week, he has finally come out, and now we'll just try and get in a word from him. Sir, congratulations. Talk to you in
ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के बारे में कितना समय लगेगा? अभी मजदूर कितनी देर में निकलेंगे सर?
सर ब्रेक थ्रू मिल गया है, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, मेहनत सफल हुई सर आपकी, आप इतने दिनों से यहाँ पे स्टेशन है सर।
सर क्या कहेंगे इस सक्सेसफुल ऑपरेशन के लिए? सिंह साहब, सिंह साहब, सर क्या कहेंगे?
सर इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन हुआ है।
अभी मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, मैंने आपसे बोला टाइम लेकर आपसे बात करेंगे, अभी जल्दी में मत।
सर खुश हैं सर?
जल्दी में
खुश हैं सर? सक्सेस के लिए खुश हैं सर?
कोई चीज जल्दी में नहीं होगा।
कोई चीज
सर अभी कितना समय लगेगा सर? पहुंच गए हैं, कितना समय लगेगा?
So as VK Singh is going inside, the other chief minister, that is the chief minister, has now gone right inside the tunnel. I'll just try and show you the visuals from here. The chief minister has now moved inside the tunnel as we are in the last leg of these operations. There is absolute positivity that can be sensed over here. Team of doctors have also started rushing inside. We are expecting that this breakthrough that has happened, the pipe is drilled through almost the last few meters now, and within the next probably an hour we can expect the final leg of the rescue operation to start. The chief minister has just gone inside, Pushkar Singh Dhami, after meeting with the heads, with the chairpersons. They have finally been briefed, and he has now gone inside the tunnel, basically trying to assess the situation, trying to speak to them about the current situation on the ground. So yes, a lot of movement happening, a lot of positive news that is coming in. The news that we are waiting to hear, that is certainly becoming a reality as we speak, and it's just a matter of the next few minutes that we can finally expect this rescue operation would come to an end after 17 days of immense hard work and immense pressure that was on the rescue team to make sure that all these people are kept safe. And also credit needs to be given to the workers who are trapped inside, because for the last 17 days they have been able to maintain their morale. Their morale has constantly been kept high, and that is one of the reasons why the rescuers felt that they had the time to actually go ahead and save them and not rush into anything, because rushing into anything in such a dangerous terrain could have severe consequences, and that was something that was not done. Everything was done with calmly and cautiousness, and that is the reason why we are seeing the entire operation has now become a reality.
So you can see all those teams moving into the tunnel to ensure that the rescue tunnel is safe and secure. Also, a lot of doctors on standby to ensure that the 41 laborers, that once they come out, they are given immediate medical aid. We are counting down to 5 p.m, ladies and gentlemen, because all indicators are in place that by 5 p.m, the 41 laborers will be out of the tunnel, because the family members themselves are saying that the movement has already started. But at the same time, the authorities are not giving a definite timeline or a deadline as to when the laborers will be out. We could see extended operations to get all the 41 laborers out as soon as possible. Let's listen into more reactions coming in, because the family members of the trapped laborers are extremely happy that this breakthrough has taken place.
क्या नाम क्या है आपका?
हमारा नाम देवेंद्र किस्कू है। अंदर फंसे हुए हमारे भाई, छोटे भाई और वीरेंद्र किस्कू उसका नाम है।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
हम लोग बिहार बांका से हैं।
अभी जिस तरीके की स्थिति दिख रही है, एम्बुलेंसेस आ रही हैं, तमाम उम्मीदें दिख रही हैं, अब जो है लग रहा है कि बिल्कुल आने ही वाला है।
मतलब ये निकल ही जाएंगे, ये चीज है कि मतलब निकल ही जाएंगे और निकलेंगे ही। देखिए जब तक नहीं, मतलब अभी जब निकलने के वो उत्सुकता से है ही है कि अभी हमको मिलने वाला है, लेकिन जब निकल जाएंगे तो उसकी उत्सुकता कुछ और ही रहेगी।
क्या बात अभी थी आपकी उनसे?
हाँ, बात एक्चुअली फोन से बात हो गया था।
कुछ मंगाया, कपड़े वपड़े?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई चीज नहीं। वो बोला कि बस सब चीज ठीक ठाक है और हम लोग निकल रहे हैं, निकलने के बाद ही होगी कुछ भी। जी
एक मिनट भैया, एक मिनट। कहाँ है आंटी जी? क्या नाम क्या है आपका?
मेरा सुनीता है।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
बिहार बांका से है, बांका डिस्ट्रिक्ट।
अभी वो दिन आ गया है, बड़े लंबा इंतजार करना पड़ा है, जो है काफी समय लग गया। अब कैसा महसूस हो रहा है आंटी? किस तरीके से जो है एम्बुलेंस आ गई हैं, तमाम तैयारियां हो गई हैं?
अभी बहुत खुश हैं अभी निकलेंगे, देखेंगे तो और खुश है ना। अभी हमको उतना खुश नहीं है जब तक नहीं निकलते हैं। जब निकलेंगे उसको हम देखेंगे सामने, मेरे नजर में आएंगे तो बहुत खुश।
कौन है आपके अंदर?
देवर है।
देवर जी। तो अभी जिस तरीके की जो है स्थिति आई है, CM
Right, and Anshul continues to be with us on the broadcast. Anshul, we're getting these inputs that families are going inside the tunnel with their luggage. What's the latest from Ground Zero?
Yes, Ayushman, the visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now, these are the family members of all the people who are trapped over here. Many of them had come over here and were over here for the last 15 to 16 days, and now finally these people have been given the task to pack up their luggage and go inside at the spot from where they would be loaded into these ambulances with their loved ones, with their relatives, and then would be taken away from here. The visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now, basically the rescuers have asked them to give some clothes that they might want to provide to them, and that is what they are doing at this point in time. So yes, this entire operation is definitely reaching its last leg. Every minute that we speak, some development or the other is happening constantly, and we are inching closer to that magical moment when each and every person would be taken out, when those visuals would come out of finally these people being taken out safely, 41 lives being saved. That is something that is the biggest cause of concern at this point in time. Over the last 17 days, we were hoping that no untoward incident happens inside the tunnel, and today, finally, we are just hours away from making that dream come true. The rescue teams that have been working have definitely worked round the clock, 24/7, making sure that the situation on the ground remains in control, the situation remains in hand, and that is what the rescuers have successfully been able to do over the last 17 days. The morale of the people has been kept high. Over the last 17 days, the morale of the rescue teams have been kept high, and that is something that is a commendable job that has been done by the rescuers. What were the questions that were being asked? That is something that could be talked about later. But today is a day certainly of celebrations. Yes, a lot of questions still needs to be answered, and we are hoping that we'll get those answers very, very soon. But yes, today is a day that needs to be celebrated, because the biggest rescue operation, one of the biggest rescue operations in India, is going to come to an end today within the next few hours, and the countdown is definitely on. With every passing minute we are speaking, there is a lot of movement that continues to happen out here on the ground. The rescue teams making sure that yes, there is a lot of excitement, but they do not lose their minds in this excitement, and untoward situation might arise, and hence each and every step that is being taken is being put forth with utmost precision and utmost care.
Absolutely, those visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, where the family members of the trapped laborers are packing up their gear. So it seems that movement is taking place on the ground when it comes to the movement of the laborers out of the tunnel, and the family members are preparing to accompany them in the ambulances. Remember, 41 ambulances are on the ground, one for each of those laborers who are trapped inside. Anshul, take us through the situation on the ground when it comes to the weather. Now, in areas like Uttarkashi, the weather turns very immediately. So, any challenges being posed by the weather, and are the rescue teams working so that they can get out all the 41 laborers before it turns dark in Uttarkashi?
So yes, that is something that needs to be done, but yes, it is not a big cause of concern. The weather is not a big cause of concern over here. Over the last 17 days, there has been absolutely no rain that has happened out here in Uttarkashi. In fact, just this morning itself, there was a slight drizzle that happened, but nothing major yet again. Nothing major had happened. But today, as we are speaking, the rescue team will try to make sure that even if it gets dark, they would successfully be able to transport them from here to Chinalisor, which is not a long distance away from here. It is actually very, very close. It's just a half-an-hour drive from the location at which we are standing. So yes, the lighting, the weather is definitely not a cause of concern for the rescuers at this point in time. What is a cause of concern is that all these people are taken out with safety, and while they are being taken out, no untoward incident happens at that point. No one gets injured at that point. That is something that is the biggest cause of concern for the rescuers as we are speaking.
Right, and we're also getting updates, Anshul, where preparations are now complete at the Community Health Center in Chinalisor for the treatment of these 41 laborers. Those visuals on the right side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, these are visuals coming in from the Community Health Center in Chinalisor, where, as you can see, all the preparations have been completed. So you can see that how immediate medical care, the entire infrastructure has been put in place for that, ladies and gentlemen. The minute these laborers come out of the tunnel, they will be boarded onto the ambulance and taken to this community health center in Chinalisor to get immediate medical attention. So Anshul, that entire chain has been put in place so that no time is wasted to get those laborers that immediate medical attention, because they've been trapped inside this tunnel for over 2 weeks now. There's a huge temperature differential. At the same time, when it comes to exposure to sunlight after 17 days inside such a tunnel, it will cause health complications at the end of the day, which is why that entire chain for immediate medical care seems to have been put in place.
Well, definitely this was on expected lines. The chief medical officer was stationed right here at this spot for the last 17 days, just to make sure that if at all someone inside the tunnel feels any sort of uneasiness or complains about anything, he could be treated at the earliest, and hence the chief medical officer was present on the spot in this temporary hospital that has been built over here for the last 17 days. Now, apart from that, it was clear that whenever these people will come out, they would first need medical attention, and hence a place was required where there could be actually 41 beds. Now, in the small district of Uttarkashi, there are not many hospitals that could actually boast this pressure of having 41 beds at a single go, and hence this makeshift hospital was redeveloped. In this hospital, the community hospital that you are seeing on your screens right now, was a makeshift COVID hospital that was made during the pandemic, and post that it was not of that much use. Now finally, when the difficulty came up, that entire facility was revamped, and it has been made with 41 beds now. All the equipments are present over there, but still, if at all someone needs the medical attention of higher concern and higher cost, those people would be airlifted from here, or a green corridor would be made and would be taken to AIIMS Rishikesh, which is, if airlifting happens, is a 15-minute route. If they go by road in a green corridor, it is somewhere around a 2.5 to 3 hour journey. So yes, all the preparations are absolutely underway. Each and every nitty-gritty and detail has been worked upon. Each and every contingency plan has also been made, because yes, until and unless all these people are taken out safely and are admitted to the hospital, the rescue operation would not end, and hence the contingency plan has been made for each and every step, each and every problem that will come up, because now is the time that they can predict the problems. Remember, what was happening inside the tunnel. The terrain was absolutely unknown, and hence predicting anything inside that was absolutely impossible. And now finally in this last leg of transporting these people, taking these people out is something that could be actually planned, and contingency plans could be made regarding that as well. Now you see these are more family members who are now going inside. They have been called in by the agencies because you can see the excitement with which these people are going inside, because they know that this is the last few minutes that they have to wait before they get to see their loved ones. So yes, you can see the kind of happiness, the kind of excitement that these people have. All these people were waiting over here patiently for the last 17 days. In fact, their patience almost ran out on the fourth and the fifth day, when there was a small protest that happened over here, because they did not feel that any work was happening inside the tunnel. And finally, the rescuers were actually able to convince them that yes, a lot of work is happening, the entire government machinery is working with them. And then finally on the 9th day, when that breakthrough pipe was put in, that turned out to be one of the turning moments in this entire rescue operation, because that lifeline pipe actually gave a lot of hope to the people, to the family members, and also to the people who were stuck inside, because now there could be a two-way communication through a strong line, and they could also see their loved ones with cameras as well. So yes, you can imagine how crucial was that 6-inch lifeline pipe that was drilled in on the 9th day, which actually gave a lot of confidence to the rescuers as well, that even if they take some more time and make sure that there is safety for the rescuers as well, they can actually take more time, because now the people inside who are stuck inside will have access to food, fruits as well as medicines, everything, and a strong communication was also established. So yes, that 9th day was the most crucial point in this entire operation, which actually gave people a lot of hope that yes, this entire debris is penetrable, and yes, people are working around the clock to reach towards the other end of the debris.
In fact, a lot of reassurance for the families of the trapped laborers came from the trapped laborers themselves, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since that two-way communication was set up, a lot of the trapped laborers inside were reassuring their families outside that everything was being done to rescue them. And as Anshul was pointing out, there was that protest which took place near the tunnel, because the patience of the families was running out. But the rescue teams and the authorities on the ground time and again were reassuring them that everything was being done to ensure the safe rescue of the trapped laborers. And now that major breakthrough, where any time now the laborers will start coming out. Remember, the families are already lined up at the mouth of the tunnel, because they will accompany their family members in those ambulances to the health center, where they will get that medical attention. 41 ambulances on the ground for each of the laborers. Anshul, you were also speaking to General V.K. Singh, who's been overseeing all the rescue operations. The authorities on the ground, while they're working tirelessly to ensure that these laborers are taken out, not giving any specific timelines. They're keeping their fingers crossed as well.
So yes, no specific time has been given, but yes, the family members are still waiting outside. I'll just try and get in a word from them. दीदी, आप लोग इतने दिनों से यहाँ आए हुए हैं, आज फाइनली लग रहा है कि आज राहत मिल जाएगी।
आज बहुत
खुश हैं।
हाँ,
आज बातचीत हो पाई है क्या अंदर?
हाँ, बातचीत हुआ है। इसके बाद फिर अभी निकलेंगे
हाँ।
और ज़्यादा खुश होंगे। इसके बाद आप लोग को इतना खुशी से बताएंगे कि हाँ।
नहीं, हमें पता आप काफ़ी परेशान भी थी यहाँ काफ़ी दिनों से, लेकिन आज जो जैसी खबर आ रही है, आपको क्या बोला है गवर्नमेंट ने? कुछ बोला है आपको अभी कि क्या करना है?
अभी तो वही जाना है उन लोग के साथ
जाना है। आज बातचीत हुई आपके अंदर?
हाँ, हुई है।
क्या बोले हैं?
ये ठीक है।
हाँ। आज तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट होगा, थोड़ी खुशी तो है।
हाँ।
आपके चेहरे पे खुशी दिख रही है।
हाँ।
चलिए, as you can see there, these are the family members who were waiting out here for the last 15-16 days. And initially, I remember when she came in on the first day over here, she was very tensed. She actually started crying on camera as well, because she had no idea that how her relative is inside. And now finally, this smile that you are seeing on their faces, this tells the entire story of how emotions have changed over the last 17 days, and how now people are positive that finally their loved ones who were stuck inside will finally come out safely, and they are ready to meet and greet them. So yes, it's just the wait of the next few hours, although the authorities finally have learned that they should not give deadlines, because those deadlines were never followed, especially out here at the Silkyara end of the tunnel, because we have been reporting on how authorities themselves have come on record and said that within the next 2 days, 4 days, 3 days, in fact VK Singh himself told approximately 10 days ago that within the next 3 days they would be able to get people out. Nitin Gadkari also came over here. He also said within 4 to 5 days they will be able to get people out. In fact, Bhaskar Kulbe, the former advisor of the PMO, he came on record, gave interviews and said that the entire operation would come to an end at 6 p.m. just 4 days ago. And now finally the authorities have learned that they should not give any sort of timeline, because these timelines actually raise hopes of the people, and when some obstruction comes, the entire thing comes crashing down, the entire emotion comes crashing down, and it becomes more painful for the people, more disappointing for the people, and hence the timeline is not being given. But what we have been told out here at the Silkyara end of the tunnel, that 5 p.m. is the time by which we can expect that this entire operation would come to an end. We are just waiting for that official confirmation to happen on the pipe being drilled through towards the other end of the tunnel. The breakthrough has been made. It's just a matter of minutes before that pipe would be pushed with that auger machine towards the other end of the tunnel.
Just a few final moments before we could have that final pipe inside, as Anshul is pointing out.
टनल के बाहर सारी तैयारियां कर ली गई है ताकि इन 41 फंसे हुए मजदूरों को सुरक्षित उनके परिवारों तक पहुंचाया जा सके। और अब सभी की निगाहें टनल पर, जहां पर पुष्कर सिंह धामी खुद दाखिल हुए हैं उन्हें रिसीव करने के लिए। टनल के भीतर ही एक अस्थायी अस्पताल बनाया गया है जहां उनका प्राथमिक हेल्थ चेकअप भी हो रहा है, और इस चेकअप के बाद में सामने टनल के ही तमाम वो एम्बुलेंस तैनात है जिसमें एक एक कर इन मजदूरों को आगे ले जाया जाएगा। अगर उन्हें किसी बड़े उपचार की जरूरत है तो उसके लिए भी एम्बुलेंस में उस तरह के तमाम इक्विपमेंट्स तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। 3 अलग अलग तरह के एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था यहां पर कर दी गई है। अगर बहुत कोई इमरजेंसी की जरूरत है तो वो तमाम जरूरत का सामान उस एम्बुलेंस में मौजूद है। अगर सामान्य स्वास्थ्य है तो उस हिसाब से उस एम्बुलेंस को तैयार रखा गया। लेकिन यह तस्वीर बहुत खास है। ये तस्वीर जो मेरे सहयोगी दिखा रहे हैं युगल ठाकुर, वो ये कि उनके परिवार के लोग बैग लेकर यहां पहुंचे हुए हैं। उन्हें बुला लिया गया है, उन्हें एक स्पेशल आई कार्ड दिया गया है। कुछ ऑफिसर्स हैं जो उनको उसके बारे में पूरी जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि उनके परिवार के सदस्य का क्या हाल है, किस तरह की तबीयत उनकी है। और ये तस्वीर टनल के भीतर से कुछ डॉक्टर्स वापस आते हुए हमें इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं। टनल में जो डॉक्टर्स की एक टीम थी, ये तस्वीर देखिए, डॉक्टर्स अभी टनल के भीतर से वापस आते हुए, मास्क लगाए हुए ये डॉक्टर्स, हाथों में ग्लव्स उन्होंने पहना हुआ। इस तरह की कंडीशन में ये डॉक्टर अंदर नहीं गए थे। इसका मतलब ये कि जो एक प्राइमरी हेल्थ चेकअप की जरूरत थी, जिसके लिए एक बहुत ही अस्थायी अस्पताल अंदर बनाया गया था, वहां उनका हेल्थ चेकअप हो रहा है और उसके बाद उन्हें एक एक कर बाहर लाया जाएगा। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी खुद टनल में दाखिल हुए हैं और टनल के बाहर ही जो लोगों की मान्यता है उस हिसाब से एक अस्थायी मंदिर भी बना हुआ था। ट्वीट खुद पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने किया, कहा कि खुदाई का काम पूरा हो गया है, पाइप डालने का काम पूरा हो चुका है और अब बाबा बौखनाथ की कृपा से जो परिश्रम यहां पर किया जा रहा था, जो लेबर लगे हुए थे, जिस तरह का काम किया जा रहा था, अब ये तस्वीर बेहद खास है। जनरल वीके सिंह है, होम सेक्रेटरी हम देख सकते हैं, उत्तराखंड के मुख्य सचिव हैं और खासतौर पर भास्कर खुलबे, यहां पर मौजूदगी उनकी हम देख सकते हैं। ये आगे बढ़ते हुए टनल में, पुष्कर सिंह धामी टनल में पहले ही दाखिल हो चुके हैं और ये अब जनरल वीके सिंह, पूर्व सेना प्रमुख और अब केंद्रीय मंत्री भी, जिस तरह से एक तरह से उन्होंने अपना एक कैंप ऑफिस बना करके रखा हुआ है, वो लगातार यहां पर अपनी मौजूदगी दर्ज कराते हुए, और लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल हरपाल सिंह उनके साथ दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो बात अब हमें और बहुत अच्छे से पता चल रही है वो ये कि जनरल वीके सिंह भी अब हेलमेट लगा करके भीतर दाखिल होते हुए, और ये तस्वीर हम देख रहे हैं, भास्कर खुलबे उनके साथ में मौजूद हैं, प्रधानमंत्री के पूर्व सलाहकार हैं, और बद्री केदार का जब पुनर्निर्माण और एक नई योजना बनाई जा रही थी उसमें एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट की भास्कर खुलबे के पास थी और उत्तराखंड में ही इस तरह से एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी निभाते हैं जब ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहा है। भास्कर खुलबे भी, और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, अब जनरल वीके सिंह टनल के भीतर दाखिल होते हुए, और ये तमाम वो जिम्मेदार लोग हैं जो लगातार इस पूरे ऑपरेशन पर नजर बनाए हुए थे, प्रधानमंत्री से लगातार ये संपर्क में भी हैं। उन्होंने ये कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री लगातार पल पल की अपडेट्स ले रहे हैं, लेकिन शायद अब वो लम्हा बेहद करीब है जब सुरक्षित वो बाहर आएंगे, क्योंकि पाइप डालने का काम पूरा हो चुका है। ऑपरेशन जिसमें खुदाई मैन्युअली की जा रही थी वो काम पूरा हो चुका है और पुष्कर सिंह धामी अब टनल में भीतर दाखिल हो चुके हैं। ये तस्वीर सबसे खास आज 17वें दिन लोगों की आंखों में एक चमक, एक उम्मीद 17वें दिन जगी है। हालांकि ये बताया जा रहा था कि हर संभव वो कोशिशें लगातार जारी रखी जाएगी जहां से कामयाबी मिलने की उम्मीद हो, लेकिन अब ये उम्मीद पर खरे उतरते
Our rolling coverage of the Great Himalayan Rescue continues. A breakthrough has finally been achieved 17 days on whence the ordeal began for these 41 workers trapped in a tunnel in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. But now it's a matter of minutes before we could have, the confirmation that all is well and the rescue operation of pulling out these workers in fact could begin. The latest that we're now understanding is, and we'll just go across to Anshul, who's been on ground zero over the last 2 weeks, that you have General V.K. Singh and other officials who in fact have also now entered the tunnel. You already have the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, at the tunnel side. Anshul continues to be with us. Anshul, help us understand. So we're looking at the updates that you're sending us. You have General V.K. Singh and others also now reaching at the entry of the tunnel. You already have the Chief Minister inside. What's happening behind you?
So yes, hectic parleys are happening. It is just the last few minutes, and the person that you're seeing with me is Chaudhary. He has been over here for the last 17 days, very patiently waiting for his relatives to come out. We'll speak to him and try to find out what are the emotions. The smile that you're seeing on his face was missing for the last 17 days. बहुत खुशी का दिन है आज. हाँ, इतनी तपस्या हुई यहाँ पे, इतनी मेहनत हुई, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आज?
जब तपस्या पूरी होती है तो सिंहासन हाल पड़ता है. इसी नहीं सर, सब आज बहुत खुश हैं और इतने खुश हैं कितनी तारीफ करें कम ही कम है सब आप लोगों की.
आपको कैसा लगा यहाँ पे इतने दिनों तक?
बड़ा हरियाली लगा, बहुत
अच्छा लगा. So you heard there, this person used to go ahead with a small picture of his son, and he used to come and speak to us, asking us to help him, and that was such a tough moment for us as well, because we were also helpless. Not much that we could have done in this entire rescue operation except for reporting on it. But yes, this person had almost lost hope. We have seen him break down a lot of times, and now seeing his face, seeing his smiling face is something that is giving so much peace and satisfaction at this point in time. And you can imagine this is the kind of emotion that is on the ground. Finally, after 17 days, people would be brought out. General V.K. Singh, the Chief Minister, all of them are inside, waiting for those visuals, for the first person to come inside. Garlands have now been taken in, so I'm just guessing that might be the people who might come out, they would be garlanded as well. That is also a possibility. So yes, just the next few minutes, as we are speaking, it's almost 3 p.m. right now, and within the next half an hour, within the next 1 minute, we are expecting that this entire rescue operation would come to an end, and the first person would come out in an hour or so is what the timeline is, what we are expecting.
So as Anshul is pointing out, matter of minutes, you have the rescue teams that have achieved a breakthrough. There is a makeshift hospital on standby. I can see garlands being brought in as well. So as Anshul is pointing out, you have smiles across faces of family members who've had anxiety, this ordeal that has lasted for 70 days. But finally there is relief for them, because there is light literally at the end of this very dark tunnel. Anshul, just help our viewers understand what happens from here now. We've been seeing visuals of a makeshift hospital which has about 41 beds. The NDRF team was telling you earlier in the day that it's going to be about 2 minutes per worker, up and down, some buffer time. Talk to us about what is going to be the immediate protocol that's going to be followed out once we see the first visual of the first worker being pulled out.
So yes, those visuals are not really very far away. We are just awaiting for the next probably an hour or so for the person to start coming out. At this point, the drilling process, the welding process is about to come to an end, and within the next few minutes, the pushing process of the pipe will start. And once that pipe is pushed through, the people will start coming out. Now, what will happen after that? I'll just try and show you the visuals over here. It's all in readiness. Everything is in readiness. It's just a matter of few minutes. People will come out. The first aid will be given to them inside the tunnel, and then from there, they would be taken out in these ambulances with their family members, and then they would be taken to the Chinalisore hospital, the hospital that we just showed our viewers on their screens. And once that entire operation happens, then they would be kept over there for 24 hours, and post that they would be allowed to go home, back to their hometowns. Remember, more than 15 workers over here were from the state of Jharkhand itself, and hence a team from Jharkhand, IS officers from Jharkhand was on the ground. The Labour Commissioner of Jharkhand was on the ground over here for the last 17 days just to make sure that all these people are taken out with safety. So yes, a lot of things have happened over the last 16-17 days. A lot of turn of events has happened. Now hopefully what we wish is that this was the last obstacle, and now from now on there are no more obstacles, and these people finally can reach back to their homes with utmost safety and utmost care.
So as Anshul is pointing out, it looks like it's just that one final hour that is left before we will have those visuals that the entire country has been waiting for over the last 17 long days. And at the end of the day, it has been the rat mining process that has led to this breakthrough and success as far as the rescue teams are concerned. There have been 12 rat mining experts that have been involved in this operation that went on day and night. They were initially, we were told there were 2 teams that were taking turns to drill manually. Specialists were inside the tunnel to ensure that the pipes could be laid, and the pipes could in fact remove these debris as well, because initially the obstacle and the hurdle for the rescue teams was the movement of the debris that led to a lot of challenges. But all of that has now a thing of the past, because that breakthrough has been achieved. One more hour is what our colleague is pointing out, and hopefully we should see those visuals. It's been a long wait, not just for these workers, but for their family members who've been anxiously waiting to hear some good news as well.
उनकी बातचीत करवाई जा रही थी और उन्होंने बताया कि वो तमाम लोग सुरक्षित हैं और अब वो लम्हा बेहद करीब जब अपने परिवार के लोगों से वो बस मिलने ही वाले हैं। प्रियंका, कई परिजनों से आपकी भी बात हो रही है, कैसे कर रहे हैं खुशी का इजहार?
We'll continue to get you reports coming in from our other colleagues as well, multiple colleagues from within the network on ground zero in Uttarkashi. But let's go back to our colleague Anshul, who's also been there for the last 2 weeks, and he's been speaking to not just rescue teams but family members as well. And Anshul, it was so good to finally see a smile on the faces of the family members. You've also developed a bond with them. We've been seeing their reactions over the last 2 weeks. Finally, a sigh of relief for all of them. But initially I was asking you, just help us understand what is the protocol that's going to be followed immediately after the first worker is going to be pulled out. Talk to us about the kind of medical checkups that will happen, the makeshift hospital that has also been put in place.
Yes, the protocol that would be followed initially, as soon as they would come out, they would first be given warm clothes, because the temperature inside the tunnel is somewhere around the 25 to 30 degrees Celsius mark, whereas the temperature outside here in Uttarkashi is somewhere around the 8 to 10 degrees Celsius mark. So yes, there is going to be a massive change in temperature as these people would be come out, and hence initially they would be given warm clothes, and then they would be given glasses and masks as well at this point in time, because glasses become really important because they haven't had any access to any sort of sunlight over the last 17 days, and hence suddenly coming out in bright sunlight might affect their eyes, and hence glasses would be given to them, and that is something that has been taken inside the tunnel, is what we can confirm to our viewers at this point in time. After that, the doctor who would be on the ground, the CMO who would be present on the ground, he would ask them about the medical emergency or the medical needs that he might need, how is he feeling, and initial medicines would be given to them at that very spot. Post that, what we are expecting, that all these people would then be loaded into ambulances and then would be taken away from here to the Chilianis medical hospital that has been made, or the community hospital that has been made, where all these people would be kept under observation for at least 24 hours for the doctors to know that if at all these people have developed any other medical emergencies, and if someone requires more medical emergency, then that person would be airlifted from here. If this entire thing happens during the day, then airlifting would happen and they would be taken to AIIMS Rishikesh. If the sun goes down, then a green corridor would be made from Uttarkashi to AIIMS Rishikesh, and it is going to take somewhere around 2.5 to quarter to 3 hours for them to actually reach over there at AIIMS Rishikesh. So yes, a lot of things have been planned. Remember, this is the easiest part of this entire rescue operation that needs to be implemented now. The difficult parts have been gone through. We have seen that how this tunnel that is right behind me has proven to be a headache, not only for the rescuers, but for the entire country over the last 14 days, when this tunnel made sure that it won't allow the people who were stuck inside to get out, even after the state-of-the-art machineries that were used over here, the experts from all across the globe that were gathered over here. Finally, after 17 days, the mountains have agreed, and finally the people have started. People will start coming out within the next few minutes as we are speaking. So yes, everything finally on the 17th day has gone according to the plan, and finally we are now reporting that yes, people will start coming out right within the next few minutes as we are speaking.
This is a very crucial hour that is underway as we speak, because this is the final hour. He is hoping that there will be no more obstacles and these workers can be pulled out. But Anshul, as you were pointing out, there are certain precautions that need to be taken. These are workers who haven't seen sunshine, daylight over the last 17 days. Their health has been monitored non-stop continuously. Few doctors we were speaking to earlier were also telling us that they've lost some weight, but that was said to be understood because they couldn't get any solid food in the initial days. What are the kind of precautions that even the medical teams will now be monitoring and taking into account once these workers are pulled out?
So yes, first their diet needs to be maintained. Yes, they have gotten food over the last 1 week or so. But yes, their diet is something that needs to be maintained at this point in time, and hence the last pipe. So yes, that was an official confirmation that we were trying to get. The last pipe is being sent inside at this point in time, and within the next few minutes, it's just a matter of minutes, because remember, the pipe has been drilled, it just needs to be pushed through. The auger machine will start pushing it through in the next few minutes, and we are expecting that process to happen within the next 10 to 15 minutes itself. But yes, it is going to be done slowly, because the last step, that is something that the rescuers know, that if they get too much excited, then yes, things could go south very, very quickly, especially inside the tunnel. So the last pipe is being pushed in with all the patience, with a lot of patience, and hence we are expecting that once this pipe is pushed inside, we can then expect the people would start coming in. So it's just a matter of minutes, as we were reporting. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, or probably in half an hour, the pipe would be sent inside. NDRF would then go inside the tunnel and start pulling people out. So yes, the wait is not for that long now. It's just a matter of minutes before finally the people who have been inside for the last 17 days, they will start coming down.
So as Anshul is pointing out, there's now an official confirmation that is coming in that the last official pipe that had to be put in fact, has also gone through. So literally a matter of minutes as these things continue to unfold. This crucial rescue that continues in the last hour. Rescue teams taking no chances in the last 1 hour, ensuring that they're taking their time with the final moments so that nothing goes south and these workers in fact can be pulled out. Anshul, also help us understand, over the last 15 days, we've spoken about multiple mechanisms that have been undertaken to try and rescue these workers. When everything failed, we came down to the rat mining process. What led to the success as far as this particular process is concerned?
So yes, a lot of processes were used. A lot of them got success. A lot of them wasted time. This was a trial and error method that was used since day one. If I could tell you the entire timeline, initially when the debris fell, it was somewhere around the 20-meter mark. So the rescuers, the people who were on the ground over here, they thought that they would be able to remove this debris, and hence they started moving the debris with earth movers. And as soon as they moved it, more debris fell, which meant that the debris now was somewhere around the 40-meter mark. Post that, an auger machine was called in. This auger machine was not of the best strength, and as soon as the auger machine started drilling, there were vibrations that happened. debris fell yet again on the machine, breaking down that auger machine, and yet again the amount of debris increased to somewhere around the 50 to 55 meter mark. Then yet again a bigger auger machine, the American auger machine, was called in. It started drilling. It successfully drilled through at least 22 meters through the debris, and then girders were found, which meant that yet again the operation was set back by a lot many days, and in that operation also some debris fell, which eventually meant that the amount of debris came somewhere around to 57 to the 60 meter mark. Now the rescuers were worried that if at all they continue drilling with this auger machine, then the people who are carrying out this rescue operation, their lives will be at risk. So the solution was found. Structuring was done inside the tunnel for at least 2 days, where absolutely no drilling or nothing, no operations happened inside the tunnel. The structuring happened, and post that another auger machine was called, and then yet again the drilling process started. This drilling process went to the spot of the 45 meter mark, and post that as we speak, post that 48 meter mark, again girders were found, and these girders yet again made sure that the auger machine is destroyed absolutely. And that was the time the rescuers said that they are not going to put in the machine yet again. It took them 2 days to actually take out that machine from the debris, the driller from the debris, and hence a lot of time, precious time, was wasted. And that was the day when these rescuers said that no longer they are going to use machines. It is just the last 8 to 10 meters that is left, and that would be done manually through the rat hole mining technique. And that technique was employed since last evening. The mining started, and today as we are speaking, the mining process has come to an end. The pushing of that pipe is happening as we speak, and once these pipes are pushed in, we can break this news to our viewers that finally the first person would come out within a matter of minutes.
Anshul continuing to report for us from ground zero over the last 2 weeks. He's pointing out what all has happened in the last 2 weeks and why this last 1 hour is so crucial. So as far as the pipes are concerned, all of that is now in place. The rescue teams, the NDRF team, not taking any risk at this point, taking their time to ensure that this final hurdle can be overcome without any challenges and the workers can be pulled out. Let's listen into some reports coming in from our other colleagues as well.
अपना काम छोड़कर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और आसपास के लोग पहाड़ की चोटियों पर बैठे हैं, कोई किसी पत्थर पर बैठा हुआ है और सभी की निगाहें उस टनल पर है। टनल के बाहर लगातार एम्बुलेंस का काफिला, कतार, एक लंबी कतार हम देख सकते हैं, जहां पर कुछ ऐसा सामान है जिसकी जरूरत पड़ी है और शायद वो टनल के भीतर ले जाया जा रहा है। वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों को इसकी जानकारी दी गई है और कुछ ऐसा सामान जो जरूरी सामान हो सकता है वो टनल के भीतर ले जाया जा रहा है। लेकिन परिवार के लोग अपना बैग पैक करके, जो पिछले कई दिनों से डेरा डाले हुए थे, एक बैरिकेडिंग के वो बाहर थे, लेकिन अब उन्हें भीतर बुला लिया गया है। यानी अब जिसके लिए वो उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे वो घड़ी बहुत नजदीक आ गई है और अब अपने परिवार के सदस्य वो मिलने ही वाले हैं, क्योंकि टनल के भीतर दाखिल हो चुके हैं। खुद पुष्कर सिंह धामी मुख्यमंत्री जो सुबह भी आए थे, मुलाकात करके गए थे, उन्होंने हालचाल जाना था, अपने उन तमाम मजदूर भाइयों की कुशलता की कामना की थी। इसी मंदिर के बाहर उन्होंने माथा टेका था। नजारा तब बेहद और अहम था जब वर्ल्ड टनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रेसिडेंट अर्नोल्ड डिक्स भी यहां मंदिर में पूजा अर्चना करते दिखाई दिए थे, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी खुद आंखों से देखा था पिछले 17 दिनों से क्या हो रहा है। जिस तरह से भारत में परंपरा भी है, अस्पतालों में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए लोग पहुंचते हैं और एक्सपर्ट्स, डॉक्टर्स कहते हैं कि हमने दवा दे दी है, अब दुआ की जरूरत है, और यहां तमाम वो नजारा देखने को मिला है। अर्नोल्ड ने भी देखा कि किस तरीके से कुछ लोग जो काम में डटे हुए हैं रात दिन, वो तो काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग दुआ कर रहे हैं, लगातार अथक प्रयास, वो भी इसमें कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ रहे। और ऐसे में अर्नोल्ड भी भगवान के चरणों में प्रार्थना करते दिखाई दिए थे। आज टनल पर सभी की निगाहें, क्योंकि टनल में है पुष्कर सिंह धामी जो रिसीव करने गए। एक तरीके से संदेश ये आया है कि ऑल इज वेल, यानी सब कुछ ठीक है। एम्बुलेंस पूरी तरीके से टनल के बाहर तैयार है। अगर बहुत कुछ इमरजेंसी की जरूरत पड़ी तो उस हिसाब से भी तमाम इक्विपमेंट के साथ में 3 एम्बुलेंसेस जो अंदर दाखिल हुई हैं उनकी अब वापसी का इंतजार।
So we now understanding ambulances are on standby. There is a makeshift hospital that is also ready to ensure to monitor these trapped workers. Our colleague Anshul continues to be with us. Anshul, are you seeing any movement at the entry of the tunnel? The Chief Minister, General V.K. Singh, all inside currently?
Yes, so the entire top brass, be it the Chief Minister or VK Singh, all of them are inside the tunnel at this point in time as we are speaking, because yes, as I said, it's just a matter of few minutes. Once the pipe goes towards the other end, the NDRF and SDRF team will go inside the pipes, go towards the other end and start pulling people outside. So it's just a matter of few minutes as we are speaking. Probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes we might get that official confirmation of the first person being pulled out. But yes, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here the kind of movement that is already happening at this point in time. The ambulance have absolutely been kept in all readiness. As soon as the people will come out, the first person will get the medical aid that he needs. As soon as that process ends, he would be loaded in one of these ambulances and he would be sent right to Chinali Salt where the makeshift hospital has been made. Then for the second, then for the third. So this is the sequence of events that is going to happen. At this point in time, there is calmness that can be seen on the ground. Yes, there are a few fake reports floating at this point in time that people have started coming out, but there is absolutely no confirmation on that. In fact, what we have been told by the way of sources is that there are the last pipe is being sent inside the tunnel. This is a 3-meter pipe that is being drilled through right inside. So once that process ends, then the team of NDRF will go in, and then we will get those visuals of people coming out. You can see the calmness that pertains this entire area. If at all people would have started coming out, we would have seen a lot of rush that might have happened over here. But yes, there is absolute calmness, and the last pipe is being sent inside. A 3-meter distance needs to be covered through that pipe because the rescuers do not want to end it at the 57-meter mark. Because if at all there is some movement and more debris falls, then it could actually block the entry yet again of the pipe, and hence they are pushing this pipe through at least 3 meters ahead of the portion where the debris ends, and that process is underway right now. So once that is done, then NDRF team will go inside and then it will start pulling out people. So that is going to take another 15 to 20 minutes is what we are expecting. And also from our experience that we have learned over the last 17 days that how much amount of time does it take for a pipe to actually go inside. In the next 15 to 20 minutes we are expecting that to happen, and post that we will tell our viewers as how these people will finally start to come out from the debris.
So what Anshul is pointing out is very important to note, that the teams are not taking any risk, and they in fact are not going to stop with the pipe just at the 57-meter mark. They don't want to take any risk. Last minute, if any debris falls, it shouldn't be able to block the entry. So they're in fact going to go further beyond that 57-meter mark, 3 meters further, to ensure that now there is no more challenges or hurdle as far as these workers are concerned, and that's important to note. Anshul, also help us understand what is the other kind of arrangement that has been made. You've been reporting that family members of these trapped workers have also been called to the side. Some of them have already moved inside the tunnel with luggage. Understandably, they'll need warm clothes and others. Help us understand what is the kind of coordination that's happening with the family members on the site.
So yes, a lot of coordination has been taking place over the last 17 days. If you see the manner in which the authorities have been trying to make sure that these people stay calm, because if at all they lose their hope, they lose their emotion, and the people who are inside, they will also lose hope and they will also get emotional. And that was one of the toughest tasks at hand for the entire rescue team. I can just show you in the visuals over here. This is how the family members are now standing with abated breath right outside the tunnel, waiting for those orders to just come in as to so that they can go inside and meet with their loved ones, feel and touch them after 17 long days. They have been waiting very patiently over here. A lot of mental stamina it takes, strength it takes for people to actually know that the people who are stuck inside, will they be able to get out? What is their condition? After knowing all this, the kind of situation that is inside the tunnel, will they be able to survive in such pressure? These people have been waiting out here patiently, and now finally they have been called in. They have been asked to get the warm clothes of their family members who are stuck inside, and it's just a wait of the next few minutes. One by one, all these people would be called in as the relative gets out of the tunnel. One by one, all these people would be called in. They would be allowed to meet with them over there. Then all of them would be put into ambulances together, and then they would be taken away from here. So a lot of planning has been made. The authorities have also made sure that there is no need to keep any sort of secret about the health conditions of any person, because each and every person is fine, is what the authorities have claimed from day one, and hence the family members would be allowed to meet with their loved ones right here at ground zero, and post that all of them would be taken away from here. So yes, a lot of planning has been done. Probably the easiest part of this entire operation will start within the next few minutes. At this point in time, we have been told that yes, we are expecting these people to start coming out any time now. Probably as we speak, we might get that news very shortly that the first person might have come out. But yes, at this point in time, the pipes are being pushed through. Once the pipe pushed through, another 5 minutes for the NDRF team to go inside and make the setup, and then we can expect the first person to come out, which could happen any time within the next 10 to 15 minutes as we speak.
Very crucial last moments as far as this great rescue is concerned. The ordeal will finally end for these 41 trapped workers, and also this ordeal will end for their family members who've been waiting with bated breath outside. Anshul continues to be with us. Anshul, as you were rightly pointing out, the multiple hurdles and challenges that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, there have been challenges in terms of the medical facilities that can be provided to these trapped workers as well. Setting up this makeshift hospital also hasn't been easy.
Definitely, in a place like Uttarkashi, it is a very small district, and suddenly arranging 41 beds for patients is something that was never thought of out here, especially in Uttarkashi. And probably thankfully, due to the pandemic, there was a community center hospital that was established in Uttarkashi in Chinalisor, which is just a few kilometers away from here, and that has yet again proven to be a beneficial pit stop for all these workers. Otherwise, these people would have been taken to all the way to AIIMS Rishikesh, which would have taken a lot of time, and also the manner in which the night flying is not allowed over here. And so yes, it might have taken a lot of time. But yes, this hospital, the makeshift hospital that has been made over here, that also played a very crucial role in this entire rescue operations. The minor injuries that the rescuers were having during the rescue operations, that all got treated over here. The people inside who were complaining of nausea, people inside were complaining of headaches, of an upset stomach, all those things, all those medicines were provided immediately from the hospital that is set up over here. So yes, a lot of planning has happened and a lot of planning has gone underway. And at this point in time, you can see this team of doctors. भैया कहाँ से आए आप लोग? अरे बता दो, इतना तो बता दीजिए सर. अंदर हो रहा है, ऑपरेशन चल रहा है. So these people are from the 108 emergency services over here. They have been asked to step out at this point in time. They are going down to the porta cabins that have been set up over here for meetings and everything. So we are expecting that to happen in the next few minutes. They would be briefed about the exact nitty-gritties of this entire operation. They have been asked not to speak to media at this point in time. But yes, these people would be playing a very crucial role once these people are taken out, and post that, once they leave from here, probably their job will come to an end, because they have been stationed over here for the last 17 days, making sure that the health and especially the mental health of the people who are stuck inside, that remains intact. They remain confident. So that is something that has been done by them over the last 17 days.
So as Anshul is showing us, even on those visuals, there are multiple teams that are currently monitoring this operation. People who are stepping out of the tunnel, not wanting to promise anything extra to the media, not wanting to speak to media officials right now. Everybody's focus is in this last crucial hour to ensure that this ordeal ends for everyone, not just for these trapped workers, their families, and even for the rescue teams that have been working round the clock over the last 2 weeks. Anshul, as we continue to speak, help us understand the key people who are currently in the tunnel, who will in fact be the first set of people to get these visuals of the workers being pulled out.
So yes, within the next few minutes, we will start getting those visuals. We'll have to get at a vantage point to get those visuals at this point in time. But yes, that is something that is what we were waiting for. And as soon as these people will come out, we are seeing the kind of arrangements that has already been made over here by the rescue team. And those visuals are not very far away. We have been told that it's just a matter of minutes before the first person will be pulled out. Everything is in readiness. All the arrangements have been made to the T, and just in the next 5 to 7 minutes we will get those visuals. The CM, the Chief Minister, is inside the tunnel. General VK Singh is very much inside the tunnel, and in the next 10 to 15 minutes we are expecting them to actually come out and tell us how this entire rescue operation has went and finally to confirm once for officially coming out and officially confirm that yes, the first person has been taken out successfully from behind the debris, which would mean that this entire operation that has been put in place, this operation has become successful. So yes, a lot of hurdles that were faced. Finally, just the last few minutes before we are expecting this operation to come to an end, and hopefully we are hoping at this point in time that probably the auger machine that got stuck a day before yesterday, or approximately 36 hours ago, inside the debris, was probably the last obstruction that they might have to face. Now finally we hope that there are no more obstructions that is happening over here. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here how colorful is this entire environment becoming. People, these are the local people who have gathered over here, singing songs, praying to God that the entire operation becomes successful. You can hear, I'll just try and speak to them. So these are the local folk songs being sung over here. A lot of color that can be seen over here. Finally these people are confident that the good news is not that far away, and that is the reason why celebrations have already started. भैया क्या उम्मीद है आपकी? अब कॉन्फिडेंट है कि अब हो गया?
पूरा है कि
पूरा हो गया।
सारे लोग जो सकुशल जो है खुली हवा में सांस लेंगे।
बाबा बौगनाथ की बात हो रही है, खुश है बाबा बौगनाथ? So yes, as you heard there, these people have all gathered over here celebrating this historic day that is underway at this point in time. There was a local legend that was ongoing over here. They said that the local gods are not happy because of this tunnel work, and hence a lot of pujas and pujas happened over here. I'll just try and show you in the visual over here. The makeshift temple that has been set up. In fact, Havan is ongoing as we are speaking right atop this mountain, right on the left of the tunnel as well. So yes, post this entire temple was made, and the Havans that have been ongoing since yesterday itself. The people are now saying that finally the local gods are happy, and hence these people will come out safely. So yes, the mountains are happy is what the local claims, the gods are happy is what the local claims, and definitely the family members are happy is what I can see with my eyes. So definitely a very, very historic and happy moment out here at the Silkyara tunnel site.
As Anshul is pointing out that you can suddenly see a change as far as the mood on the ground is concerned, and understandably so. People who've been waiting with the bated breath to try and see these visuals, to try and hear the good news that these workers in fact have been rescued. Some reactions coming in. Okay, we'll try and get those reactions in just a bit, but our colleague Anshul continues to be with us. And Anshul, as you were rightly pointing out, that there is a sudden change on the mood of the ground. The reactions that we're seeing from people who used to be coming every day to this site, finally wanting to hear some good news. Family members have a smile on their face. But as you've been pointing out, that the rescue teams also do not want to take any chances with this last leg, this last crucial hour, and that's why they're not hurrying up this process. Talk to us exactly what's happening in the last 60 minutes.
So yes, the last 60 minutes have been very, very crucial, and probably the easiest 60 minutes for the rescue workers. They know that they have gone through the entire plan, they have been successful in this entire operation, and hence they do not want to rush anything at this point in time, because one wrong step would yet again mean that the entire operation could be pushed back by us, the timeline could be pushed back by us, and that is something that the rescuers do not want to do. And hence, with all precision, the auger machine, as we are speaking, is pushing in the pipe. The 800mm diameter pipe, it is pushing in at a very constant speed, so that there is absolutely no movement in the debris, because if at all there is movement in the debris, then the debris will fall yet again, manual drilling would need to be done. So yes, the machine that is at work right now is pushing it with all safety, with all the concerns, making sure that there is absolutely no vibrations that happen when the pipe is being pushed through, and that is the reason why it is taking time for the rescuers to push that pipe through, because it is happening at a slow speed, is what we are being told. So yes, the rescuers know that they have already gotten excited many a times, and they have fallen flat on their faces. For example, the last time the ground penetration report that came out, when it said that over the next 5.4 meters there are no heavy metal pieces, and hence they came on record and said that they are going to push through the auger machine with more strength, and that is something that they did. And just 2 meters after that, the entire auger machine got stuck in such a way that it took 36 hours for the rescuers to actually clean that auger machine from the pipe itself. So this time around they are ready to not make those mistakes. They are confident that they'll be able to go through at a constant speed. Yes, people are excited, people are happy, but they are making sure, the rescuers are making sure that the excitement does not push back the entire operation yet again.
Okay, Anshul, we'll request you to stay on with us. The final minutes, we're keeping a very close eye on those developments. Some crucial reactions coming in.
ये आर पार हो गई है पाइप, अब एनडीआरएस और आर्मी ने ऑपरेशंस टेक ओवर कर लिए हैं।
अच्छा, अब कितना लगभग समय लगेगा? आप लोगों की बातचीत हुई होगी अधिकारियों से?
देखिए, कोशिश तो यही है कि जितना जल्द से जल्द हो सके उनको बाहर ले आएंगे, वही एम है सबका। तो उम्मीद है कि देखिए शाम तक सारे लोग बाहर आ जाने चाहिए सेफली। सब सेफ है, ये कंफर्मेशन आ गया था, तो लेट्स सी, शाम तक सब कुछ हो जाना चाहिए। रास्ता पूरा क्लियर हो चुका है।
एक बार नाम बता दीजिए अपना।
संभव चावला।
So key reactions coming in from members who've been involved as far as this rescue operation is concerned. What they're going on record and clarifying is that the breakthrough has been achieved. All the hurdles have been overcome. Now we're literally in the last leg of this mammoth rescue operation that has lasted long 17 days. The final pipe has also gone inside. What Anshul was pointing out a short while ago is crucial, that the rescue teams aren't stopping with the pipe at just 57 meters, which was the crucial point, but they're going further inside to ensure that this time around the debris cannot block the entry point. Before we go back to our colleagues, some other reactions coming in.
अरे मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, पुष्कर धामी जिंदाबाद।
Of locals also coming in. You have family members of the trapped workers who are at the tunnel side. Many of them in fact have been taken inside with some luggage. Now what our colleagues have been pointing out, this is how the process of the protocol in fact will look like. You have ambulances on standby. The NDRF teams will be going in about 2 minutes each is what we're understanding to pull out each of these workers, 41 of them. They're keeping a buffer time of about half an hour to 1 hour as far as this entire rescue process is concerned. All the key officials, whether it's General V.K. Singh, whether it's the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, all of them inside the tunnel as we speak. Let's take a look at some other reports coming in.
यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं, पहाड़ की चोटियों पर जगह जगह जहाँ जिन्हें जगह मिल रही है चट्टानों पर, वहां से बैठ करके टनल पर टकटकी लगाए हुए हैं। कई लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं। आप भी आसपास से सुबह से आए हुए हैं?
हाँ, सुबह से।
क्या सोचकर पहुंचे थे?
हम ये सोचकर पहुंचे थे यहाँ पर कि उन्हें जल्दी से जल्दी बाहर निकाल जाए। भगवान
जी
दुआ कर रहे भगवान से।
हमने देखा सुबह हाथ जोड़ करके आप यहाँ पर बैठे हुए थे कि कहीं कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे। क्या मन्नत मांग रहे थे?
हम ये मन्नत मांग रहे कि जल्दी से जल्दी बाहर निकल जाए और बढ़िया सुरक्षित निकल जाए।
ये तमाम लोगों की है, परिवार सहित कई लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। कई लोग, आप लोग भी काफी देर से आए हुए हैं यहाँ?
हाँ जी हाँ।
क्या नाम आपका?
पूजा।
क्या सोच करके यहाँ पहुंचे हुए थे आप लोग? क्या जानकारी मिली थी आपको?
सर ये बोला था कि वो निकलने वाले हैं, ये सुना बस।
तो यही प्रार्थना करते हुए आप लोग यहाँ पहुंचे?
जी जी।
ये तमाम वो लोग हैं जो शब्दों में तो शायद अपने दिल की पूरी बात बयान ना कर पाए, लेकिन उनके चेहरों को देखकर हम समझ सकते हैं जिस तरह से लगातार एक आतुरता उनकी आंखों में दिखाई दे रही है। वो भी उतने ही व्याकुल हैं जितने यहाँ के तमाम एक्सपर्ट, जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, जिनके ऊपर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी थी कि यहाँ से उन 41 मजदूरों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाला जा सके। लेकिन जो लोग इस काम में सीधे योगदान नहीं दे पा रहे थे, वो दुआ कर रहे थे। और इसका एक और ताजा नजारा हमने जब देखा, जब अर्नोल्डिस, जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर इस टनल के काम के एक्सपर्ट माने जाते हैं, वो भी यहाँ पूजा अर्चना करते दिखाई दिए। एक और ताजा तस्वीर और एक बड़ी तस्वीर है, अब किसी भी वक्त वो तमाम फंसे हुए मजदूर वापस आ सकते हैं। और अब एम्बुलेंस भीतर दाखिल होती हुई एक एम्बुलेंस तैयार की जा रही है और हमें लगता है कि शायद भीतर से उसी कॉल का इंतजार था जिसके लिए ये एम्बुलेंस तैयार की गई है। अब इस एम्बुलेंस के पास हम देख सकते हैं, मेरे वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सहयोगी युगल ठाकुर भी दिखा रहे हैं कैसे एक बैरिकेडिंग के बाहर जो तमाम परिजन मौजूद थे, उन मजदूरों के परिवार के लोग मौजूद थे, उन्हें भीतर बुला लिया गया है। उनके लिए एक स्पेशल आईडी कार्ड बनाया गया है। उस परिचय पत्र में बाकायदा जानकारी लिखी गई है कि ये दरअसल किसके परिवार के सदस्य हैं। वो बैग लेकर के जो बड़ी आतुरता से इंतजार कर रहे थे, उन्हें भीतर बुला लिया गया। और ये तस्वीर देखिए, हमने देखा है वो आई कार्ड उनके गलों में लटके हुए हैं। एम्बुलेंस के नजदीक ही जनरल वीके सिंह की जहां गाड़ी खड़ी है, वहां कई सारे बैग रखे हुए हैं और ये परिवार के सदस्य हैं। और उनके गले में लटका हुआ आप देख सकते हैं पहचान पत्र। ये वो पहचान पत्र है जो इन मजदूरों के परिजनों की आइडेंटिटी है, जिन्हें यहाँ के सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने एक आई कार्ड दिया है। ये बैग लेकर के आए हैं। इसमें संभवतः कुछ उनके पसंद की खाने पीने की चीजें या फिर उनके कपड़े हैं, क्योंकि 17 दिन हो चुके हैं जो इस टनल के भीतर अटके हुए थे। आज जबकि ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन सफलता से पूरा होता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, बेहद आतुरता से टनल की ओर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे खास बात यह है कि ये एक बड़ी कामयाबी, और अब हर कोई कह रहा है, टनल से जो कोई भी आ रहा है, लग ये रहा है कि वो खुशखबरी लेकर आ रहा है। और क्या उनके पीछे एम्बुलेंस आ रही है और ये कह रहे हैं कि अब जीत गई जिंदगी। जिस तरीके से ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन अंजाम दिया गया, अब उस रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को आखिरी तक अपनी निगाहों से देखना चाहते हैं।
Colleagues are reporting that they're seeing some sort of movement just in front of the tunnel. What our viewers need to understand is that you already have a protocol in place. You have ambulances on standby. You have family members of these trapped workers. Some of them have already been moved inside the tunnel. These family workers have been given an ID card as well. They are carrying some essentials like warm clothes, blankets, etc. Now, what doctors on the site have also been pointing out, two things that will be very crucial to watch out for. These are workers who haven't seen any sunshine, any daylight. So that needs to be taken into account the minute they're pulled out. Also, certain glasses have been given to ensure that they don't have a direct impact of the sunlight post 17 days. There are doctors within the tunnel that will be monitoring these workers, and then of course they will be taken to this makeshift hospital which has 41 beds already ready. You have 41 ambulances also on standby. You have General VK Singh, you have the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand Pushkar Singh Dhami, and all the other rescue team officials also currently in the tunnel as we speak. This is literally the last hour, moments before we could see the first visual of that worker in fact being pulled out. It's been an ordeal that has lasted a lot more than what was anticipated initially. On the 17th day is when teams who've been working round the clock managed to achieve this breakthrough. There have been a lot of changes as far as the rescue plan is concerned. It started with horizontal drilling, then we went to vertical drilling, came back to vertical drilling. Auger machines were brought in from different parts of the country, but at the end of the day it was a rat mining process, which means it had to be manually drilled within small intervals, that finally achieved some success as far as this rescue operation is concerned. And as our colleagues continue to point out, matter of minutes before you had the NDRF teams going inside and pulling out the first of these 41 workers, some of their family members, as we said, in the tunnel already with some key essentials. So what will happen after we see the first visual of these workers being pulled out? They're directly going to be put in ambulances, separate ambulances that are on standby, and then taken to this makeshift hospital where they in fact will be given a medical checkup and the basic essentials. A lot of the doctors also worried about their health conditions. The good news is 17 days on, the health of all the 41 workers is okay, is being monitored continuously. Over the last few days, we've seen an endoscopic camera that was sent inside the tunnel, a microphone, a speaker was also sent inside so that constant communication could happen with these workers. And finally, that day has arrived where these workers will finally come out and they will be reunited with their families. All of this playing out in real time in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. As we pointed out, there have been multiple challenges over the last few days. The movement and the clearing of the debris has been the biggest challenge as far as these rescue teams are concerned. There have been metal pieces that have been found on the way. There have been certain pipes that have broken down. All of this now a thing of the past, because the final pipe also in fact has gone inside, and this will allow the NDRF teams also to go in and then pull out the first worker.
कि आखिर क्या और ताजा अपडेट है, कितना और वक्त लगेगा। लेकिन सबसे खास बात यह कि बहुत कुछ कम वक्त ही रह गया है जब टनल से एम्बुलेंस बाहर निकलते दिखाई देगी। हर कोई ये जानना चाह रहा है कि आखिर अब वक्त क्यों लग रहा है जब ये मिशन लगभग कामयाब हो चुका है। ऐसे में जबकि हर कोई कहने लगा है जीत गई है जिंदगी, लेकिन उसके लिए भी कुछ बहुत जरूरी कदम है जो उठाए जाने हैं, क्योंकि उनके स्वास्थ्य का ख्याल रखना सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी था। और यही बात बहुत पहले से कही जा रही थी। जब एक्सपर्ट से हम लगातार बात कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में इतना वक्त लग रहा है ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। सबसे खास बात और जरूरी बात यह है कि वो तमाम 41 मजदूर सुरक्षित रहें, उन्हें कहीं कोई खतरा ना हो, कहीं हमारी जल्दबाजी उनके लिए कोई एक नई आफत बनकर ना आ जाए। और इसीलिए भी फूंक फूंक कर कदम उठाए जा रहे थे और आखिरकार वो लम्हा करीब आ ही गया। इस संयम ने, इस सब्र ने वो अपना फल दिया है कि अब ये जिंदगी जीत कर इस टनल से बाहर आती हुई तुरंत दिखाई देगी। लेकिन ये एक बड़ी और अहम खबर भी है कि आखिरकार 17वें दिन एक बड़ी कामयाबी हाथ लग गई है जिसका बेसब्री से इंतजार था।
Let's continue the conversation with our colleague Anshul, who continues to help us understand what's happening. Some other fresh visuals also now coming in, and as we pointed out, just the final moments before we could see the NDRF team pulling out those workers. Anshul continues to be with us. Anshul, some fresh visuals coming in. Help us understand what's happening behind you. What are officials on the ground telling you?
So yes, we have accessed the first visuals from inside the tunnel, where a makeshift hospital that was outside over here has now been set up inside the tunnel. Ambulances in fact has been kept over there, makeshift beds have been kept over there, blood pressure checking machines have been put inside the tunnel at this point in time. We are just awaiting for the NDRF to initially take over this entire operation and then go in fact start pulling out people from inside the tunnel. So this video that we have accessed actually clearly tells the story of how the first aid that would be given to these people would be initially given from inside the tunnel itself, and post that these people would be checked up, their blood pressures would be checked up, and then they would be loaded into these ambulances along with their family members, and then they would leave from here to Chinali-Sor, where the entire makeshift hospital has now been made. So yes, it's just a matter of few minutes, probably the next 5 to 7 minutes as we are counting down to it. We will get that information that the first person has finally come out from the rescue tunnel that has been made by the rescuers. At this point in time, officials have concerned that absolutely no one has come out from the pipe at this point in time. In fact, all the people who are stuck inside are still inside. The operation that is underway right now is pushing off that 800mm pipe inside the auger, inside the tunnel, and that is something that is happening at this point. There have been a lot of fake news and rumors that has been doing rounds of people have started to come out. All those reports are absolutely false. The latest update is that the hospital has been set up inside the tunnel itself, and within the next few minutes we are expecting that the first person would be pulled out. NDRF is about to take control of this operation within the next few minutes, and once the NDRF takes control of the operations, then we can expect within the next 5 minutes the people would start coming out. At this point in time, the operations are still within the hand of the rescuers and not with the NDRF, is what officials have now confirmed to CNN News 18, and now we are just awaiting for the NDRF to take over that operation. The operation would be only taken over once the entire pipe is pushed through at least 3 meters inside the debris. In fact, on the other side, once the pipe goes approximately 3 meters to the length, then only the NDRF will take over this operation, and then we can expect that these people would start coming out one by one with utmost safety and utmost precision, because no one wants that. Over the last 17 days these people have been safe inside. No one wants to hurt them while they get out to rescue and try to breathe in the fresh air and try to see the mountains in which they have been working for the last 4.5 hours, but they have been stuck inside that tunnel, and now finally we are expecting that they will come out. Everything is planned, everything is in action right now. Family members, as you can see, are still waiting outside. The family members have not been yet ordered to go inside. They are still awaiting for that order from the officials at this point. Once that order comes in, then one by one these people will go inside, meet with their family members, get their checkups done, and post that we can expect that this entire operation would eventually then come to an end. As we are speaking, these visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now is actually telling the entire story of how these people who have been stuck inside for the last 17 days will start to come out within the next few minutes. As we are speaking, NDRF is just about to take the operation take the operation over, and once the NDRF takes this operation over, we can expect that this entire thing would come to find its logical conclusion that we have been waiting for, which means that within the next few minutes, once the NDRF takes over the operation, within the next few minutes, the persons would start coming out, the people would start coming out one by one. At this point in time, the visuals that that the viewers are seeing on their screens right now actually tells the entire story of how the rescue operation is now planned, and now how the last and the easiest part of the rescue operation is underway.
So as Anshul is pointing out, these visuals that we've accessed are very crucial, because what they tell us is that there is a makeshift hospital that's been made right inside the tunnel, where the first set of medical checkup will happen for these trapped workers. We can see oxygen cylinders, we can see other machines that have been brought in right inside the tunnel, even before these workers are moved to these ambulances that are on standby, then eventually taken to this makeshift hospital. So the rescue teams not wanting to delay the medical checkup, as the NDRF team starts to pull out these workers one by one. You have some key machines and doctors right inside the tunnel who will be monitoring these trapped workers and then transferring them to the ambulances eventually to that makeshift hospital. What Anshul is also pointing out is all of this now in the last stage, but the rescue teams are not hurrying up this process. They do not want any one wrong decision to have an entire the entire result to not go their way. What we're also understanding, you have family members of these workers also inside the tunnel, but they also haven't been pushed further inside. You have key officials on the ground. You have the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's been at the tunnel site over the last few hours. You have General VK Singh and other officials also now inside the tunnel. What the NDRF teams have been telling us over the last few days, that once they have access, the first minute that they get in, they will start pulling out these workers one by one, and it will take them about 2 minutes each to pull out each worker. There are about 41 of them. Anshul continues to be on the ground. So Anshul, these visuals that we continue to stay with, a makeshift hospital right inside the tunnel, doctors, rescue teams not wanting to take any chance, wanting to monitor and have these checks on the workers the minute they're pulled out. Any movement that you're seeing around you?
So yes, some local VIP movement is happening over here. The local MLAs are now reaching on this spot just to be a part of this very historic photo op that is going to happen once these people start coming out. And definitely, especially the political leaders, do not want to go ahead and miss this opportunity of this very historic photo op that is going to happening. And hence, these people are now coming in slowly just to make sure that they are a part of this photo op whenever that happens. So yes, it is just a matter of few minutes as we are speaking. The Havan that we were speaking about, that Havan is still underway. The Pandits are still atop this mountain. They say, the locals over here say, that it was the local gods who wanted to punish the people for the kind of destruction that was happening for the mountains, and that is the reason why this entire operation had happened. And in fact, once this puja was conducted, the locals then became happy and said that now finally the gods are happy, and now finally the people will start to come out. So yes, as we are speaking, the Havan is underway. People are inside, the family members are outside. NDRF is just about to take over the operations, and once the NDRF takes over the operation in the next 5 to 7 minutes, we will get that news of the first person coming out from inside the tunnel. So yes, just the next few minutes that we are waiting for. The rescuers are very, very cautious at this point to make sure that the operation doesn't get hampered with the excitement that is prevalent at this point in time. And once the NDRF takes over the operation, once the pipe is drilled through at least 3 meters behind the debris, then the NDRF would be handed over the rescue operations, and then the NDRF team would go inside and bring out people, pull out people one by one, and then the initial checkup would happen. If at all people need any sort of medicine or complain of anything, be it that could be treated over here, they would be given those first aid treatment over here, and then from here they would be taken to Chinali Sod, where the makeshift hospital has been made, and they would be kept under observation for the next 24 hours over there.
So Anshul pointing out two crucial things, that it's a matter of minutes before the NDRF takes over this operation, which means once the NDRF takes over, they will start pulling out these trapped workers, 41 of them. We're currently getting visuals of a makeshift hospital that has been made right inside the tunnel. There are mattresses inside the tunnel, oxygen cylinders, a basic hospital setup that has been put in place to provide the first checkup as soon as these workers are pulled out. Remember, it's been 17 long days. The good news has been that their health has been monitored all through the last 17 days. They're stable, but the doctors not wanting to take any chances, and that is why this makeshift hospital that in fact has been made right inside the tunnel. Our rolling coverage continues, matter of minutes, the last hurdle as far as pulling out these workers are concerned. It's a wrap from my side, but news continues here on CNN News 18 with my colleague Toya.
Thank you, Ridhima. All right, we are continuing to cover the situation right now in Uttarkashi. It has been 17 days. Today is day 17 of 41 workers remaining trapped in a collapsed tunnel. This is an incident that occurred, you remember, on Diwali morning, 5:30 a.m. 41 workers towards the end of a 12-hour shift when that tunnel collapsed, trapping them inside. Now, we've been bringing you moment-to-moment coverage of the rescue situation. You'll remember the last few weeks have been filled with setback after setback, with brief silver linings. Now, my colleague Anshul is on the ground. I don't want to waste too much time giving you a description. We'll go to him for this. Anshul, tell our audiences, because for the last few minutes we've been telling our audiences that the moment of rescue, the moment when we see the first worker emerge, that moment is very close. But can you tell us exactly what's happening right now inside the tunnel first?
So yes, as we are speaking, the auger machine is pushing the pipe. The pipe has been welded into the last pipe. The 3-meter long pipe is now being pushed in because the rescuers want to make sure that the length of the pipe that goes behind the debris is actually 2 to 3 meters away, because if at all any sort of movement happens and the debris falls, yet again the debris does not stop. The debris does not go ahead and stop the entry of that rescue pipe, and hence this operation is taking some more time, and within the next few minutes this process is going to come to an end, is what we are being told by officials. And once this process comes to an end, then the NDRF would jump into action, the SDRF would jump into action, and through the joint operation that these people will do, they will go inside these rescue pipes on the back of the tunnel, and then they would start sending out people one by one to this makeshift hospital that has been made now inside the tunnel. Now, as soon as these people will come out, initially they will be given warm clothes. Post that, they would be given glasses and masks. Glasses are very, very important because over the last 17 days, these people has had no access absolutely whatsoever to the sunlight, and hence suddenly coming out to natural light might be very disturbing for their visions, and hence they would be given those glasses. They would be asked to stay inside, and slowly they would be loaded into these ambulances, and one by one these people would then start coming out from inside the tunnel. You can see in the visuals over here, a lot of movement has already started. Everything is in readiness. The ambulances are waiting for their patients to come out, and as soon as they will come out, each and every person would be taken with safety, because yes, we have seen that the last time the rescuers got excited was at the 48-meter mark, when they said that over the next 5 meters there is nothing, there are no heavy metal pieces, and hence they would try to accelerate the process of drilling. It is that wrong decision that made sure that this entire operation is pushed back by days. And today, finally, when we are in touching distance, or in fact when the breakthrough has finally been made, the rescuers at this point in time do not want to rush into anything, do not want to increase the speed of anything, and want everything to happen in a very, very organic manner. And that is what is happening right now. Yes, time is something that is not a constraint for the rescuers at this point in time, and hence patience is something that is being dealt with entirely in this entire operation that is happening right now. So in the next few minutes, we are expecting the NDRF to take over the operations. Once the NDRF takes over the operations, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, the first person would start coming out from inside the tunnel.
Anshul, it's been such a mood shift over the last 15, 16 days. You've been bringing us ground reports, and setback after setback has meant there's quite a bit of despair. But today it's clear there's an upbeat mood around you, and that change really happened in the afternoon around 1:30. Can you tell us exactly what happened? What made everyone so optimistic?
So yes, since morning we were reporting that only 4 to 5 meters were left for the drilling process to come to an end, for that breakthrough to happen. That breakthrough was the most crucial part of this entire operation. And as we reported and broke the story that the breakthrough has happened, then there was certainly the environment around us definitely got a lot electrified. A lot of people gathered over here, and I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here how many people have gathered over here. This is for the first time in the last 17 days that I am seeing so many people who have gathered over here, not only here but on top of the houses that have been built over here, on top of, in fact, on the roads that lead to this entire story. They all have gathered over here. Nobody, absolutely nobody wants to miss this historic moment when these people would start coming out. Everyone is ready with their mobile phones. Everyone is ready to make sure that whenever these people come out, that exact moment is captured in the mobile phones, because this is something that is going to be absolutely historic at this point, not only on this side, the opposite side of the tunnel, but also right above the tunnel as well. There are people who are in fact waiting to get a look at those historic visuals. These are the locals of this entire area who have, in fact, there is a village right behind this tunnel, and these are the villagers from this area who have now come up on this side of the end, and now waiting for those official visuals, for the official confirmation for the people to come out, because it has been 17 days. One of the biggest rescue operations was underway out here. Every few days there was a hope. The light at the end of tunnel started getting brighter, but yet again some obstructions came in, and then yet again that light got further and further away. Now finally, after 17 days, the breakthrough has been made. The light at the end of the tunnel can clearly be seen. It's just a matter of minutes that the pushing of the pipe would come to an end, and post that the NDRF would take over the ops, and then they would start pulling out people one by one. And yes, this is a time this is a time for a historic photo op, and hence local leaders, local MLAs have all now started reaching over here to be a part of that historic photo op as these people start coming out. So yes, the next few minutes are very crucial. On the other hand, the local police and the local administration, who are at constant work, they have made sure that a green corridor is built over here. This green corridor would be built from here to at least 35 kilometers away from here, where the Chinali Sor location is, where the makeshift hospital has been made. So yes, you can imagine the kind of excitement that is over here. So many people have already gathered over here. So many people have in fact come to see that historic moment playing out in front of their eyes, capturing this moment in their phones, because one of the biggest rescue operations that the country has ever seen, that is going to be successful today, and that is something that nobody wants to miss. You can see so many people have already gathered over here. I'll just try and speak to them. प्रधान जी, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं? 17 दिन के बाद आज लग रहा है कि आज ये ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हो ही जाएगा?
हाँ, आज तुरंत हो जाएगा, कंप्लीट हो जाएगा।
क्या उम्मीदें हैं कि कैसा रहेगा यहाँ से जब लोग निकलेंगे? कितना ऐतिहासिक होगा?
ऐतिहासिक और अपना में एक बहुत बड़ा ऐतिहासिक होगा, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा रेस्क्यू शायद मुझे सुनने में आ रहा कि भारत में पहली बार इतना लंबा रेस्क्यू चल रहा है, और जिसके लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ, स्थानीय लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
आपका सिल्कियारा वर्ल्ड फेमस हो गया?
जी हाँ, ये तो वर्ल्ड फेमस हो गया सिल्कियारा, बिल्कुल ये भारत के नक्शे पे आ गया है, और बड़ी खुशी की बात है। अगर ये लोग आज सकुशल बाहर निकल जाते हैं, अपने घर चले जाते हैं, मैं भगवान बौक नागराज से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि सब लोग एक टाइम बाद जब बाहर निकलेंगे, तो हम हमेशा प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि अपने लिए, उन लोगों के लिए, 41 लोगों के लिए प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि सकुशल बाहर निकलें और वो अपने घर पहुँच जाएँ।
जी बिल्कुल। So as you heard there is a local legend, and people believe in a local mountain god over here, and that is the reason why a temporary temple was also set up over here just a few days ago. And if I could show you in the visuals, right in front of me is the location where the Havan has been ongoing for the last more than 24 hours now, basically trying to please the gods and asking them to let these people out of these mountains. Now the locals are finally saying that the god is happy, and finally the people will start coming out with safety. Because remember, over the last 17 days, state-of-the-art machineries have been brought in, state-of-the-art equipments have been brought in, experts from all around the globe have been brought in, and all of it have worked in tandem to make sure that today, on the 17th day of this rescue operations, everything finally falls in place, and people who were stuck inside the massive rescue operations that were going, that becomes successful. So yes, we are just awaiting for that official confirmation, which could come in any time now, and hence we are hoping that this entire operation would become eventually successful.
Anshul, we do want to ask you, you've been on the ground for the majority of the 17 days. We remember when you rushed off there to cover this story. Can you tell our audiences, 41 workers, 41 different families pulling from more than 5 different states across the country. We know that in many cases, the family members packed up their bags the moment they heard that there might be a breakthrough. They've packed up their bags, they're excited to rush to the hospital and then take each of these 41 workers back home. What are the stories you've heard from some of their families in the last few days?
So yes, the family members were in absolute shock on day one. In fact, we have been recording those voices on our camera and mic as well, where these family members were initially, when they came in, they were crying, they were scared as to what will the future hold for them, what is behind the tunnel, when will these people get out. Now finally, after 17 days, the family members, we spoke to them today as well, there is a constant smile. The smile that was missing from their faces for the last 17 days has finally returned to their faces, because they now know that they are going to be taken out safely. They now know that they are going to be brought out, and they will finally get a chance to meet them. The biggest breakthrough that happened in this entire operation over the last 17 days was on day 9, when finally the lifeline pipe was drilled through towards the other end of the tunnel, and that lifeline pipe actually proved to be a Sanjeevani for all these people who were in a lot of tension, had a lot of negative thoughts in their heads as to what is happening inside. They hadn't seen their loved ones, and once this lifeline pipe was sent in, they were able to see their videos, they were able to communicate with them through through communication channels. There was a constant communication that started happening. Food started to be given to them after 9 days. Solid food was started to be given to them. Fruits were given to them. Their diet was maintained yet again, and that is something that the lifeline pipe actually went ahead and proved to be a Sanjeevani for all these people who were stuck inside. So yes, you can imagine now, finally after 17 days, the family members are happy, and now they're all waiting outside very, very patiently over here. They have been called in by the rescuers, and once they start to go in, we can expect that the entire operation has been taken over by the NDRF, and people have started coming out. All these people that you are seeing on your screens right now are members of the family of the workers who were stuck inside, and they were absolutely scared over the last 14 days, waiting day in and day out. Whenever there was hope, these people used to come here, used to wait hold their breaths and wait for that news to break that the operation has been successful. But yes, over the last few days, there has been a lot of hope that has been given to them, but that hope diminished every time after some obstruction came in. But finally, now, today is the day when finally they have officially been told that yes, pack your bags, get your bags ready, come near the tunnel, we'll take you to the hospital with your loved ones, we'll make you meet with your loved ones. And that is the reason why there is utmost happiness that can be seen amongst the faces of all these people who were over here for the last 17 days, waiting, very patiently waiting for their loved ones to come out. Initially, their patience started to run out after day 4. I remember very clearly, on day 4th of this operation, a lot of these family members and the local workers over here carried out a protest basically saying that no work is being done to take out these people. But yes, the administration was successfully able to convince them. They took them inside the tunnel. They showed them the kind of progress that was being made. They told them about the machines that have been called in. They told them about the importance of patience in this entire operation. And since day 4 to day 17, there has absolutely not been any sort of protest that was carried out over here. People became people calmed down, and especially after the intervention of the Prime Minister's office, a lot of confidence was instilled amongst the people, and also a lot of the coordination amongst the different agencies that were working over here. That coordination also got very smooth, and that is where the credit is due. I have seen this with my own eyes, that especially after the intervention from the Prime Minister's office, the coordination between the different agencies increased by a lot, and also the nodal officer Neeraj Kharwar, who was sent over here by the Uttarakhand government, after he came in and a nodal officer was made, the coordination amongst these 15 companies who were working over here, that became very good, and all of them started to work in tandem to make sure that all these people are taken out with safety and at the earliest. So yes, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of positives, a lot of negatives, a lot of questions answered, a lot of questions still needs to be answered. But today is a day of celebration because history is being written today. One of the longest rescue operations being carried out in this country, one of the toughest rescue operations being carried out in this country is finally becoming successful. The dream of taking out all these people from inside the tunnel is finally becoming a reality, and that is something that could be sensed over here at ground zero. The excitement is palpable, the environment is absolutely electrifying. People from all the nearby village have now gathered over here just to get to see those historic visuals when these people start coming out from the tunnel one by one.
Audiences, on the left side of your screens, you see the faces of each of those 41 workers who are trapped right now in the collapsed tunnel. Anshul, if I could now come to you and ask you, one of the things you've pointed out is that two big question marks still remain. Number one, on the cause. You said a committee was formed, but what that committee found still remains a big question mark. Why did this tunnel collapse in the first place? The second big question mark you've said is any announcement of compensation for the kind of stress, the duress, mental, physical, that these workers have gone through. That has also not been announced. Is that still correct in this moment?
So yes, saying that is absolutely correct. The committee has still not submitted its report on what were the reasons behind the fall of this debris. The committee, in fact, on day 2nd had come over here and had seen the entire structure and had noted its observations as well. But that report has still not been submitted either to the Chief Minister or to the Prime Minister, for that matter, in this entire scenario. On the other hand, no compensation has been announced as we are speaking. There is no compensation that has been announced. We are expecting a compensation to be announced because the IFSC codes and the account numbers of the family members have been taken by the government. So we are hoping that some sort of compensation to be announced. More questions needs to be answered at this point in time. The experts are the best experts from across the globe. Why were these experts? In fact, why did such a mistake happen in reading that ground penetration radar reports, which said that over the next 5.4 meters there are no continuous pieces of metals, and hence the auger machine was put in with a lot of speed, which eventually meant that we lost at least 36 hours of our time.
Okay, Anshul, we'll just return to you in a second. The NDRF addressing a press conference on exactly this. Let's take a look.
We're not yet there. अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.248 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन. जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको. उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे. रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर, और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट टू 58 मीटर्स, विच इज अ फिनोमिनल अचीवमेंट, आई वुड से, कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. दिस इज समथिंग ऑलमोस्ट लाइक एज इफ अ मशीन हैज बीन वर्किंग. और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं। पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, द प्रेशर ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, एंड वी आर होपिंग अनदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं। ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की। जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक। तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त। मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे। किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा। इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स। तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में। उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है। सो वी आर नॉट इन एनी हरी, मगर हम अपनी पाबंदी के मुताबिक मीडिया से मिल रहे हैं 4 सवा 4 बजे, आपको बता रहे हैं ये कि ये स्थिति इस समय है। इसके ऊपर मैं ये भी बता दूं कि ये एफर्ट जो है, डिस्पाइट मेनी हर्डल्स, बहुत बाधाएं आई हैं इसमें। बिल्कुल जैसे एक अभियान के अंदर होता है कि अभियान में प्लान, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर प्लान बनाए जाते हैं, तजवीजें बनाई जाती हैं, मगर जब जैसे ही ऑपरेशन लॉन्च होता है वो तजवीज जो है वो नष्ट हो जाती है। उस तजवीज को दोबारा रिव्यू करना पड़ता है और यू हैव टू कीप रीमेकिंग योर प्लान्स। बिल्कुल वैसे ही हुआ है, वैसी स्थिति यहां हुई है। आप देखें पूरे 5 ऑप्शन 6 ऑप्शन हो गए थे। कहीं कहीं सामान, कहीं कहीं मशीनें फंसी हुई थीं, उनको सुपर ह्यूमन एफर्ट लग रही थी यहां पर लाने के लिए। गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है जो शायद इसके अंदर जुटा नहीं था। बड़ी खुशी होती है जब कहते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, वहां से शुरू अगर करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज विच इज बीन द कोर मिनिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दिस होल थिंग। जब 12 तारीख को इसकी खबर आई तो सबसे पहला जो शायद हमने जो कम्युनिकेशन किया था वो रेलवे बोर्ड, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि रेलवेज के पास बहुत एक्सपर्टीज होती है, टनलिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जिस तरह का काम हो रहा है अभी कश्मीर के रेलवे के लिए टू कनेक्ट जम्मू टू बारामूला, उस तरह के काम में बड़ा उनका तजुर्बा है। तो द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज मेड टू द रेलवे बोर्ड एंड टू द रेलवेज to bring their expertise forward, and from there it started and different agencies have joined in from time to time. Indian Air Force का काम, NDRF का जो जिसकी 2 टीम वहां पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, all kinds of jobs that the NDRF has been involved with. Border Roads Organization जिन्होंने सड़कें अलग अलग किस्म जगह बनाई हैं जहां पर सामान लाने के लिए, बड़ी मशीनों को लाने के लिए ब्रॉडन किए हैं, सड़कों को ब्रॉडन किया है। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन जिन्होंने आकर वहां पर पूरी कनेक्टिविटी, अभी तो आराम से हम बात कर रहे हैं वहां से मीडिया बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा कनेक्टिविटी वहां से इंप्रूव की है। और राज्य सरकार को नहीं भूल सकते इसमें। राज्य सरकार, देयर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, SDMA, SDRF, उत्तराखंड की SDRF जो है बड़ी मानी हुई SDRF है, इट्स बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन मेनी such disaster situations in the past। और आखिर में मैं समझता हूं लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, बिना डिप्टी कमिश्नर साहब और SSP के कोई चीज नहीं हो सकती कहीं। आई थिंक दे हैव डन अ मार्वलस जॉब, एब्सोल्युटली। मगर ये सब तब मुमकिन होता है व्हेन द डायरेक्शंस फ्रॉम द टॉप आर एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कट अगर डायरेक्शंस हैं ऊपर से। अब ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, आप मानिए प्रधानमंत्री से देखिए, वहां से PMO, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी खुद कल गए वहां पर, मुआयना किया पूरा, टुक स्टॉक ऑफ द सिचुएशन, गेव डायरेक्शंस, एडिशनल रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत थी उस पर डायरेक्शंस दिए, बात की अंदर, सबका मोराल और मोटिवेशन बढ़ाया वहां पर। ऑल दिस हैज हेल्प्ड इन मेकिंग श्योर दैट जितनी रिसोर्सेज, जो बिखरी हुई रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन सबको एक साथ एकजुट करना और उसका इफेक्टिवनेस निकालना, उसका लाभ निकालना, दैट इज द वर्क ऑफ द लीडरशिप एंड दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैज बीन डन हियर, अलॉन्ग विद ऑफ कोर्स द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड्स, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज। जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वहां खुद मौजूद हैं, ज्यादातर वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद थे, और यहां तक कि जहां पर भी एक्सपर्टीज भारत में है, जहां पर भी जो कोई ऑफर कर रहा था उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उनको एनेबल किया वहां जाने के लिए। बड़ी खुशी है, जनरल हरपाल सिंह, पुराने हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड्स और इंजीनियर इन चीफ, जिनको बहुत तजुर्बा है टनलिंग का, उनको भेजा गया वहां पर, वो अभी भी वहां पर मौजूद हैं। तो इस तरह से ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच को प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से जोड़ा। मैं समझता हूं इसका बहुत दिनों से हमने शायद इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं देखा है। अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि कल शाम से क्या क्या चीजें हुई हैं वहां पर। ये सब जो आपको बताया है मैंने, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग भी चलती गई। अभी इस समय वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग 45 मीटर्स, कल मैंने आपको 36 मीटर बताया था, अभी 45 मीटर पे है। मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि हमने अभी तक सब कुछ बंद नहीं किया ये सोचकर कि हमारा हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हो गया है और अब सब कुछ सही है और सब कुछ जो है वो खत्म होने वाला है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जितने ऑप्शंस हैं, ऑप्शंस अपनाए हुए हैं। अभी तक 45 मीटर्स तक वो ड्रिलिंग पहुंच गई है। ये रिडंडेंसी के लिए है कि अगर किसी भी हालत में आखिरी क्षण तक अगर हमको कामयाबी नहीं पाई, कहीं नहीं मिली, तो उस हालत में ये 45 मीटर जो गए हैं ये बहुत हमारे लिए सक्सेसफुल जो है वो हुए हैं, वो हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, महत्व बहुत इसका रहेगा वहां पर। बाकी जो एफर्ट्स हैं पीछे से वो भी चल रही हैं, ब्लास्टिंग की भी चल रही है। तकरीबन 12 मीटर वहां पर अचीव हो गया है। जो बाकी मशीनरी आ गई है उसको अभी स्थिर रखा हुआ है कुछ जगहों पर, मगर जैसी जरूरत पड़ेगी अगर, तो वो सब मूवमेंट वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। मैं आपको बताता हूं चंद एक बातें कि जब इवैक्यूएशन फेज आएगा, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द आएगा, प्रार्थना करते हैं, उम्मीद नहीं करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ही आएगा, तो एनडीआरएफ का इसमें रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। 3 टीम, 4 जवान की टीम, 12 लोगों की वो बनी हुई हैं, अंदर जाएंगी ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए। ये पूरा वो फ्रेश है, ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे जाकर अंदर। एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ को सपोर्ट देगी। साथ में जो हमारे मेडिकल पर्सनल हैं, पैरामेडिक्स, वो जाएंगे अंदर। एक पूरा मेडिकल प्लान बनाया हुआ है जो एग्जीक्यूट होगा ग्राउंड पर। पूरा जो लेबर है उसको ब्रीफिंग उनको इसके मुताबिक दी है। स्ट्रेचर्स के ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर्स के रिसोर्सेज, वहां पर स्ट्रेचर अगर किसी हालत में फंस गया तो वो कंटिजेंसी में किस तरह से उसको निकाला जाएगा, ये सब भी देखा गया है। ये अंदेशा लगाया है कि एक एक इंडिविजुअल को, आउट ऑफ द 41, एक एक इंडिविजुअल को तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लगेंगे निकालने के लिए, ईच वन इंडिविजुअल। तो आप लगा सकते हैं कि आउटर लिमिट अगर हम देखें कि 5 मिनट अगर लगाते हैं एक इंडिविजुअल पे, वो तब एग्जैक्टली कंफर्म होगा जब पहला, दूसरा या तीसरा इंडिविजुअल निकलेगा। अगर 5 मिनट का भी अंदेशा लगाते हैं तो हम 3-4 घंटे, ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे लग जाएंगे, क्योंकि गैप भी होंगे बीच में, कुछ कंटिजेंसी होगी, कुछ इक्विपमेंट शायद टूटेगा, कुछ होगा। तो इसके मुताबिक आप 3 से 4 घंटे इसका अनुमान लगा सकते हैं। पोस्ट इवैक्यूएशन जो है, जब सब के सब निकल गए हैं बाहर, तो मैं ये भी बता दूं आपको कि अभी भी वहां पर चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, बड़ा वाला डबल रोटर का हेलीकॉप्टर, वो चिन्यालिसौर जो एयरफील्ड है 30 किलोमीटर दूर, वहां पर हेलीपैड भी है, बिल्कुल साथ में हेलीपैड भी है, वहां खड़ा हुआ है। उसका लास्ट टाइम है 4:30 बजे। उसके बाद वो जो है रात के वक्त नहीं फ्लाई करेंगे उसको। 4:30 बजे के बाद अगर ये डिले हो गया, डिले हो रहा है इस वक्त, तो अगले दिन सुबह उनको लाया जाएगा। वहां पर होल्डिंग फैसिलिटी है, 30 बेड की फैसिलिटी है वहां पर अस्पताल में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में, जो बिल्कुल तैयार है इस वक्त, और 10 बेड की फैसिलिटी वहां पर साइट पर है जो भी तैयार हैं। तो इसलिए मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मेडिकल वेलफेयर की तरफ से कोई गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी है, वो सब ठीक रहेगा। रात के वक्त चिनूक हालांकि फ्लाई तो कर सकता है, मगर मौसम भी इतना ऐसा नहीं है और इतनी, मैं समझता हूं इतनी अर्जेंसी भी शायद नहीं होगी। अगर बहुत ज़्यादा अर्जेंसी है तो रात के वक्त 1 या 2 कुछ एम्बुलेंस के अंदर जल्द से जल्द नीचे ऋषिकेश उनको लाया जा सकता है।
So yes, just the last few meters to go. The countdown has begun, and the visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now is of the SDRF team that has now been called inside. They are taking these beds that they have made. These are the stretchers that they have made, and it is being taken inside now. Finally, after the wait of 17 days, the SDRF and NDRF have sprung into action. The makeshift stairs that they had made, which needs to be taken from inside the tunnel, so that people could actually climb on that and then get inside the pipe. Everything is in readiness. Just the last few meters to go. 55.3 meters have been reached. 57 is the breakthrough point. Remember the last time the food pipe that was sent, that was of 57 meters, and now 55.3 meters have been reached. The ambulances have now started going in as well. The ambulances are slowly now going in as well. We are getting these visuals to you. We are getting these visuals to you of how the entire operation is almost in its last stages at this. So what we are being told at this point in time, that the pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. This is what we can tell to our viewers. And within just the next few minutes, we are expecting that breakthrough will happen now. Everything is in readiness. The ambulance have reached over here. The SDRF teams are inside. The NDRF is on standby. Everything is now over. The last few minutes that we are waiting for. In fact, the pipe has just reached the breakthrough point, and within the next few minutes, that breakthrough is going to happen within the next few minutes itself. So yes, you can imagine how crucial these next few minutes are. Everything is in readiness. The teams are going in. You can also see these SDRF and NDRF teams. These are in white collars, white dresses. They have also started going inside now. So yes, this is the big update that we are being told. In fact, the army is also now going inside. Remember, the army was called in for the engineering purposes of that rat hole mining that was happening, and now the sappers are also going in. The battalion of sappers is also, Madras sappers is also going in.
Yes.
The third ambulance is also in its way inside the tunnel. So yes, we are just waiting for that last few minutes. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point, is what we are being told, and within the next few minutes, officially the officials will come on record and say this. But yes, what sources have confirmed to CNN News 18 at this point in time, that we have reached the breakthrough point, and it is just the last few meters, not even meters, it is the last few inches that needs to be drilled through manually.
Yes.
Post that breakthrough will happen, and once that breakthrough will happen, what is the process forward? The pipes are being welded, and these pipes will be pushed in, and once this pushing in process happens, we can officially tell our viewers that finally this entire operation would come to an end, where the breakthrough will happen and the pipe would reach at least 3 meters inside the location where these people are stuck. So yes, everything is in readiness. The 4th ambulance has also been called in. The ambulances, one after the other. Remember, 41 ambulances have been prepared over here. One after the other, the ambulances are going inside. So yes, we are just expecting that the breakthrough will happen, and post that it will take some time for the pipe to be pushed through, and then another 2 hours for all these people to come out. Everything is in readiness, everything is prepared, and probably the time that we were waiting for is about to become a reality.
May Mother Nature be kind, and may this operation be successful in the next few minutes, Anshul, as you were pointing out. International experts will tell you that by the sheer number of days it has taken, it is one of the longest rescue operation when it comes to a cave rescue or a tunnel rescue of this nature. The Thai cave rescue that we saw a couple of years ago, the German rescue operation of 24.
Welcome back. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. We're continuing to bring you on-the-ground visuals of the rescue operation to pull out 41 miners who, as we speak, still are in the tunnel that collapsed on Diwali morning 17 days ago. Now, as we speak, we are on the last legs of that rescue mission. We just watched a press conference with experts, with officials who've been monitoring this entire effort. The key message they had was hold your horses. This is the next few steps, our steps we're going to take very slowly, very, very carefully, because these are the crucial moments. Now we're going to play out for you what family members of those who are trapped right now underground had to say. Take a look.
उनको ले जाने की क्या कुछ तैयारी है आप लोगों की, कैसे जाएंगे?
वो सब तो अभी जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तो भी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बात?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों। क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने, कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी।
कपड़े वगैरह आपने पैक कर लिए?
जी पैक कर लिए।
तो अब आप लोग साथ लेके जाओगे अस्पताल तक?
हाँ, अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
अच्छा लग रहा है, निकल जाने के बाद तो अच्छे से स्वागत करेंगे उनको। आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
वो सब तो अभी जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तो भी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बात?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों। क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने, कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना ठीक है कि बुरा है, क्या पता। घर जाने के बाद होगा ना स्वागत।
घर जाने के बाद त्योहार सारे मनाए
जाएंगे।
उनको तकलीफ होती होगी, डर का माहौल होता होगा?
वो तो होता ही है, यहाँ रह के भी हो रहा है, गांव में घर में रह के भी हो रहा है।
जी आज तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी। हाँ, अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
अच्छा लग रहा है, निकल जाने के बाद तो अच्छे से स्वागत करेंगे उनको।
कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग बिहार के रहने वाले हैं।
बिहार के रहने
जी।
तो अब जाने की क्या कुछ तैयारी है, कैसे जाएंगे?
वो तो आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
Okay, my colleague Anshul, who's been with us over the last few days, has been bringing us ground report after ground report. He's with us right now to provide us with more context. Anshul, just tell our audiences, two sets of visuals we're seeing. One is from the outside of the tunnel, but I want to ask you to tell us more about the setup inside the tunnel right now, because we can see hospital beds, we can see oxygen tanks, and we can also see medical professionals. Can you tell us more?
So yes, the rescuers do not want to risk this operation at this very crucial juncture at which it has come to. Finally, after 17 days, we are seeing that light at the end of tunnel has definitely gotten a lot brighter. Now, what has the authorities been planning at this point in time is to make sure that as soon as these people are brought out from inside the tunnel, they are given the first aid right inside the tunnel itself. Initially, this hospital that you see inside was set up over here. If I could just show you in the visuals over here, this is the exact location where this hospital was set up for the last 17 days. All the first aid, all the medicines were in fact being sent in from this location to inside the tunnel for the last 17 days at least. And now, since these people would be coming out, to make sure that as soon as they come out, they might feel a lot excited. They might get shocked seeing the sunlight after almost 17 days, and hence the entire operation has now been set up inside the tunnel itself. As soon as the person will be taken out from inside that pipe, they would be given the first aid. Their blood pressures would be checked. They would be given goggles at that point. So that their eyes do not have to directly face the sun, which is almost about to set now. So in all likelihood, we are expecting that once these people start coming out, then the next point of operation that is going to be to make sure that all these people are given the first aid. They will be given the medicines, their blood pressures will be checked, and if at all there is some fluctuation, then the requisite arrangements would be done inside over here the first step is that, and post that in these ambulances, people would be picked up, and then these people would then eventually be taken to the hospital at Chirnali-Sor, where the 41-bed community hospital has been set up, which was set up during the pandemic itself. So yes, the entire operation has been set up. The SOPs are on. We are just awaiting for that confirmation to happen as to if the NDRF has taken over the operation. Once the NDRF takes over the operation, we can expect that the first person would come out in the next 5 to 10 minutes after the NDRF takes this operation on.
Anshul, the NDRF press conference that just took place, one of the things they made very clear was that they're proceeding very, very slowly because they know that right now each step matters. But they also hinted, as you just did, that the sun is setting soon. So what does that effectively mean? Will the operation continue? Will we see a temporary pause of some kind? Can you bring us more details?
So absolutely, there is going to be absolutely no pause, be the sun be out or the sun be down. The only restriction that might come is that if someone needs actual medical emergency in some state-of-the-art facility, they would not be airlifted from here, from Chirnali-Sor. Yes, a Chinook has landed over here. That Chinook has landed to make sure that if at all any of the workers who are stuck inside need more medical attention that cannot be provided out here in this small district of Uttarkashi, then they would be airlifted from there and then they would be taken to AIIMS Rishikesh is what we have been told. But since if the sun goes down, then that airlifting process will not happen, and that is about it. And then people, it is not that people would not be taken to AIIMS Rishikesh or they'll be wait for the morning to take them to AIIMS Rishikesh. A green corridor would be made from all the way here to AIIMS Rishikesh, which is approximately a 2.5-3 hour drive from here, and through that green corridor these people would be transported. So yes, the only concern of the sun being down is that people who need more medical attention and needs to go to AIIMS Rishikesh, that would not be provided, but yes, they would be taken through the roads towards AIIMS. Other than that, there is no effect of the sun being out or the sun being down for the workers or for the operations to continue or to stop, and that is what is expected to happen at this point in time.
Let me ask you questions that we're also getting online on Twitter, for example. Audience members asking if human contact has been made right now. The rescue workers, have they come into physical contact with the 41 who are trapped in the tunnel?
So the physical contact has still not been made because remember the pipe is being pushed inside. The 800 millimeter diameter pipe at this point in time as we are speaking is being pushed inside with the help of the auger machine, and once this pipe is pushed inside, the first human contact that will happen, that contact will happen with the members of the NDRF team, the SDRF team and the paramedics who would be going inside to meet them and to bring them out. So yes, at this point in time what we are being told that the pipe is being pushed inside, another 2 meters of the pipe approximately needs to be pushed inside, and hence all of this is happening with utmost precision because remember the breakthrough has happened, and if at all there are vibrations in the debris, then the debris is expected to come down, which would eventually mean that the debris that has been cleared, it will yet again block it will yet again go ahead and block that pipe, and yet again the operation will be pushed back by hours. So yes, they are trying to make sure that the pipe is pushed at the slowest rate possible so that there is absolutely no vibrations that happen, and once the pipe goes out towards the other end, then there would be some pace that would be picked up because another 2 meters of the pipe needs to come out from the other end because the rescuers do not want the pipe to get blocked while the rescue is also happening as well. So the pipe will be extended at least 2 meters away from the end point of the debris. So that operation is underway at this point in time. Once that operation ends, then we can expect the human contact to happen through the members of the NDRF team who will go inside with the paramedic, and then that will be the first human contact, and then people will be pulled out one by one from behind the debris in fact.
Anshul, I ask you the next question about our 41 workers because we have both visuals of them and we are also able to speak to them. What are the reports you're getting about their health right now? You said that there may be the need for more serious medical health. Are all 41 workers right now being able to walk around in that area because it is 2 kilometers long, there is space to walk? What reports do you have about them right now?
So yes, what the rescuers have told us at this point in time is that each and every person inside the tunnel is absolutely safe. Their mental health is also stable, and definitely a lot of credit needs to be given to the workers who are stuck inside this tunnel for the last 17 days to have that strong mental strength to actually survive behind that debris inside the tunnel that has been blocked. It takes a lot of mental courage for that to happen. They have made sure that the morale remains up. And the family members who have spoken to them as well also tell us that yes, they all are happy. Even some workers have told their family members to actually go back to their homes and have said that they will be safely coming back in the next few days. So you can imagine the kind of morale and the kind of confidence that these people have. On the other hand, the only cause of concern for the rescuers and what they have told us is that a lot of people have lost a significant amount of weight inside the tunnel, because remember, for the first 9 days these people had no access absolutely to any sort of solid food. All they were surviving on light food that could be pushed in through the air pipe that was being used to throw the for ventilation purposes, and that is the only cause of concern. But from the 9th day onwards, they have been getting access to solid food. Their routine is getting back on track, and that is something that is a positive news. So yes, all the people inside are absolutely safe. All the people inside are absolutely up to the mark when it comes to the physical strength as well as the medical strength as well. So yes, the situation inside is very controllable. The situation inside is something that is installing more confidence amongst the people who are stuck inside, and that is the reason why the rescuers at this point in time do not want to rush into anything and want to make sure that the entire operation that is being carried out, the last few centimeters or meters that needs to be put through, the pipe that needs to be put through, that operation goes on successfully and no untoward situation happens in that.
Okay, Anshul, if I can ask you to stay with us, please. We're going to keep coming back to you. This situation is obviously one we're going to continue to cover. It's time for a short break. But on the other side, we stay in Uttarkashi with Anshul. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Kind of technology, patience and perseverance that this operation particularly tested of the authorities is something that will be an example for the times to come. Fortunately, there was no knee-jerk reaction. None of the rescuers so far have been hurt in this operation, which is usually the case in rescue operation, which has happened earlier as well. If you look at most of the rescue operations that have gone on, 41 workers who are trapped inside for about 16 to 17 days there. We've been counting down. There was an American auger machine that was called in. The machine could drill through a huge part of that tunnel, but at the last minute, at the last segment, it could not deliver the job. Rat miners were called in. I'm going to cut across to my colleague Anshul. There's some more movement happening on the ground right now. Anshul, what exactly is happening?
So yes, the makeshift hospital that was made over here, things from that hospital is being loaded into this ambulances, and this ambulance will go right inside the tunnel at the exact spot from where these people will come out, and the initial first aid or whatever they require will be given to them. Things like mask would be provided to them at that very juncture. Shades, glasses would be given to them, because over the last 17 days they have no exposure to any sort of sunlight, and hence suddenly coming out of the tunnel might have some impact on their health, on their eyes as well, and that is the reason why everything is being prepared. The kind of air that they were breathing in, that was almost, there was not much dust inside is what we are being told, but since they would be stepping out on the construction site, there would be a lot of dust as well. So masks would be given to them. Not only this, but also warm clothes will be given to them, because the temperature inside the tunnel is somewhere around the 22 to 28 degree Celsius mark, and once they come out, they will have to face this cold temperature of 10 to 11 degrees Celsius out here, and hence warm clothes are being taken inside at this point in time. So yes, everything is on the being prepared. As I was saying, the ground work that we were hoping to see, that ground work has started. The family members have been asked to pack their bags. The family members have been asked to put the clothes of the workers in their bags and get ready, because at any point in time we are going to break this news to our viewers that crucial breakthrough has happened, Anusha.
Well, Anshul, you have diligently and patiently reported on this entire operation, and I'm sure the last few moments would be worth it, keeping in mind that hopefully all the workers will be rescued safely. Every person involved in this operation, multiple agencies that have been involved, have done a wonderful job. The last few minutes, the last few hours That's the defining moment. Our focus here on CNN News 18. Anshu, let's also talk about the standard operating procedure that will be followed once these workers are rescued. Let's also talk about the fact that how through this pipe they will be rescued on those stretchers. And even while you're pulling those stretchers out of that pipe, one has to be really careful, cautious and patient.
So yes, patience is the key over here. Yes, a lot of hard work has gone into this entire operation over the last 17 days, and hence it is actually very important that they maintain the patience and do not get excited at the last moment. And that is something that these experts are prepared for at this point in time. You can see that how this work is happening, and as you rightly mentioned, the stretchers that would be taken inside, these stretchers would be pulled out in a very controlled manner, making sure that these people who are safe for the last 17 days do not get injured in the process while they are being pulled out. And hence we saw those mattresses being taken inside, the stretchers being taken inside. So basically on those stretchers these mattresses would be put, and then the wheels that have been attached to the stretcher, then they will be pulled out in a slow and steady manner. The approximate time for each person to come out is somewhere between the 2 minute to the 3 minute mark.
Welcome back. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18, and we continue to cover the situation playing out as we speak in Uttarkashi. 41 workers who've been trapped in a collapsed tunnel for 17 days as of today. Diwali morning is when this incident took place. Now, my colleague Anshul has been on the ground with us. We'll go back to him in just a second as he's connected with us to ask him more about the situation. Because what we know is that we are on the very last legs. Since 1:30 p.m., it has largely been silver lining after silver lining. This is an operation that you remember has been hampered by pushbacks. 2 or 3 key pushbacks that took place again and again. Number one, the auger machine that in itself was very difficult to bring. It was brought in from Delhi and then assembled and only then put into usage. Number two, the breaking down of this machine every time the machine hit either pieces of boulder within the debris or metal and iron parts. That's in fact the setback that took place this weekend, when again the entire process was set back by another perhaps 3 or 4 days is what experts estimated. That's what we mean when we say that it has been setback after setback. What looked like it would be a few days of work has now extended into 17 days. Experts have been hard at work on the ground. You have experts, for example, like Arnold Dix, who've been flown in. Dix is a tunneling expert. So you've had a very large team working on the outside. As we speak, pipelines that were being installed very slowly, 8 and then 9 pipelines, that process has reportedly finally been completed. That last few minutes of drilling is as we speak underway, and my colleague Anshul told us that human contact could take place any time now. Now, as I said, my colleague Anshul has been on the ground, and as he's through with us, we're going to bring you visuals and the in-the-moment report as we speak. As you can see on your screens right now, though, those 41 different men who've come from more than 5 states across the country, they were on, remember, a 12-hour shift. That shift was about to end when the tunnel collapsed. There are other workers who'd left already. They count themselves obviously very lucky, but these families have come in from the 5 different states, 5+ states. In the last few days, obviously, the wait has been particularly hard. We do know that since the plan now is to take these workers via ambulance, as you can see on your screens towards the bottom right, 41 ambulances right now are at the scene. Those 41 ambulances will take each of these workers 2 hospitals that have been set up just a few kilometers away. There is also, as we speak, a Chinook helicopter that's on the ground. That helicopter, in case anyone needs immediate medical aid of a very serious kind that can't be provided in those hospitals, that helicopter will take them to that. These are the provisions that have been made as we speak. There are also medical professionals on the ground as we speak. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, bottom left side of your screens. He has been on the site from time to time, updating those who are involved in the process. Remember, 2 or 3 questions remain. Number one, what was the cause of the tunnel collapse? The government set up a committee that was to investigate exactly this. However, what the findings of that committee were they environmental causes, as environmentalists said earlier, or were there problems in the tunnel? As the workers on the ground had indicated in interviews that there were parts of the tunnel they thought were not stable. Was that the actual issue? That's question number one. Question number two obviously remains the question of compensation, and whether or not the workers will be offered a compensation or not for the struggle, the physical and mental struggle that they've been through. Now, my colleague Anshul is with us right now. Anshul has been with us over the last 17 days, bringing us ground report after ground report. Anshul, hopefully we are just a few minutes away from seeing the first worker emerge from outside the tunnel. It's been a nail-biting last few hours for us, for you obviously. Can you just tell us right now what the mood on the ground is, and if you could even ask the camera person just to pan around you so we could see the number of people on the ground, the different groups right now involved in the rescue process.
So yes, I'll try to show you the mood on the ground. I'll just move out of the frame. And we're expecting that within the next few minutes itself, that the information that we have been waiting for to come on record officially will come out, as the NDRF will take over this operation of rescuing the people who are stuck inside the tunnel now. A lot of people are already inside the tunnel. The Chief Minister is inside. General VK Singh, MOS Road and Highways, is also inside the tunnel, making sure that the operation that is underway is happening with utmost precision at this point, because during the last few minutes, no one actually wants to go ahead and hamper the situation in any way or any manner over here, and that is the reason why there is the entire top brass of the escapers, of the rescuers, is in fact inside, making sure that whatever is happening right in front of their eyes and is happening right in front of the experts, because these last few moments are the most crucial part of this entire very difficult operation that has been underway for the last 17 days. As you rightly mentioned, Toya, over the last 17 days we have seen a lot of ups and downs continuously, day in and day out. High hopes, the light at the end of the tunnel getting brighter, and then some obstruction coming in, and that tunnel, that light getting further and further away from the rescuers as well. So yes, a lot of things needs to be put in place before these people actually come out, and the last round of preparations is underway at this point in time. We showed those visuals to our viewers as well, as how the temporary hospital has now been set up inside the tunnel at this point of time, and now all they are waiting for is that for the people to actually come outside with the help of the NDRF. As we have been reporting, that it's just the last few meters of pipe that needs to be put through the debris, and within the next few minutes we are expecting that operation will happen as well. Yes, there are a lot of obstructions that are coming to the fore, is what people from inside the tunnel are telling us, because yes, there are small pieces of metal that are yet again being encountered, but yes, the people are confident that this is not going to hamper their operations at this point in time, and hence the pushing of the pipe is happening at a very, very slow and steady speed at this point. The last pipe that needs to be drilled through, that needs to be attached, that is ongoing, and once that operation ends, then the NDRF, the personals of the NDRF and the SDRF will take over this operation, and then they will make sure that all these people are taken out with safety, post which the first aid will be given to them right inside the tunnel itself, and then from there they would be taken to the Chiriani Sol hospital that has been made at this point in time. So yes, the wait is just for the next few minutes as we await for that official confirmation to come out of the pipe being inserted fully right on the other end of the pipe as well. So yes, that is what we are waiting for at this point in time. All the preparations are on. Everyone is waiting in anticipation. People have gathered over here from all across the district of Uttarkashi, trying to observe this historic moment, as this is going to play out right in front of their eyes within the next few minutes. So yes, we are expecting that breakthrough, in fact that piping operation to come to an end within the next few minutes, and once that happens, it is just a matter of minutes that these people will finally start coming out. Yes, the NDMA just did a press conference in the national capital in which they have given us some updates, but yes, that
All right, we'll try to re-establish that connection with my colleague Anshul. Anshul is on the ground in Uttarkashi, and because of the amount of movement there, it is a little difficult to establish a stable connection with him. As you can see on the left side of your screens, visuals coming in from inside the tunnel, the kind of setups that's been done right now as those 41 workers are brought out. Some of them may not be able to walk too long distances. That is the fear. Therefore, you can see not only ambulances, oxygen, all of that's been set up. There are medical professionals, as you can see on the left side of your screens. On the right side of your screens, what the entrance of the tunnel looks like as we speak. This is the visual that Anshul, who's on the ground, also has as we speak. There is the NDRF teams that are waiting to step in. There is also the larger rescue team armed with engineers and experts who've been overlooking this entire process over the last 17 days. Today, as you know, is day 17 of this entire effort. It's a 400-hour operation. As you can see, we're telling you on your screens right now. And it's an operation that has been wrought with challenge after challenge. Part of the biggest issue has been just the soil, just the rock in this area. It's a very, very soft rock, a sedimentary rock that you find in the Himalayan region, which is why debris is created as easily as it is. That's what's made this entire process as risky as it has. Apart from that, obviously, the continuing issue, as we've told you, of the auger machine, one machine after another breaking down as the drilling equipment hits boulders or iron pieces. That setback has come in a few times also over the last few days. The most recent setback, as you remember, took place on Monday itself. Now, as we're speaking, that breakthrough that took place at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon that gave the experts on the ground the green signal that good news might not be too far from this moment. Now we're waiting for our colleague Anshul to connect once again. When he joins us, we are going to bring you more details of the situation on the ground, because any moment now, we will see the first of those 41 workers from 5 different states across the country. These are migrant laborers who are working, as we're telling you, on the flag end of their 12-hour shift. Their families have, since this entire operation started, many of their families have actually come in. They've packed their bags. They've come to Uttarkashi to track the entire operation. Some plan to take the workers back home to the home states. Some workers saying that they missed Diwali. They need to celebrate that with their families. Now we're going to bring you more. First, take a look. These are some family reactions coming in.
आज क्षेत्र में बड़ा खुशी का माहौल है। जो विगत 16 दिनों से हमारे क्षेत्र के लोग देख रहे थे कि कब लोग हमारे जो मजदूर भाई अंदर फंस गए हैं वो जल्दी से जल्दी लोग बाहर आ जाए और पूरे क्षेत्र में आज जो दिवाली मनाई जाएगी और पूरे हमारे क्षेत्र के जनप्रतिनिधि हैं और पूरी क्षेत्र की जनता है और जितने लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वो बड़े उत्सुक है उन लोगों को देखने के लिए कि अति शीघ्र वो लोग अंदर से बाहर आ रहे हैं। यह शुभ पर्व का दिन है जो 41 लोग जो अंदर फंसे हुए थे, जिसके लिए हम तपस्या और कल हमने यज्ञ की थी, वो भगवान बोखनाग वो महादेव प्रसिद्ध हो गया है और चंद घड़ी के अंदर जो है हमारा ये 41 लोग चंद घड़ी में आने वाले हैं।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. This is Nation at 5 with me, Poonam Burde. And the only story that we're tracking here, the one that has grabbed headlines for over 2 weeks now, is the Uttarkashi rescue, which is in its final leg. Any minute now, we could be seeing the first worker trapped inside that tunnel for the last 17 days to be brought out. 41, remember, are trapped inside. We have multi-agencies that are working on ground there. Hospitals are also on standby. In fact, in Rishikesh as well, in case there are any serious illnesses that any of those 41 have encountered, there are arrangements that have been made in AIIMS Rishikesh as well. There is a Chinook chopper that is on standby, which would be taking all of them, airlifting them from outside the tunnel where they are trapped, taking them to either Rishikesh or to other parts. Anshul, my colleague, getting us the very latest from on ground there. Anshul, we had seen some amount of hope, some sort of breakthrough that came to the fore a couple of hours ago. But unfortunately, there is still some time. Obviously, the rescuers are not going to rush anything because they cannot leave anything to chance. They are extremely careful in ensuring that they reach the people inside and that the rescue begins anytime soon?
So yes, within the next few minutes, the rescue is likely to start. At this point in time, the welding of the last pipe that was happening, that has come to an end, and now the pipe, as we have been reporting to our viewers, that pipe, that 3-meter pipe is being pushed in. Approximately a distance of 4 to 5 meters needs to be covered. The breakthrough, as we reported, happened. That breakthrough meant that finally the debris that was being removed, that debris was removed manually, and the pushing of pipe operations had started. Remember, since approximately 1:30, CNN News 18 told the viewers that the breakthrough has been achieved. This actually meant that yes, the entire debris has been removed from the spot. Now the pushing of the pipe was happening. Now the 9th pipe was welded in that, and that pushing also happened. And now what we have been told is the latest from on ground is that the 10th pipe has also been drilled in fact has been welded inside, and now the last pipe is now being pushed inside, because the rescuers do not want to stop at that 57-meter mark, because if at all any movement happens in that debris, then the debris will yet again block the outing of that pipe, and hence the rescuers want to push it at least 2 to 3 meters inside ahead of the debris as well. So that process is underway right now. The auger machine has started pushing the pipe inside inside the debris at this point, and within the next few minutes we are expecting that the NDRF would take over this entire operation. The NDRF and the SDRF would take over this operation, and once that operation is taken over, then the NDRF and SDRF teams will crawl inside the 60-meter tunnel and then go towards the other end, and from there they will start bringing out the workers one by one, and that is going to be the first human contact that these people will have from the outside world after 17 days. So yes, it's just a matter of the next few minutes. Finally, the hard work that we were seeing, we were reporting on how the rescuers were working round the clock 24/7. That hard work will finally bear the fruits. It's just a matter of few minutes, and the rescuers do not want to risk it at this point in time and try to force anything inside that debris, inside that tunnel, and hence this operation is going out at a very slow speed. So within the next half an hour probably, we are expecting that entire pipe will be drilled through towards the other end of the debris, where it will be in fact ahead of the debris, at least 2 to 3 meters ahead of the debris, and then people will start coming out. At this point in time, as the sun is setting, one thing is for sure, that if at all any person needs urgent medical attention in some state-of-the-art facilities, that airlifting process that was supposed to happen, that won't happen now, and people, if at all anyone needs medical emergency in AIIMS Rishikesh, they would be taken in ambulances through a green corridor that will be built through Uttarkashi to AIIMS Rishikesh. That is approximately 2.5 hours to 3 hours drive from here. So yes, the work is ongoing at this point in time, and it's just a matter of minutes before we can expect that the first worker would come out from the tunnel after spending 17 days inside the Silkyara tunnel, where they have been trapped. But yes, the good news is what the experts are telling us, what the rescuers are telling us, that all of them are absolutely safe, and hence they are working with patience at this point in time, since already 17 days have elapsed. They do not want to get overexcited and force anything inside the tunnel, and hence the operation is going on at a very slow speed at this point in time.
Slow but steady, that's really the mantra that the rescuers are going in for. You were just pointing out it's a little past 5. We are going to be seeing the sun go down very soon. Have you gotten a sense of where exactly the operation would be once the sun sets? Is that going to continue, or would there be a pause of sorts?
So the operation is all the operation is going to continue in the same way and in the same manner over the last 17 days. 24/7 work has been ongoing inside the tunnel. In fact, the vertical drilling process and the other process that have been ongoing, all this work was going on 24/7, day in and day out. Once the sun sets, the only cause of concern, as I mentioned, is going to be that the Chinook helicopter that has been brought in over here to transport these people, airlift these people from here to AIIMS Rishikesh, if at all they need that sort of big medical emergency, that is not going to happen, because the helicopters, in fact, the landing also is not possible during the night time as well. So yes, that is only going to be hampered. Apart from that, nothing is going to be hampered in any way or any manner, and the rescuers are confident that within an hour or so, they'll be able to push that pipe through towards the other end of the debris, at least 2 meters ahead of it, and post that the rescue operations would start. The only thing that would be hampered is the immediate medical relief or the immediate medical emergency that might be required, which cannot be treated out here in the Silkyara or makeshift hospital that has been made. The airlifting process would not happen, but yes, all these people would then be taken in ambulances as a green corridor would be made through this entire road.
Right, and she'll stay on with us. We are getting minute by minute updates from Uttarkashi there as far as the rescue operation goes. It could be within the next hour that we see the first trapped labourer coming out, being rescued after 17-day long ordeal that is hopefully going to end today. That is what we are all standing by for. A billion prayers are with those trapped inside, also with the rescuers who are trying very, very hard to ensure that this operation ends as soon as possible. There were several hurdles on the way to reach this stage that we are at, but we are finally there, and that's really the sigh of relief that the rescuers are also heaving. Let's take a listen to some of the reactions that have poured in.
Before anything else, we are near a breakthrough, but not yet there. अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.248 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन. जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको. उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे. रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर, और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एंक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट टू 58 meters, which is a phenomenal achievement, I would say.
Brigadier Vinod Datta, former senior consultant with the New Delhi Institute of Management, the NDIM, now joining us, giving us more details of what exactly to be expected. Sir, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. You know, we've seen how this operation has gone on for 17 long days. There were several obstacles, several hurdles that were on the way. We're in the last stretch. Is there something that we need to be wary of even now?
Well, you see, we are very close, to the objective, and we have already made the tunnel, breakthrough. That is a very, very important aspect as far as tunnel operations are concerned. And it has been possible because of these red miners which have been pressed into service, because we were very close to the objective when the auger machine gave up. And now, because of, the efforts and synergy of all the agencies, and the government has done a tremendous job, and the people on ground zero, they have done a phenomenal job, and the perseverance and the kind of morale boosting they have done to the miners who were trapped. I mean, that's a great achievement. And now it's a matter of, a few minutes when people will be bailed out of, that situation. And NDRF has already taken over the operations with the help of SDRF and army engineers, and they'll be taking out these miners.
It's been 17 long days. We've seen several hurdles on the way. You know, it was really the men that prevailed when the machines failed. What's also interesting, sir, is that this rat hole mining technique is actually an outlawed one. The NGT a few years ago had actually banned it, calling it unscientific and unsafe.
Well, there is a saying, we army guys believe that everything is fair in love and war. And as long as you are able to achieve your mission, you are able to, reach your objective, nothing succeeds like success. And they have done it, and they have done it in a very, very, phenomenal timings. And we have been able to save these 41 people. So, sometimes the even outdated technology, I mean, depends. It is all situational, and, how you want to extract the best out of that.
Brigadier Datta, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 and sharing your perspective. It definitely was a mammoth operation that hopefully is going to conclude in a few hours from now. Anshul, my colleague, getting us the very latest from on ground there in Uttarkashi. We've seen all of the teams converge there inside the tunnel. The NDRF, the SDRF are all inside. The Chief Minister of the state, Pushkar Singh Dhami, was also on site just a short while ago. He's been closely monitoring the operations there. Let's listen in to some more reactions that have come in.
भारत सरकार की सभी जो पब्लिक सेक्टर एजेंसीज हैं वो भी बहुत बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रोल इसमें उन्होंने अदा किया है सर। जैसे NHIDCL तो रोड मिनिस्ट्री की ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है सर। सतलज जल विद्युत निगम लिमिटेड सर पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। RVNL रेल विकास निगम लिमिटेड जो टनल इत्यादि बनाने का काम करती है रेलवे की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, ये भी रेल मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत बड़ा अच्छा काम किया। ONGC पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है और टेरी हाइड्रो डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन लिमिटेड ये भी पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है। और इसके लिए सर होम मिनिस्ट्री का भी बड़ा सहयोग रहा, जो पूरे देश के अंदर ग्रीन चैनल बनाने के लिए उन्होंने, चाहे वो रेल से आ रहे हों, चाहे वो इक्विपमेंट बाय प्लेन एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से या अन्य चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट से आ रहे हों, इसके लिए प्रत्येक दिन सेक्रेटरी रोड के अंडर में एक कोऑर्डिनेशन मीटिंग होती थी कि किस किस एजेंसी ने क्या क्या कितना काम कर लिया।
उनको ले जाने की क्या कुछ तैयारी है आप लोगों की, कैसे जाएंगे?
वो सब तो अभी जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तो भी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बात?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने, कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी।
कपड़े वगैरह आपने पैक कर लिए?
जी पैक कर लिए।
तो अब आप लोग साथ लेके जाओगे अस्पताल तक?
हाँ अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
अच्छा लग रहा है, निकल जाने के बाद तो अच्छे से स्वागत करेंगे उनको। आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
Anshul is back with us from on ground, getting us the very latest as far as the operation goes. Anshul, we had the Chief Minister, several other senior officials, including General VK Singh at the site there. We saw General VK Singh leave. He was pretty tight-lipped on the status of the operations. But is the Chief Minister still there, or has he left the site as well?
So yes, the Chief Minister is still very much over here, still inside the tunnel is what I can confirm to our viewers at this point in time. It is just a matter of the next few minutes. Probably the timeline is still not being shared by the rescuers at this point. But yes, it's just a matter of a few minutes that we are expecting that this entire process of digging through the entire debris will come to an end, and that pipe would eventually reach towards the other end, at least 2 meters ahead of that. So yes, the breakthrough has been made. Post that, the last pipe was being welded in that entire pipe, and now the welding operation has also completed, and now the American auger machine has now started to in fact push that entire pipe inside the debris as we speak. So yes, we are expecting that within the next few minutes this operation would come to an end, and post that we can expect that finally the people would start coming out. So that is the latest update, that the last pipe has been fixed, has been drilled in, and in fact has been welded in. In fact, the last pipe is now being pushed in. Approximately 3 to 4 meters is the length that their experts feel that they would have to push it through to get it through out towards the other end of the debris. So yes, that's the update from over here. And yes, the entire preparations are underway, the entire preparations are on point, and it is just a matter of minutes before we can actually imagine this dream that we were seeing, which was initially seeming unrealistic for the last 17 days, that could actually turn into a reality.
Right, Anshul, stay on with us. We'll keep coming back to you, but more breaking news that's now coming in, and this is to do with Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, has now decided to rush a team of rescue workers. They are going to be, in fact, helping the team that's already on ground, and also to ensure that those workers who are trapped inside are from West Bengal are brought back safely to their home state. when this rescue team is going to be reaching Uttarkashi. We are yet to get a timeline or yet to get more details about this. But Mamata Banerjee there rushing a team. We're given to understand that this is primarily to ensure that those trapped workers who will be rescued in a short while from now, those who hail from West Bengal will be taken back to their families in the state by this team that has been dispatched by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Anshul continues to be with us here now. Anshul, it's interesting. We had seen, we'll try and reconnect that line with Anshul, but it's interesting so far for 17 days. We had seen multi-agencies, the SDRF, the NDRF, the army on standby, several locals also helping in the rescue operations. Now we have Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, rushing in her team. The minute these workers are out, these laborers are rescued and they're brought out, after their initial medical assessment is done, they would be going back home to their loved ones, to their families. Mamata Banerjee there taking responsibility for all those who hail from her state to ensure that they are safely brought back to West Bengal, which is why a team has now been dispatched by the Chief Minister of West Bengal, who would be reaching Uttarkashi perhaps tomorrow. Remember, once these workers are rescued, once they are out of the tunnel, they would be flown to a nearby hospital. Those who perhaps have serious illnesses or have serious conditions would also be flown to Rishikesh, then to AIMS there. All these medical facilities are on standby for what's to come. Let's listen in to some more reactions that are pouring in.
आज क्षेत्र में बड़ा खुशी का माहौल है, जो विगत 16 दिनों से हमारे क्षेत्र के लोग देख रहे थे कि कब लोग हमारे जो मजदूर भाई अंदर फंस रखे हैं वो जल्दी से जल्दी लोग बाहर आ जाए और पूरे क्षेत्र में आज जो दिवाली मनाई जाएगी और पूरे हमारे क्षेत्र के जनप्रतिनिधियां और पूरी क्षेत्र की जनता है और जितने लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वो बड़े उत्सुक है उन लोगों को देखने के लिए कि अति शीघ्र वो लोग अंदर से बाहर आ रहे हैं।
ये शुभ पर्व का दिन है जो 41 लोग जो अंदर फंसे हुए थे, जिसके लिए हम तपस्या और कल हमने यज्ञ की थी, वो भगवान बोखनाग वो महादेव प्रसिद्ध हो गया है और चंद घड़ी के अंदर जो है हमारा ये 41 लोग चंद घड़ी में आने वाले हैं।
उत्तराखंड के उत्तराकाशी टनल में फंसे 41 मजदूर बस कुछ ही देर में कुछ ही पल में वो निकलने वाले हैं। हम इस वक्त में डुमरिया प्रखंड के मानिकपुर में गांव में हैं और आपको बता दें कि इसी गांव के 3 मजदूर उसी टनल में फंसे हुए हैं। डुमरिया प्रखंड के करीबन 6 मजदूर उस टनल में फंसे हुए हैं और सारे घर के जो लोग हैं वो इस इंतजार में है कि वह घड़ी कब आएगी जब उनके घर के जो सदस्य है उस टनल में फंसे हुए हैं उससे बाहर निकल के आएंगे। आज करीबन 17 दिनों से वे उस अंधेरी कोठरी में हैं, उस अंधेरी सुरंग में हैं, जिंदगी और मौत के बीच वे आज जिंदगी जीतने जा रहे हैं। वे कुछ ही देर में वे बाहर निकलेंगे और हम यहाँ पर उनके घर वाले सदस्य भी जानते हैं कि आज कितनी खुशी है। आज जो लोग हैं इस घर पे जैसे घर के सदस्य बाहर निकलेंगे कितनी खुशी है आपको?
खुशी है आज बाहरे तो भालो ही खुशी आछी है ना और যদি নাই বাহারে ভিতরে ছিল না তখন তো বহুত অসুবিধাই আমরাও ছিলি 3 দিন তো ভাত রান্না বাড়া নাই
3 দিন খাওয়া নেই
না ঘরের পরিস্থিতি ওইরকম হইছে তো কি করি রান্না বাড়া হবে আর এখন যখন বাইরে आवे তবে যে আমাদের খুশি এখন।
हम लोग का गांव का 3 आदमी फंसे हुए हैं जो तीनों घर का परिस्थिति बहुत खराब है, इसलिए हम लोग बाहर काम करने गए थे घर बनाने कुछ अपना परिवार को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। तो उसमें से भी मेरा एक बड़ा भाई है जो बड़ा पिताजी का लड़का है, रिश्ते में भाई लगते हैं, उन लोग फंसे हुए हैं जो नाम है रविंद्र नायक। दुख से कहना पड़ रहा है काहे कि 17 दिन हो गया आज से। तो उन लोग फोन किया था मेरे पास तो बात करके भाभी उसका बेटा सब अभी ठीक है, वो लोग खाना पीना भी अच्छा से नहीं खा रहा था चिंता में। इसी खुशी में आज खुशी लग रहा है निकलने का समय।
Just meters away from reaching those trapped inside. The rescue could begin any time now. CNN News 18 is getting you the very latest from on ground as it happens. For now, we're slipping into a quick break. Back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
expecting that each and every 41 of them will be taken out in 2 hours once this entire breakthrough is made. So yes, that story is not very far, that news is not very far. It is slowly becoming a reality, what we were hoping to see for the last 17 days. And within the next few hours, this entire rescue operation would come to a halt. Remember, there were a lot of ups and downs. The hopes were raised, hopes came crashing down. Problems after problems, solutions after solutions, new problems, new solutions, everything has been seen in this entire operation over the last 17 days. Now today, finally, we are hoping that for the thing that all the entire team was working for, approximately 1,000 workers from 15 different organizations, several experts from across the globe roped in, all working in tandem, making sure that these people are taken out safely, and hopefully that mission will come to an end within the next few hours. The breakthrough will happen within the next few minutes is what we are being told at this point in time. So yes, just the last few meters to go. The countdown has begun, and the visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now is of the SDRF team that has now been called inside. They are taking these beds that they have made. These are the stretchers that they have made, and it has been taken inside now. Finally, after the wait of 17 days, the SDRF and NDRF have sprung into action. The makeshift stairs that they had made, which needs to be taken from inside the tunnel so that people could actually climb on that and then get inside the pipe. Everything is in readiness. Just the last few meters to go. 55.3 meters have been reached. 57 is the breakthrough point. Remember the last time the food pipe that was sent, that was of 57 meters, and now 55.3 meters have been reached. The ambulances have now started going in as well. The ambulances are slowly now going in as well. We are getting these visuals to you. We are getting these visuals to you of how the entire operation is almost in its last stages at this. So what we are being told at this point in time, that the pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. This is what we can tell to our viewers. And within just the next few minutes, we are expecting that breakthrough will happen now. Everything is in readiness. The ambulance have reached over here. The SDRF teams are inside. The NDRF is on standby. Everything is now over. The last few minutes that we are waiting for, In fact, the pipe has just reached the breakthrough point, and within the next few minutes, that breakthrough is going to happen within the next few minutes itself. So yes, you can imagine how crucial these next few minutes are. Everything is in readiness. The teams are going in. You can also see these SDRF and NDRF teams. These are in white collars, white dresses. They have also started going inside now. So yes, this is the big update that we are being told. In fact, the army is also now going inside. Remember, the army was called in for the engineering purposes of that rat hole mining that was happening, and now the sappers are also going in. The battalion of sappers is also Madras sappers is also going in.
Yes.
The third ambulance is also in its way inside the tunnel. So yes, we are just waiting for that last few minutes. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point is what we are being told, and within the next few minutes, officially the officials will come on record and say this. But yes, what sources have confirmed to CNN News 18 at this point in time, that we have reached the breakthrough point, and it is just the last few meters, not even meters, it is the last few inches that needs to be drilled through manually. Post that breakthrough will happen, and once that breakthrough will happen, what is the process forward? The pipes are being welded, and these pipes will be pushed in, and once this pushing in process happens, we can officially tell our viewers that finally this entire operation would come to an end, where the breakthrough will happen.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation at 5, and we're getting you updates coming in from Uttarkashi, where the tunnel rescue is underway. There is light at the end of the tunnel. 17 days later, we're hoping that the operation ends today. Any minute now, we could be seeing the trapped workers coming out one by one. There are just a few meters more left before they reach all 41 of them, and then they will be all brought out. We've seen a demonstration of how that was going to be done by the NDRF. There are going to be trolleys that are put inside that 800 mm pipe. There are going to be stretchers on top of it, and one by one, each worker that is trapped inside will be brought out. at least 10 to 15 minutes per worker is what we're given to understand is how long it is going to take. There are 41 of them, so it is going to be a long drawn process. The progress is slow, but it's definitely steady, and the rescuers do not want to take any chances as far as ensuring that all of them come out safely and that they do not have to spend another night, another 24 hours inside that tunnel. It's been 17 long and arduous days, and it has been a 400+ hour mammoth operation which need not go any further, which is why there is absolutely no rush. There is no hurry in reaching the trapped workers as long as the rescuers know that they would be reaching them and bringing them out as soon as possible. Anshul joining us live from Uttarkashi now. Anshul, we're very close to when the sun is about to set. Is there going to be any change in strategy as far as the rescuers go?
So absolutely not. There is not going to be any change in strategy whatsoever. The only thing that will be affected is the airlifting of these people. If at all they need some urgent medical emergency in Rishikesh, that is the only thing that would get hampered at this point. Rest, everything will go according to the plan. I'll just try and show you visuals from inside the tunnel as well. I'll ask my camera person to actually pan the camera and show inside the tunnel at this point. You can see the kind of lightings that has already happened inside. The last few meters of the pipe is being pushed through as we are speaking. Remember, 10 pipes needed to be attached, and it was then decided that the last few pipes would be of 3 meters each of length. Now that portion has almost come to an end. The drilling of the last pipe, the welding of the last pipe has been completed, and the American auger machine at a very slow and steady pace is trying to push that pipe inside the debris so that it goes out on the other end. At least 2 meters away on the other end. On the other hand, the NDRF is at this point in time preparing a ramp so that these workers can easily come out of the pipe, and they have no issues whatsoever they have to face. So once this operation comes to an end, then the NDRF would take over this entire operation, and then the team of NDRF and SDRF will go inside, and it is then only that they will start pulling out each and every person one by one. Also, the CM of the state, Pushkar Singh Dhami, is still very much inside the tunnel for the last 3.5 hours at least. He has remained inside the tunnel, making sure that the entire operation that is being carried out with precision. And as you mentioned, Poonam, that the rescuers do not want at this point to hamper this operation in any way or any manner due to the excitement that is perpetuating out here, and hence all the entire operation is being carried out with a lot of precision, and which is up to the T, making sure that no untoward situation happens at this point, which could yet again mean that the operation could be pushed back by hours. So yes, the big story is that the breakthrough has finally happened. The last pipe has been welded into the pipes, and the pushing of that pipe is happening as we are speaking at this point in time, and that pushing is happening at a very, very slow speed, making sure that there are no more vibrations that happen in that debris, because if at all any sort of vibration that might happen, the pipe might be blocked due to the debris, and yet again the manual tunneling would have to be done. So that is something that the rescuers do not want. They have reached the other side of the tunnel. They are just pushing this pipe to open up on the other side so that people could be taken out safely, and even after that there is some movement that happens in the debris that does not affect the rescue operations.
Absolutely. We've seen international experts who've camped there for the last few days as well. And interesting visuals that came in earlier in the day of Arnold Dix, the Australian expert who was brought in, one of the first international experts who were brought in. He was actually praying outside at that little temple that is at the mouth of the Silkyara tunnel, isn't it?
So yes, Arnold Dix has been one of the person who has been at the forefront when it comes to giving bites and interviews to the media personals. Apart from it, there are several international experts that have been called in, and yes, the temple that has been formed, it is a very, very interesting story. If I could just show you over here, the temple that has been built over here, that is the temple of a local god over here. And on the day one when I came over here, a lot of locals told me that nothing is going to happen before the 26th of November because the local gods are angry because their temple is atop this mountain, and if this tunnel is built, then people will not go to that location where the temple is, and hence the gods are angry. And on the 26th, according to the local legends, the entire story comes to an end. That was supposed to happen on 26th. When that will happen, then only people will start coming out. And it was on the day 4th or 5th of this entire rescue operation that this temporary temple was set up over here. In fact, over the last 48 hours, a lot of havan has also happened on the spot, and post that there is a lot of positivity that can be sensed amongst the locals over here, who are now seeing that finally the gods are pleased and they will now allow these people to come out. This is something that Anand Dix has also been saying. He's saying that he believes in local legends and local gods, and hence he was seen this morning praying outside the tunnel. In fact, since the day this tunnel has been established, Anand Dix has been one of the person who can be seen daily going to that temple and praying to the gods to let the people come out. So yes, a lot of local legends, a lot of stories, a lot of trivias that are coming up with every passing day. We are still hoping that this time around everything will go according to the plan, and within the next few minutes, probably an hour, finally we will see the first person coming out of the tunnel, as the pushing in operation of the pipe is underway as we are speaking.
Right, Anshul, do stay on with us. We're getting more perspective as to where exactly the operation stands right now. What is it that we could hope in the next few hours? Remember, this was a 17-day long operation. 400 plus hours have gone into it. Heavy machinery brought in. Several of it failed. It was eventually the men who had to do it. The manual drilling is what actually paved the way for this breakthrough that we're seeing. We're now joined by former member of the NDMA, Lieutenant General Janakraj Bharadwaj. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. You know, now we know that we're in the final leg, the last leg really of the operation before we reach the 41 trapped to bring them out. But what should the rescuers be wary of? Because we've seen how hurdles have hit this operation when nobody expected them to come. Lieutenant General Bharadwaj?
Yes. It was so far, I think, how many days? It was only, not very good force, which has been its best to reach to the what is there. And with the help of
Mr. Bharadwaj, we'll try and reconnect that line with you, where there seems to be some audio issues with Lieutenant General Bharadwaj there, who was trying to get us a sense of how the operation actually panned out, how it unfolded over the last 17 days. We still have to err on the side of caution as far as the final leg of this operation is concerned. Lieutenant General Bharadwaj, I believe you're back with us on the phone line. Unfortunately, we had some audio issues with you, but you were making a point of what exactly the rescuers should be wary of. It is not a successful one until all 41 of them are going to be outside, and that's really the kind of sense of commitment the rescuers are going in with.
We hope that very soon we will have all of them out safe, and there may be some health issues which will be looked after. So far, in last so many days, it was the failure of the machinery and not the workforce. Workforce has been trying various methods that are available at their hands, and finally and other and very soon, I think, we hope that
we'll try and reconnect that line, but Lieutenant General Bharadwaj is not the only one who's hoping that success happens sooner than later. It's been 17 long days. The rescuers are working on a war footing. The sun has set there in Uttarkashi, but that has not stopped the rescuers. The strategy remains the same. Any minute now, we could be seeing the first trapped worker being rescued out of that 800 mm pipe. CNN News 18 is going to be your destination when that happens, but for now, we're slipping into a quick break.
at least 3 meters inside inside the location where these people are stuck. So yes, everything is in readiness. The 4th ambulance has also been called in. The ambulances, one after the other. Remember, 41 ambulances have been prepared over here. One after the other, one after the other. The ambulances are going inside. So yes, we are just expecting that the breakthrough will happen, and post that it will take some time for the pipe to be pushed through, and then another 2 hours for all these people to come out. Everything is in readiness, everything is prepared, and probably the time that we were waiting for is about to become a reality.
Is about to become a reality. May Mother Nature be kind, and may this operation be successful in the next few minutes, Anshul, as you were pointing out. International experts will tell you that by the sheer number of days it has taken, it is one of the longest rescue operation when it comes to a cave rescue or a tunnel rescue of this nature. The Thai cave rescue that we saw a couple of years ago, the German rescue operation of 2014, the kind of technology, patience and perseverance that this operation particularly tested of the authorities is something that will be an example for the times to come. Fortunately, there was no knee-jerk reaction. None of the rescuers so far have been hurt in this operation, which is usually the case in rescue operation, which has happened earlier as well. If you look at most of the rescue operations that have gone on, 41 workers who are trapped inside for about 16 to 17 days there. We've been counting down. There was an American auger machine that was called in. The machine could drill through a huge part of that tunnel, but at the last minute, at the last segment, it could not deliver the job. Rat miners were called in. I'm going to cut across to my colleague Anshul. There's some more movement happening on the ground right now. Anshul, what exactly is happening?
So yes, the makeshift hospital that was made over here, things from that hospital is being loaded into this ambulances, and this ambulance will go right inside the tunnel at the exact spot from where these people will come out, and the initial first aid or whatever they require will be given to them. Things like mask would be provided to them at that very juncture. Shades, glasses would be given to them, because over the last 17 days they have no exposure to any sort of sunlight, and hence suddenly coming out of the tunnel might have some impact on their health, on their eyes as well, and that is the reason why everything is being prepared. The kind of air that they were breathing in, that was almost, there was not much dust inside is what we are being told, but since they would be stepping out on the construction site, there would be a lot of dust as well. So masks would be given to them. Not only this, but also warm clothes will be given to them, because the temperature inside the tunnel is somewhere around the 22 to 28 degree Celsius mark, and once they come out, they will have to face this cold temperature of 10 to 11 degrees Celsius out here, and hence warm clothes are being taken inside at this point in time. So yes, everything is on the being prepared. As I was saying, the ground work that we were hoping to see, that ground work has started. The family members have been asked to pack their bags. The family members have been asked to put the clothes of the workers in their bags and get ready, because at any point in time we are going to break this news to our viewers that breakthrough, crucial breakthrough.
Welcome back. We're getting you the latest coming in from Uttarkashi, where the rescue operation is underway even as we speak. The sun is set, but the operations haven't really changed. The strategy remains the same. All 41 have to be rescued. That's really the kind of commitment that the rescuers are going in with. It's not just the NDRF, the SDRF, the army is on standby. We have several international experts who've been camping in Uttarkashi for all these days to ensure that all 41 of those who were trapped inside 17 days ago are brought back to safety, are with their loved ones sooner than possible. We look like we're minutes away, meters away, if you could say so, as far as breakthrough is concerned. Just 2 meters left before all of the debris is cleared. The rescuers do not want to take any risk. They don't want to leave anything to chance, which is why they're ensuring that all of it is completely out before they try and rescue even the first person coming out. Hospitals are on standby, medical teams are on standby, there are doctors, there are ambulances that are at the site of the tunnel collapse as well. The Chinook is also on standby. If anyone needs to be airlifted to AIIMS Rishikesh, arrangements have been made for that as well. We're also going to be seeing a team coming in from West Bengal, dispatched by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, to take those trapped labourers from West Bengal back to their loved ones in the state. Some reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
एम्स ऋषिकेश में हम श्रमिकों को सिर्फ उसी कंडीशन में लाया जाएगा अगर उनकी जो है ट्रीटमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल उत्तरकाशी में पूरी नहीं हो पाती है। हमने एम्स ऋषिकेश में उन्हीं श्रमिकों के लिए हमारे पास देखिए 20 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में डिजास्टर बेड्स हैं, कुछ आईसीयू बेड्स हैं और एमएस पूल के बेड हैं। एम्स ऋषिकेश में 4 टीम्स डॉक्टर्स की जो हैं 4 टीम्स तैयार की गई हैं, जिसमें एक जनरल मेडिसिन के डॉक्टर्स हैं, दूसरी टीम में एनेस्थीसिया के डॉक्टर्स हैं और तीसरी टीम जो है साइकेट्री के डॉक्टर्स हैं और एक ट्रॉमा सर्जरी के डॉक्टर्स की टीम है। वहाँ पे जो है लोकेशन पे भेजने का अभी के लिए तो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं है, लेकिन हमने एक टीम उसके लिए भी रखी हुई है जिसमें कुछ नर्सिंग ऑफिसर और डॉक्टर्स हैं। इन केस ज़रूरत पड़ती है और हमारे पास उत्तराखंड सरकार की तरफ से कोई निर्देश आता है तो हम इस टीम को जो है वहाँ के लिए मूव कर सकते हैं।
वो सब तो अभी जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तो भी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बात?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने? कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना ठीक है कि बुरा है क्या पता। घर जाने के बाद होगा ना स्वागत।
घर जाने के बाद त्योहार सारे मनाए
जाएंगे।
उनको तकलीफ होती होगी, डर का माहौल होता होगा?
वो तो होता ही है, यहाँ रह के भी हो रहा है, गांव में घर में रह के भी हो रहा है।
जी आज तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी, हाँ अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर, साथ में जाएंगे।
अच्छा लग रहा है, निकल जाने के बाद तो अच्छे से स्वागत करेंगे उनको।
कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग बिहार के रहने वाले हैं।
बिहार के रहने वाले हैं। तो अब जाने की क्या कुछ तैयारी है, कैसे जाएंगे?
वो तो आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
आज का अपडेट ये है कि जो ओगर मशीन का पार्ट निकालने के बाद कल इवनिंग में आपको बताया गया कि पुशिंग स्टार्ट कर दिया गया था, उसके अंदर स्लोली एंड स्लोली जो मक रिमूवल वाला काम था और जो पुशिंग वाला काम था वो दोनों मिला करके अभी जो लेटेस्ट स्टेटस है, जो आप लोगों को 5 मिनट वेट भी करना पड़ा, सॉरी फॉर दैट, इसीलिए था कि लास्ट पुश अभी चल रहा था तो 1.5 मीटर अभी पुश हुआ है। तो अभी जो हमारा स्टेटस है, हम 55.3 मीटर पुश हो चुका है। कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी बची है, हो सकता है 3 मीटर, हो सकता है 5 मीटर, और एग्जैक्ट देयर इज लाइक कुछ, क्योंकि किस लेवल पे निकल रहा है, कितना पाइप टिल्ट हुआ है, वो सारे के सारे प्रोजेक्शंस जो भी हैं, दो ही माइट बी समवेयर बिटवीन 57 to 59। ये है कि बाय इवनिंग वी आर होपिंग एंड अगेन आई विल से कि लेट्स प्रे एंड होप द बेस्ट।
वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग जो हमारा SJVNL कर रहा है वो हमारा 44 मीटर्स हो गया है आउट ऑफ 86 मीटर्स। ऐसा नहीं कि बंद कर दिया गया है, हर प्रोसेस में, हर ऑप्शन में काम चल रहा है लगातार। THDC ने भी आज 7th ब्लास्ट किया है तो उसका भी और अनदर 1.5 मीटर्स हमें मिला है, तो काम चल रहे हैं। हमने अभी अपने कोई भी जो वेरियस ऑप्शन है उसको बंद नहीं किया है। और जहां तक हॉरिजॉन्टल ड्रिलिंग थ्रू द डेब्री की बात हो रही है और उसके बाद पाइप पुश किया जाता है, नई पाइप के लिए फिर वेल्डिंग किया जाता है, ये सब में समय लगते हैं। तो लेकिन हमारी ये उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 मीटर शायद और हमारा होगा, लेट इवनिंग तक हमें कुछ अच्छी खबर मिले और सबकी प्रार्थना बिल्कुल आपकी जारी रहे।
मौजूद व्यक्ति ने हमें फोन पर इस बात की जानकारी दी है कि वहां 3 काम इस वक्त चल रहे हैं। पहला काम कि एक और पाइप जोड़ना पड़ रहा है, उस पाइप की वेल्डिंग की जा रही है, लगभग इसमें 1 घंटे का वक्त लगेगा और लगभग 7 बजे के आसपास फाइनल पुश इसे दिया जाएगा। दूसरी बात कि जो रेड माइनर्स मजदूर हैं वो फाइनल तौर पर अब वहां से मिट्टी को हटाने की पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं और वहां से मिट्टी हटाई जा रही है। और तीसरी बड़ी बात कि मुख्यमंत्री खुद मॉनिटर पर बैठकर इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को वहां पर वॉच कर रहे हैं, लगातार देख रहे हैं। तो अमित, जिस तरीके से आपने बताया कि ये ऑपरेशन अभी 4-5 घंटे और आगे जा सकता है, ये अब तय है क्योंकि फाइनल पाइप जुड़ेगी। तो आप मान लीजिए 7 बजे अगर उसे पुश करते हैं तो उसके बाद भी यहां पर NDRF को लगभग 1.5 से 2 घंटे का वक्त उन्हें बाहर निकालने पर लगेगा। तो 9 मान लीजिए, और 9 बजे भी अगर यहां से पहला मजदूर मूव करना शुरू करता है तो आप ये मान के चलिए कि ऑपरेशन अभी 11 बजे तक लगभग जाएगा। यानी 12 बजे से हम लगातार रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, शाम का 6 बजने वाला है और अभी भी इसमें 4 से 5 घंटे का जो वक्त जो आपने बात कही वो और लगने वाला है। लेकिन एक पाइप अभी और जोड़ा जा रहा है, फाइनल पुश, और उस फाइनल पुश के बाद सीधे मजदूर सामने होंगे। अभी भी जी
Breakthrough in sight, but few more hours to go before we see the first trapped worker coming out. That's the latest that we are gathering from Uttarkashi. We'll keep getting you more updates from on ground there. For now, it's time for a quick break.
Well, Anshul, you have diligently and patiently reported on this entire operation, and I'm sure the last few moments would be worth it, keeping in mind that hopefully all the workers will be rescued safely. Every person involved in this operation, multiple agencies that have been involved, have done a wonderful job. The last few minutes, the last few hours, that's the defining moment. Our focus here on CNN News 18. Anshul, let's also talk about the standard operating procedure that will be followed once these workers are rescued. Let's also talk about the fact that how through this pipe they will be rescued on those stretchers. And even while you're pulling those stretchers out of that pipe, one has to be really careful, cautious and patient.
So yes, patience is the key over here. Yes, a lot of hard work has gone into this entire operation over the last 17 days, and hence it is actually very important that they maintain the patience and do not get excited at the last moment. And that is something that these experts are prepared for at this point in time. You can see that how this work is happening, and as you rightly mentioned, the stretchers that would be taken inside, these stretchers would be pulled out in a very controlled manner, making sure that these people who are safe for the last 17 days do not get injured in the process while they are being pulled out. And hence we saw those mattresses being taken inside, the stretchers being taken inside. So basically on those stretchers these mattresses would be put, and then the wheels that have been attached to the stretcher, then they will be pulled out in a slow and steady manner. The approximate time for each person to come out is somewhere between the 2 minute to the 3 minute mark, and hence we are expecting that each and every 41 of them will be taken out in 2 hours once this entire breakthrough is made. So yes, that story is not very far, that news is not very far. It is slowly becoming a reality, what we were hoping to see for the last 17 days. And within the next few hours, this entire rescue operation would come to a halt. Remember, there were a lot of ups and downs. The hopes were raised, hopes came crashing down, problems after problems, solutions after solutions, new problems, new solutions, everything has been seen in this entire operation over the last 17 days. Now today, finally, we are hoping that for the thing that all the entire team was working for, approximately 1,000 workers from 15 different organizations, several experts from across the globe roped in, all working in tandem, making sure that these people are taken out safely, and hopefully that mission will come to an end within the next few hours. The breakthrough will happen within the next few minutes is what we are being told at this point in time.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation at 5. We're getting you minute-by-minute updates coming in from Uttarkashi. The rescue operation is on its 17th day. Breakthrough could be in sight. Let's get you a quick roundup of all that's happened there so far.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A Chinook helicopter is stationed near the tunnel site to airlift workers after their successful rescue. All preparations are underway. Authorities are also ensuring proper post-evacuation care. All those who need urgent medical help will be taken to AIIMS in Rishikesh. A makeshift medical facility is established inside the Silkyara tunnel as well. After the successful evacuation, health training will commence here. Items like mattresses and oxygen cylinders are already inside the tunnel. The health department has arranged for 8 beds in case of any issues, with a dedicated team of doctors and medical health experts deployed. Besides the medical experts, family members of the trapped workers are also waiting eagerly inside the tunnel. It will indeed be a tearful reunion as the workers would see their family members after 17 long days. Celebrations have also begun at the homes of the families who couldn't come to Uttarkashi. The rescue operation is in its final leg, and it's not just family members. Locals in the Silkyara town have also gathered outside the tunnel with garlands and sweets, eagerly awaiting the rescue of the 41 trapped labourers. Locals with the entire nation have been praying for the safety of these labourers. Prime Minister Modi spoke with Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami earlier today, inquiring about the rescue operations and the status of it. Dhami informed Prime Minister Modi about the current drilling situation and assured him that all workers will be evacuated soon. Prime Minister Modi also asked about the entire steps taken for the safety of the trapped workers. It must be noted that the Prime Minister's office is keeping a close watch on the rescue operation from the day it started. NHAI has once again started the work of audit on the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission. Vishal Chauhan, who's a member of the NHAI, has said that the agency has started the work of auditing the tunnels. They're working on this with the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation and one other agency. It's time for a quick break here on this edition, but we'll keep getting you more updates and developments as they happen in Uttarkashi. Do stay tuned for that.
Ой, se me tocó.
ואת ארז המקסים בן ה-12, חזרו אלינו. Hi, I'm Ido with the Calderon family. Our sweet 16 years old Sahar and our wonderful 12 years old Erez have returned to us safely. We just heard that they're coming upstairs and they are going directly to be examined by the doctors. This is a momentous day in our lives. We are filled with excitement, but we have not yet fully processed what has happened. I'm finding that it's difficult to go from a state of endless anxiety about their fate to a state of relief and joy. I believe it will take time. This is an exciting and heart-filling moment, but we also understand that it is the beginning of a difficult rehabilitation process for Sahar and Erez, who are still young and have been through an unbearable experience. More than anything, we pray for the safe and speedy return of our beloved Ofer Calderon, Sahar and Erez's father, who is still in danger, and of course the speedy return of all the kidnapped and missing as a top national priority. We would like to thank the people of Israel for the mutual guarantee, unity, care, and endless embrace we receive every day. It is very helpful and strengthens us very much. We want to thank the headquarters of the kidnapped people and the countless and wonderful volunteers who work day and night to support and help in the release of our loved ones. To the countless people and experts who have come forward to help us with the wisdom, experience, and humanity. We thank the War Cabinet, the security services, and the government that worked to bring about this moment.
Welcome back. Freedom is within grasp for these 41 trapped workers. They've been inside that tunnel for 17 long days. Breakthrough is almost there, just 2 meters away from miracle. But that could take a few hours, like the rescuers have been saying. They do not want to take any chances. They do not want to absolutely be in any hurry as far as the rescue operation goes. All 41 of them have to be brought out safe and sound, no matter how long that takes. That's really the kind of planning that the rescuers are going in with. All teams are on standby. 41 ambulances are at the Uttarkashi tunnel site. There are medical teams, doctors, psychologists that are also at the site there. Family members too awaiting the return, the rescue of the 41 trapped laborers inside. And CNN News 18 is on ground getting you the very latest there. Anshul, my colleague, joining us from outside the Silkyara end of this particular tunnel. Anshul, the family members are still inside, we're given to understand, but it could take at least an hour or more before we actually see the first worker being rescued?
So yes, that is what we are being told over here. And definitely the kind of press conference that happened in the national capital, definitely that seemed a bit dated. But yes, at this point in time, what we are being told that within the next 1 hour, the operation of pushing the pipe inside the tunnel will come to an end. I'll just try and show you the movement that is happening over here, right outside the Silkyara end of this tunnel. In fact, the makeshift hospital has been made over here. Members of NDRF, SDRF are all present over there. The Chief Minister is still inside, patiently waiting for this entire operation to be completed. Once, what we are being told that once the pipe is pushed through at least 2 meters behind the debris, then the rescue operation would start. Then the NDRF and the SDRF would overtake the entire operation, and one by one people will start to be pulled out. On the other hand, the family members are also inside. Some of them have reached inside. Some of them are still patiently waiting outside for those orders to come from inside the tunnel at this point in time. So yes, a lot of things happening, a lot of developments happening. The last few meters needs to be pushed through, and that is something that the rescuers do not want to actually get excited and push the entire pipe towards the other end of the ND tunnel at a speed, because the vibrations that might happen, that would actually block the pipe, which would again eventually mean that the entire operation would be pushed back by hours, and that is something that the rescuers do not want to happen, because this is the absolute last stage of the drilling process that was happening. The manual drilling process has been completed. The breakthrough has been achieved. The other end has been opened up. It's just the last 3 to 4 meters of the pipe that needs to be pushed in, and that is happening at a very controlled speed at this point in time, is what we are being told.
Slow but steady progress. That's really the formula that the rescuers are going with. We're seeing the Chief Minister who's already there. Are we expecting General VK Singh and the former PMO advisor to be back at the site anytime soon?
So yes, they are in fact at the site itself. They have gone down to the porta cabins that have been made. They are not inside the tunnel, but yes, they are very much present at the site. General VK Singh and also Bhaskar Kulbe, both of them are very much at the site. They have gone down at the location where the porta cabins had been made, where the meetings of the top brass of the entire operation actually take place, where the experts pour in with their opinions. So that is something that is also happening. The minister has constantly been on the ground for the last 4 to 5 days now. In fact, Bhaskar Kulbe, who was specially sent, former advisor from the PMO, who was specially sent over here because of the terrain he knows, he is also on the ground taking minute-to-minute updates and sending it to the Prime Minister's office. Is something
Absolutely.
that
All
he is doing at this point in time.
given
So yes,
to the rescue teams there. The centre, the state closely monitoring all the operations as they happen there. And so is CNN News 18 getting you the very latest. Anshul, do stay on with us. We'll keep coming back to you. But handing over this broadcast, Anusha joins you next with Plain Speak.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Anusha Soni. Today on day 17 of the mammoth operation in Uttarkashi, rescue teams are only a few meters away from the 41 labourers who are trapped inside the Silkyara tunnel. The great Himalayan rescue that has made international headlines and will in the next few hours from now see rescue teams pull out the trapped workers out of the tunnel with Chief Minister Dhami, who has stated that work on laying the pipes to rescue the 41 workers is complete. My colleagues reporting from the ground, this has been our top focus here on CNN News 18. A major breakthrough was achieved this afternoon at around 1:10 p.m. as the laying of pipes through the rubble at the Silkyara tunnel was completed after huge efforts ongoing for the last 17 days. Prayers of the family members of the trapped workers and crores of country citizens are pouring in as the relentless hard work of the rescue agencies reach the final leg. It's a critical and a delicate final leg that we are talking about. At least 12 rat hole mining experts were tasked with horizontal drilling through the final 10 to 12 meter stretch of the debris in the collapsed section of the under construction tunnel on the Char Dham route in Uttarakhand. An alternative drilling approach was adopted after large auger machine became stuck on Friday. In a media briefing just a short while ago, National Disaster Management Authority member Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain said that rescue workers were near a breakthrough and it will take almost 4 to 5 hours for the trapped workers to be pulled out. As a fallout of the Uttarkashi tunnel mishap, the National Highway Authority of India has stressed the need of the order to follow the tunnels by an independent and expert agency. But right now, all eyes on that important rescue operation that has made headlines, and rightly so. It has been a mammoth task for the last few days, and right now we are in the last leg. Everything is on standby, the medical teams, ambulances, everything has been placed on the go just to ensure that when the first set of workers are pulled out, they get the kind of medical help that they need. Our focus here on Plain Speak, breakthrough on the 17th day, how the mammoth operation has unfolded. We tell you all about the story, everything that has gone into that operation, what's happening right now, and how will the next few hours really look like.
The breakthrough has happened at this very moment as we are speaking, and that is the reason why this entire movement has already started over here.
अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं। पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है with the help of the auger machine, the pressure of the auger machine, and we are hoping अंदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब we could say that आर पार हो गए हैं।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे।
हाँ जी।
आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
While cutting across to my colleague Anshul, he's been tracking this rescue operation non-stop for the last few hours and for the last 17 days. Anshul, the last few hours, fingers crossed, it's a delicate task at hand. The quick updates, the latest one.
So yes, the latest update is that the final piece of this entire puzzle, that is the last piece of the pipe, has been welded into the pipes, and the pushing operation is underway at this point in time. We are expecting that within an hour's time this operation will come to an end, and post that the team of SDRF and NDRF will go inside at the exact location where these people are stuck, that is 60 meters through that pipe, crawling through that pipe, and post that a ramp will be made. In fact, the ramp has already been made by the NDRF team outside the tunnel is what we are being told at this point in time, and we are just awaiting for that final confirmation to come in from the NHIDCL and their rescue teams that the pipe has reached the other end of the tunnel. Remember, the breakthrough was achieved at the 57-meter mark. Post that, the rescuers wanted that at least 2 to 3 meters of length of the pipe is drilled through towards the other end and opens out towards the other end. That process is happening at this point in time. The auger machine is very slowly pushing that pipe through the debris, because remember, if at all any sort of vibration happens in that debris, then the debris will fall and eventually close the pipe that has been drilled through, and hence the rescuers are not risking it at this point in time, and hence we are expecting that within the next few minutes probably an hour this operation will come to an end, and post that the NDRF, SDRF teams will go inside, and one by one people will be taken out. On the other hand, if you could see behind me as well, the number of ambulances that have gathered over here. These ambulances are all on standby. A makeshift hospital has been made specifically inside the tunnel itself, making sure that whatever first aid needs to be given to these people, that could be given to them at the earliest. So yes, it's just a matter of minutes, probably an hour, before we could break this news of the first person coming out of the tunnel after 17 days, and the first human contact that can be made with them after 17 days. So yes, it's just the next few hours that we are waiting for. But yes, fingers crossed, hopefully the pushing of pipe that is ongoing, that happens successfully, and the 3 to 4 meters pipe that needs to be pushed in, that drills through successfully, and that is when we are expecting this entire operation to be handed over to the NDRF and the SDRF, and then the entire SOPs will follow. The easiest part of the operation will then take place.
Of course, you'll stay with us through the course of the broadcast. But before I go to my guests, one more question that I'd like to take from you. We've spoken about the technicalities of the operation, but you've been stationed there for those last 17 days. You have lived and felt the story. I was hearing your earlier reportage as well, where you pointed out how a small temple, a makeshift temple, has been created there. What has been the human interest story really like? The locals, at one point, they were very disappointed. There were certain protests. But today, when these workers are to be pulled out, we saw a lot of locals cheering. They were happy that finally all these workers will be pulled out. The human side to this great rescue operation.
Well, yes, the locals, since day one, since the day I arrived over, initially a few of the local people that I interacted with told me about a local legend over here, and said that nothing is going to happen before the 26th of November because the gods are angry, as the temple of that god used to happen on top of this mountain, and if this tunnel is built, then the people will not go and worship that god, and hence the god is angry, and that is the reason why something like this has happened. And that is the reason why approximately 5 to 6 days ago a makeshift temple was made over here. We saw those visuals of people going inside the temple by praying at that temple, be it General V.K. Singh, be it the engineers who have been called in, be it the Chief Minister who also prayed at this temple last evening as well. And post that, if you look at the human interest angle, the people were actually very, very concerned, because all these people were the friends and family members of these people, and who actually knew. Also, the Chief Minister, there is movement in the cavalcade of the Chief Minister as well. Right behind me, we are seeing that the Chief Minister is now moving out of the tunnel. We are hoping that he would stop and brief us about the current situation, because there is a lot of clarity that needs to be taken from him. But yes, the cavalcade of the Chief Minister is now moving out of the tunnel side. What is the reason behind this? That is something that remains to be seen. We'll try to find that out in the next few minutes. So the Chief Minister is now going down to the Pota cabins, where the meetings generally happen. He has not moved out of the site. He has in fact gone inside the place where the high-level meetings and the hectic parleys happen out here on the tunnel side. So yes, we are hoping for that good information, for that good news to come through anytime now. It is just a matter of minutes, probably 1 hour, that we will be able to bring this report to our viewers that the first person has finally been taken out of the tunnel after 17 days.
Absolutely, Anshul. I'm waiting to hear that from you. As the breaking story first here on CNN News 18, please stay with us on the broadcast. I'll quickly introduce our guests as well who are joining us on the broadcast. We have Mr. Alok Bilal, who's a former DGP of Uttarakhand. He's joining us on the show. We also have Brigadier Vinod Datta, who's the former senior consultant at NIDM. Mr. Vimlendhu Jha, who's an environmentalist, is also joining us on the broadcast. And Arya Ghosh, who's a national safety, security and aviation analyst, is also with us on the show. Good evening to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Brigadier Datta, first I'd like to come to you, sir. What a mammoth operation this has been. 17 days it has taken for us, but everybody is safe. None of the rescue workers so far have been hurt, and God forbid that happens. But how big of a task has been done or is yet to be achieved? Of course, we are yet to have the first worker pulled out, but to be able to make through the breakthroughs that have been achieved so far is no lesser of an accomplishment.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and let me congratulate everybody, on nearing this completion of this operation. And it has been a very, very mammoth and huge operation, which is nearing a completion because of the coordination of the various agencies, whether they were central agencies or the state agencies. Now, tunnel operations are not very easy, to conduct or to, venture in. Because what happens is the approaches are very, very limited. Like other, disaster-like situations where you have many approaches. You have 360-degree opportunities that you can approach the ground zero from any angle. Here, the approaches are limited. The human lives are involved, and you do not know that how the soil is going to behave. And these tunnel operations are quite unpredictable. So it has been a really very, very big operation, and with the perseverance of the administration, the security agencies, and the armed forces, we have been able to achieve great amount of success. And these operations, they are time consuming, and because you cannot go totally gung-ho on any kind of, like, two options were taken, vertical as well as horizontal approach was taken. And since the vertical approach had some challenges, so they switched over to this mine excavators who have been pressed into service. And it is rightly said, एक हिंदी में कहावत है जिसे कहते हैं ना कि जहां काम आवे सुई कहां करे तलवार. So today these mine excavators have really proved that yes, they can make the difference, and they have done it.
But Brigadier Datta, I'm also very happy with the fact that the authorities could make that distinction and could exercise that discretion. Most of the experts we have spoken to here on CNN News 18 have pointed out how there was no knee-jerk reaction from the authorities and a very well sustained, planned, strategized manner in which the state and the central government coordinated multiple agencies, about 8 to 9 of them, working in close coordination with each other. Mr. Alok Bilal, coming to you, sir. The state and centre have coordinated very, very closely as far as this particular operation is concerned. No state government would have been able to do this by itself. The kind of technology that has been pushed in, the kind of support that they have got from the local administration, without this multi-layered coordination, this operation couldn't have been a success. It is yet to achieve its last milestone, but hopefully we are just still there, very, very close.
First of all, I must say that I'm so happy that we are so close to a good news. Having said this, yes, coordination is a very important aspect of such rescue operations, especially where two governments are involved, the central as well as the state government. And I'm glad that soon enough after the disaster struck, it was decided that it will be the government of India who will be having the wherewithal to deal with a huge situation like this. And also because the tunnel is being made by the government of India, it was only right that they should have taken the responsibility of coordination. Because the initial meetings were held under the chairmanship of the local district magistrate. Now, some of the officers who came from government of India were far senior to this district magistrate in their recruitment years. So it was felt that perhaps a senior officer from government of India would be the ideal person to coordinate. So my feeling is that we could have had, some kind of an escape tunnel even before such a huge tunnel was being constructed. I think in all such cases where you are dealing with the Himalayas, which are very fragile, so when you make a long tunnel like this one, you must also have the escape standard operation procedure in place.
Right.
This SOP possibly was not there. And therefore, when it started happening, everybody was at wit's end what to do and how to go about it. So my own feeling is that escape tunnels could be thought of, and they should have been made. And in all such, if we can take a lesson from this, in all such projects in future, we should have this. And secondly, we should be prepared for such disasters in the Himalayas, because Himalayas are friable. We all know it's a young
And the
mountain.
manner in which, sir, the kind of infrastructure creation which is happening in Himachal and in Uttarakhand, safety measures after this accident could be reviewed, once again looked at. On that note, Mr. Vimlendu Jha, bringing you into the discussion. There's been much chatter and discussion about we need to rethink, we need to recalibrate. I don't think anybody is against creating infrastructure, better connectivity, better developed states. But to have the right kind of balance between development and ecology, especially in a state like Uttarakhand, where the mountains are porous, it's a sensitive ecology that you're dealing with. Those concerns need to be taken into account. Is it time that perhaps our planning and our methods need to be relooked once again? And in your understanding, are authorities really sensitized to this?
See, no doubt we need to celebrate and congratulate the effort put together by the rescue operations, as in the central government and the state government. But I think this tunnel collapse and this rescue operation, the number of days, 17 days that it's taken, should ideally wake us up and wake up the government to really re-look at the kind of infrastructure that we're trying to build. As in, Himalayas is not your Lajpat Nagar or Bombay, where you are actually digging a tunnel. As in, every study that has actually taken place in last several decades clearly talk about the kind of tunneling activity, the kind of infrastructure development that we're actually building in the Himalayas is unscientific. It doesn't take into consideration the geology and the geography of the area. As in, we need to not just look at how did, whether we have been able to rescue these 41 people or not. The fact that why did that tunnel collapse? Was there enough thinking, enough study? And the reality is that there was not. As an environmental impact assessment of this project was bypassed. And in 2019, when the Supreme Court was hearing this case, in the name of national security, of course, everybody wants quicker mobility and broader roads. But do we want broader roads in Himalayas that don't have the carrying capacity? And therefore, rather than actually looking at last 17 days, the entire country and all of media only talking about rescue operations, nobody's asking that critical question that why are we plundering the Himalayas? As in 2023, we have actually seen the kind of disaster that has taken place in Himachal. We've seen the kind of disaster that's happened in Sikkim. We've seen Uttarakhand. So should we will this tunnel function? Because there are 66 similar tunnels and infrastructure projects that's actually going on. It's a 900-kilometer road that we're trying to build. But, when our convenience becomes so arrogant that we don't really look at the carrying capacity and the ecological sensitivity of the Himalayas, this is what is happening. And by the way, it is not just about the soil movement or in terms of tunnel collapse. The rivers are suffering. 600 hectares of forest has actually been cut to build this 12-meter road that we're talking about. So, it's really, really unfortunate, and hope this is a wake-up call. Hope the government realizes that it cannot draw a road on the map of Himalayas the way it actually makes a map in Delhi or in any other urban area.
Arya Ghosh, coming to you, do you think that the rest of the tunnels which are yet to be created in this entire project, there needs to be a rethinking as to why this really happened? And I'm sure the authorities will look into this. At the end of the day, if these level of rescue operations are to be done, it is the expense, it is the effort of the government that really goes into it. There's accountability that is sought from the politicians and from the elected leaders. But the other projects which are a part of this mammoth infrastructure project, should they be really looked into?
100% in agreement with you. And as my senior and learned co-panelists have already pointed it out. See, there are 4 types of tunnels that we come across. One is basically which is built in the rocks, and then you have tunnels which you build on soft grounds, and then you have tunnels built underground and underwater. So, keeping in mind the tectonic plate movements in the Himalayan region, we should have made an exception, in my humble appreciation, in this case, as we build a head shield in case of building a tunnel on the soft grounds. That kind of reinforcement should have been considered, in my humble opinion, and which I believe was not that. Wasn't present, or the reinforcement at the top of the tunnel was not that strong. And the second thing is we are looking at the 41 lives, irreplaceable lives right now. But also think about, spare a thought about an army convoy which could have passed through that tunnel once completely built, loaded with logistics, and what would have happened if there was a tunnel collapse. And the other thing is escape tunnel. That is a very kind of vital factor we should have considered at the beginning. Before working on the main tunnel, the escape tunnel should have been built for this emergency situation. I mean, meeting this emergency situation wherein the workers that are now stuck could have been brought up. So that should have been kept in mind as well. And also there is, now they are building this escape tunnel, which is basically will be perpendicular to the Silkyara end, which is about in length 180 meters. That is being built now. But why now? So, and hats off to the rat miners. I have personally had a discussion with the NDRF headquarters and the officials at the tunnel site, and I've conveyed my suggestions, what I wish to, and I'm happy to experience that what I've suggested on that time they're also working, and also I have suggested that from the Parkour side, since there is no debris on the Parkour side, there should have been an effort earlier made to reach the workers.
Mr. Alok Lal, coming to the point of that this should not happen again in the future, and we are still counting down. When the first worker is really pulled out of that tunnel, it's in the last phase that pipe has been inserted. There's a welding process that will go on, and then via stretchers, one worker after another will be pulled out. It needs to be done very, very carefully. The Chief Minister was at the spot. His entourage has left the spot right now. They've gone down for a couple of meetings, as my colleague was pointing out. NDRF teams are on standby. The ambulance is on a standby. This operation will continue to go on till about midnight. So we don't know how long this may take. These are the last few hours, that's all we know. But at no point the authorities have indicated that they're going to rush through the process. The fact that the last leg had to be done through rat miners points out that how the machines, technology, despite the best available technology, had failed to cut through the last leg of debris which was lying there. Mr. Lal, coming to the point of why the rat miners had to be used, there was an American auger machine that broke down multiple times. It was replaced. Then parts of the machine got stuck into the debris. And then finally the rat miners had to be used. Talking about the peculiar geology or the geographical conditions, the terrain that exists in the Himalayas, the heavily porous nature of the mountains, how difficult was this operation to bring it to this point of near completion?
Well, I have had a word with a geologist friend of mine who was on the spot and has deep knowledge of this area. And she told me that this is a particularly fragile zone, and there are faults which have taken place a long time ago and which have caused the rocks to splinter, and anybody who touches them will be disturbing the entire balance. It's like the apple cart being dislodged. It's like that. So any action that is to be taken is to be very careful. Now, one of the SDRF officers told me that one of the things that happens is, apart from those who are called VIPs and VIPs who are actually visiting because they have a functional input to bring in there, it's fine. But other VIPs who want to use this as a photo opportunity should not come. The Chief Minister, of course, is the Chief Executive and he has to go and supervise things. But apart from that, many others who visit and therefore disturb the action which is going on. One of the reasons why one of the machines was wrongly used, I am told, at the site was for this reason, that when a particular VIP was there, the people who were operating that machine wanted to show to the minister that how effective it is. And so there was a wrong operation also. So what I'm trying to say is that all these things have got to be taken in a manner that shows maturity and not childishness, as was shown in some cases here also.
Okay.
So dealing with Himalayas means that you have to deal with a lot of difficulties, a lot of problems.
Absolutely. Mr. Vimlendu Jha, I take your point very seriously, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about why this has happened. We must talk about why this has happened, because that conversation will lead us to a point where we'll be able to make more informed decisions and raise more awareness about these critical infrastructure projects which are going on. Massive money which is being invested by the government of the day, and perhaps responsible decisions which are made. But one of the arguments that I've heard often is that these kind of projects, especially in the hilly terrain of Uttarakhand and Himachal, would be risky projects like they are in the northeast of the country. We cannot paralyze the administration and the authority by not creating them. And of course, with each untoward incident like these, the authorities will find a better way. I'm not saying that they should happen, but perhaps the difficulties should not deter us from having infrastructure creation in the first place. That's the larger point that I'm trying to make. Mr. Jha.
Yeah, absolutely, Anusha. So ideally, it would be very good if I'm able to lift 500 kilos of weight when I go for a workout, ideally, right? But I need to have the carrying capacity. Ideally, yes, we need a broader road, but if in the process of broadening that road, or in the process of actually creating that critical infrastructure, if you're actually destroying the Himalayas itself, if you're actually destroying the water bodies, by the way, we are talking about two of that prominent rivers. They originate from that area, and this entire road project, 900-kilometer road project that we're talking about, is in Yamunotri, Kedarnath, Gangotri, all these areas. Indeed, I'm not saying that the villagers there, as in there were earlier 600 human settlements in Uttarakhand, they all need better infrastructure, they need better roads.
Yeah.
But they also need to understand that does the Himalayas have the capacity to carry those roads? Just because people sitting in Delhi, the planners and the engineers of Delhi, imagine what the previous speaker said, that the geologist told, has been warning us that the soil is very, very, very fragile. It's also around the plates. We talk about the rock formation. We are also talking about growing Himalayas. When we are aware of all of this, why would you even undertake a project? This is a disastrous project from the start itself. And this is criminal negligence in governance that we're talking about. So let's not brush this aside by saying, oh, well, India needs infrastructure, but India doesn't need mindless infrastructure. Himalayas need infrastructure, but imagine you build an infrastructure and you flood the entire Himachal Pradesh, and look at what we ended up doing in Himachal Pradesh, and the visuals that your channel and you were showing a couple of months ago, where everything was washed out. We've looked at what happened in 2013 in terms of Kedarnath, the disaster that happened. So indeed, we want a brighter and a bigger and a broader road, but if it gets washed away, or if it sinks, if our Himalayas collapse, that has the impact not just on the Himalayas, by the way. The impact of Himalayan ecology, or the plundering of Himalayan ecology, is going to be on the entire North India, or in the entire country, in terms of air, in terms of water, in terms of every form of our life in that sense. And that's the reason why we actually have government bodies. That's the reason why there's a law called environmental impact assessment.
Absolutely.
Imagine
There's a reason why environmental laws exist in the country. I'm not disputing the need for the environment impact study, which is the law of the land, and you're right, under various provisions of the Indian law, under the Constitution, environment impact assessment study is very, very important. I'll take that point forward with Professor C.S. Dubey, who's also joining us on the broadcast. He's a geologist. Professor Dubey, good evening. Good to have you on the show, sir. We've been talking about this, mammoth rescue operation, which is in the last stages of completion. And we also have Mr. Vimlendu Jha with us on the broadcast and other experts, talking about the viability of the projects and how exactly in the times to come we can ensure that incidents like these do not happen. Would you agree with that broad stroke argument that it's completely unfeasible to carry out projects of this nature in Uttarakhand, in that hilly region?
The project started in 2018, as if I could see in the reports, and by 2024, you have to finish it. But the problem is that when you do such kind of projects, you have to see a few things. The most important thing is that it looks like, when I saw it through the Google Maps and through the Google Earth Pro, I could see that it looks like an old landslide area. and you are making a tunnel at the toe of the landslide area where the debris has been accumulated already, besides the fragile rocks, Now, in such cases, generally what they do is they see the top top layer of the things, that whether they are, it's not an old landslide, it's not a slipping area, what are the slopes of the area, they all check it. But surprisingly, in this case, it looks like that there are some small flaws which have been uh, not taken into consideration by the geologists as such, or the geotechnicals. And generally, in these kind of tunnels, we have to be very careful. Generally, when we make these kind of tunnels, we try to align them in a shortest route direction. We don't see the rocks which are there, and the dips of the rock, and the fractures of the rock, the faults of the rocks, the joints of the rocks. We don't care. And most important is the drainage pattern there. Now, unless we see all these things, it is there. It is bound to be there. I feel like that they might have done it, but they couldn't anticipate the debris and the boulders which are there, and within the debris, if it's a old landslide, they couldn't consider that, and I think that could have been one fall. I have not seen the area as such, but actually the rocks there are Berinac quartzites and phyllites and schists are there, generally belonging to the close to the below the main central thrust area. So it is a very fragile area. Everybody knows that the lesser Himalayas below the MCT thrust and the above the close to the MCT, which is a very active tectonic zone.
If everybody knows that this is a very fragile area, and whatever details of the project are in the public domain, in your understanding, were the due precautions taken? Because some of the experts also pointed out that we need to create an escape route tunnel in case something wrong happens, and you pointed out that this area is known and is prone to landslides even in the past.
Well, when I saw the project itself, I could anticipate that there were some places where they have made the escape routes. It is bound to be there, and there should be a parallel tunnel which should have those kind of routes. Whereby escape routes, the small tunnels from which you can come out if there is a problem. Then in all tunnels, it is a mandatory thing to make. I don't understand that. Was generally the safety is first, and then you go ahead. I'm not sure about what has happened over here.
Okay, not sure about what exactly has happened here. On that note, I'll bring in Mr. Arya Ghosh into the discussion. Mr. Ghosh, the safety measures and the security measures which are taken usually in an operation of this nature, I'll just come to that. But I want to once again focus and zoom in on the rescue operations which are underway right now. One argument that I've heard from the people who are working on the ground, these are international experts who have been roped in by the government, that it's good that it took this time. The fact that we were able to establish communication, the fact that they could be catered with basic hygiene products, basic food, survival, and then you can slowly and steadily try and reach out to them, is an example how the governments can take a cautious approach. The other side of the argument is that there have been some glitches, some wrong decisions that have been taken, and perhaps that's why it has taken so long. In hindsight, how do you see this rescue operation? Could it have taken shorter, or perhaps the approach that was adopted by the authorities was the right way to go forward?
Very good question. It is a very good question indeed, because yes, I think on the similar lines that you need to. We had the option of creating a better kind of rescue mechanism. In the sense, first of all, we need to look at it in this way that we have the DG NDRF there, and with loads of experience, and then we have Mr. Arnold Dix, and was the president of the International Tunneling Underground Space Association based in Geneva. And then we have micro-tunneling expert, Mr. Chris Cooper, who's been also brought in. So since there's no dearth in learning more, I would request the concerned authorities, like the government of India, and to the concerned authorities to send us, a dedicated team for further learning, because burning railways in Switzerland could be a example. there are about 67 tunnels, I guess, it passes through. And in adverse situations, during adverse situations, the movement of the the trains, don't stop. So that is an example for them to follow as to how they have built up the tunnels along the Bernina railway track. And the other thing is, there should have been a mechanism wherein a wagon-like vehicle should have been placed that could take the load of the debris falling from up, so that and that should move. That should have moved in the along with the workers and in close proximity, so that whenever the workers inside going forward in future, whenever the workers feel or experience that the debris starts falling, then they can get inside that wagon-like vehicle, wherein that should be equipped with enough oxygen and foods and etc. The medical kits, etc.
Yeah.
And also, you must remember, a very important thing is that human feces is a biohazard. I mean, urine is not that kind of a biohazard as human feces is. So the food that is being supplied to the workers should be specially made, and we should ensure that the place where the workers are trapped are absolutely hygienic and clean. And also that is something also applies when pulling up the workers.
Okay.
Because it is you have to keep the count the last man, and take him into account.
Absolutely.
Because you don't know, because physically, the dimensions physically would differ, and then you have to make that passage in such a way that the healthiest person should be able to come out as well as the other persons.
Absolutely.
So,
Brigadier Datta, I'm coming back to the point of having some kind of backup rescue plan, or taking lessons from what really has happened. In the history of disaster management, different disasters that this country has seen, including battling a pandemic that we efficiently battled in this country with our own set of lessons. In terms of a cave rescue operation or a tunnel rescue operation, I think what has happened in the last 17 days is unprecedented. Also, the kind of infrastructure which is being created in states like Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, and the speed with which projects are being undertaken in the hilly region of the northeast of the country or in Himachal or Uttarakhand, it's unprecedented. In pace with that infrastructure creation, do we have backup plans? Are we ready for instances like these? Because as a country, if you're building infrastructure with that speed and capacity, then you also need to have the rescue and relief operations or an SOP, God forbid, if something of this nature happens.
I agree with you, and a very pertinent question has been raised by you. You see, what happens is there's David Harvey's report which says that there is something which is called land potential. Now, the land potential has been overstretched, and I agree with Vimlendu when he is talking about the environment impact assessment. Yes, definitely, I'm for development. Infrastructure has to be made, but we are not able to carry out any kind of assessment. We generally don't have any kind of vision which goes beyond what we can see. And it has happened sometimes, you see, and most of the time I have seen that we overpromise and underdeliver. And this is what has happened. I was reading a report which was telling that the escape tunnels in this particular case, they have been glossed over. Similar thing, like, if you see Himachal had witnessed the same thing. I had supervised one tunnel operation in Himachal but I must appreciate that the young district magistrate, she was a lady IAS officer, and she did a commendable job. So what I want to tell you is that unless, we have these policies, advisories and all, unless we execute them, unless we hold people accountable for this, and, such incidents will be repeated. So what is the need of is that the analysis, the reports, the experts, generally whatever they are telling, they should be taken seriously. Because, the kind of infrastructure growth which we are seeing, it is like a ginger, kind of growth. वो अदरक की तरह सब जगह हम फैल रहे हैं without realizing that what is the land potential What all can we build, what blastings, that impact will be there. So these kind of, projects, they should be taken seriously, and the subject, the domain expert people should be taken on account. Like, you see, the kind of regulated, the tourist inflow in Uttarakhand and such like
that
places
needs
should
to be
done.
controlled. Yeah, that needs to be
Yeah,
controlled. I'm all
needs
for
to be
that, sir.
controlled.
I agree with you,
Yeah,
because hills have a limited capacity, and the manner in which the urban crowds go to Uttarakhand, to Himachal Pradesh, the kind of burden it's putting on the hills and at the Himalayas, it's something that the ecology is not able to really take, and the pollution that we're witnessing there of different kinds. Whether environment impact assessment study has become merely a formality across major corporate projects, across major infrastructure projects, or is this statutory requirement really taken seriously in this country? We'll talk about this aspect of this particular debate. Our focus on the last 2 meters which are left, the tunneling, the debris has been clear, the pipe has been inserted, the entire welding operations need to be done. We keep our focus on this big story here on Plain Speak right now, slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Big semi-final before Mega 2024 fight. 5 states, 679 seats up for grabs. Direct Congress versus BJP fight in 3 states. In 2 states, regional satraps eye dominance. BJP's heavyweights in battlefield. Congress's confidence on test. CNN News 18. Your trusted elections destination.
Ой, صندوق كمبيوتر. يقعد تشتغل برا Ой, صندوق كمبيوتر. يقعد تشتغل برا تشتغل برا
So yes, just the last few meters to go. The countdown has begun, and the visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now is of the SDRF team that has now been called inside. They are taking these beds that they have made. These are the stretchers that they have made, and it is being taken inside now. Finally, after the wait of 17 days, the SDRF and NDRF have sprung into action. The makeshift stairs that they had made, which needs to be taken from inside the tunnel so that people could actually climb on that and then get inside the pipe. Everything is in readiness. Just the last few meters to go. 55.3 meters have been reached. 57 is the breakthrough point. Remember the last time the food pipe that was sent, that was of 57 meters, and now 53 meters have 55.3 meters have been reached. The ambulances have now started going in as well. The ambulances are slowly now going in as well. We are getting these visuals to you. We are getting these visuals to you of how the entire operation is almost in its last stages at this. So what we are being told at this point in time, that the pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point. This is what we can tell to our viewers. And within just the next few minutes, we are expecting that breakthrough will happen now. Everything is in readiness. The ambulance have reached over here. The SDRF teams are inside. The NDRF is on standby. Everything is now over. The last few minutes that we are waiting for, In fact, the pipe has just reached the breakthrough point, and within the next few minutes, that breakthrough is going to happen within the next few minutes itself. So yes, you can imagine how crucial these next few minutes are. Everything is in readiness. The teams are going in. You can also see these SDRF and NDRF teams. These are in white collars, white dresses. They have also started going inside now. So yes, this is the big update that we are being told. In fact, the army is also now going inside. Remember, the army was called in for the engineering purposes of that rat hole mining that was happening, and now the sappers are also going in. The battalion of sappers is also Madras sappers is also going in.
Yes.
The third ambulance is also in its way inside the tunnel. So yes, we are just waiting for that last few minutes. The pipe has almost reached the breakthrough point, is what we are being told, and within the next few minutes, officially the officials will come on record and say this. But yes, what sources have confirmed to CNN News 18 at this point in time, that we have reached the breakthrough point, and it is just the last few meters, not even meters, it is the last few inches that needs to be drilled through manually.
Yes.
Post that breakthrough will happen, and once that breakthrough will happen, what is the process forward? The pipes are being welded, and these pipes will be pushed in, and once this pushing in process happens, we can officially tell our viewers that finally this entire operation would come to an end, where the breakthrough will happen and the pipe would reach at least 3 meters inside the location where these people are stuck. So yes, everything is in readiness. The fourth ambulance has also been called in. The ambulances, one after the other. Remember, 41 ambulances have been prepared over here. One after the other, the ambulances are going inside. So yes, we are just expecting that the breakthrough will happen, and post that it'll take some time for the pipe to be pushed through, and then another 2 hours for all these people to come out. Everything is in readiness, everything is prepared, and probably the time that we were waiting for is about to become a reality.
May Mother Nature be kind, and may this operation be successful in the next few minutes, Anshul, as you were pointing out. International experts will tell you that by the sheer number of days it has taken, it is one of the longest rescue operation when it comes to a cave rescue or a tunnel rescue of this nature. The Thai cave rescue that we saw a couple of years ago, the German rescue operation of 2014, the kind of technology, patience and perseverance that this operation particularly tested of the authorities is something that will be an example for the times to come. Fortunately, there was no knee-jerk reaction. None of the rescuers so far have been hurt in this operation, which is usually the case in rescue operation, which has happened earlier as well. If you look at most of the rescue operations that have gone on, 41 workers who are trapped inside for about 16 to 17 days there. We've been counting down. There was an American auger machine that was called in. The machine could drill through a huge part of that tunnel, but at the last minute... Welcome back, and we continue to keep our focus on that mammoth rescue operation which is underway in Uttarkashi. We're just few meters away from the 41 workers who are trapped there inside that tunnel for about 17 days. Multiple agencies and authorities have worked together. We continue to get you all the expert voices. A quick wrap of the story so far. What exactly has happened? What has this rescue operation really looked like? Let's have a look at that. Now, these 41 laborers, they have been trapped at the Silkyara tunnel after a landslide that happened on the 12th of November. On the 13th of November, Chief Minister Dhami, he visited the tunnel site, established contact with the workers via oxygen pipe. It was ensured that all these workers remain safe. That was the biggest concern. 800 to 900 millimeters of steel pipes were brought in. Essentials were supplied in. The authorities sensed very, very early that this is going to be a long drawn operation, and it's going to be something for which the authorities need to be prepared. The operation was halted on the 17th of November as the fifth pipe hit an obstacle. The auger machine from Indore was brought in. It was anticipated that this auger machine would be the deal breaker. To a certain extent, it did aid the operation as well. Prime Minister Modi came in and he was in constant touch with the Chief Minister. He was briefed about the rescue operations. It was assured that all sort of help from the authorities, whether centre, state, whichever work needs to be done, will be brought in. The first video of the trapped workers was released when the pipe could go all in. Then there were smaller cameras and other stuff that was sent in. Of course, the first supply of hot meals was also done to all these workers. The horizontal drilling process, about 45 meters, it was halted due to the iron rods on the 22nd of November. And on the 23rd, these iron obstructions were removed. Drilling was halted once again due to cracks that were emerging. There was a fear that a bigger chunk of debris could fall and hinder the rescue operation. Debris falling consistently was one of the biggest problems in this operation. The auger machine bursts on the 25th. Vertical and manual drilling is being considered. This was the last few meters that were left. The rescuers start drilling from the hill above the tunnel. They reach about 19.5. And also it was anticipated at one point that perhaps vertical drilling can be tried. That was aborted. Rat hole mining, a procedure known in the hills of Meghalaya, in the Garo Khasi and Jaintia hills, and more importantly in those hills, the NGT in fact had put a ban. But this particular age-old conventional technique proved to be a deal breaker. The micro-tunneling expert reports successful drilling and additional pipes were added for rescue. The last few meters was actually manual drilling. Rat hole mining, a complex series of different operations and techniques that were used. How was it that we could achieve this breakthrough, whatever has been achieved so far, and what lies next? We tell you. There's a team of doctors, ambulances on standby which have been there since the day, ever since that first breakthrough was made at around 1 p.m. today. The moment first set of workers are brought out on those stretchers, they'll be given the medical aid. The state also reached out to the relatives of the labourers. Some of them needed help in travelling to Uttarakhand. That was accorded to them. All the relatives are stationed there near the Uttarkashi rescue site. They've been told that the next 24 hours are going to be very critical. They've been told that they should be ready with their bags packed. They've been asked to be prepared once rescued to be taken to a nearby hospital. Special stretch of road has been created. It has been ensured that no patch of road that leads to the hospital from the tunnel is broken. Also, there's a special hospital on standby to receive them. God forbid if there's a situation that arises, because pulling them out through that horizontal tunnel is going to be a very delicate task. Those are the set of issues that need to be considered when they come out. When all else failed, what exactly was done? This rat hole mining and the manner in which it has been used is an example for the rest of the world. This rat hole mining technique involved experts to be brought in from different parts of the country. About 24 of such experts were brought in. 2 teams who are taking turns to drill manually, because these are human beings which are literally using human effort to drill through, are being brought in. And there are specialists inside with about 800 mm pipeline to remove the debris. This debris needs to be removed. Even parts of auger machine were stuck at certain places. Shovel and other special tools have been used so far, whatever is used in the conventional rat mining technique. For oxygen, there are teams which are taking turn. It is being ensured that habitable conditions, hygienic conditions are maintained inside that 1 kilometer area. Unfortunately, it's not a closed space where all the workers are trapped. This method was banned for being unscientific. More importantly, it violates some basic human rights. And that is why you had the National Green Tribunal, which had banned this kind of mining in the hill state of Meghalaya. But this particular technique, when used properly and with abundant caution, proved to be a deal breaker as far as this particular operation is concerned. We are in the last leg of this particular operation, just about 2 meters which are left, and we also talk about what will happen in the time to come. Once again, we talk about the Great Himalayan Rescue Operation, how this operation has unfolded. Our focus on Plain Speak.
Hello, Moto.
All right, the last few minutes on the show, Professor Vimlendu Jha, you spoke about the Environment Impact Assessment Study and how this particular statutory requirement has been overlooked. We have had other experts on the broadcast who have pointed out that we need to talk about these environment impact assessment studies, and there's an intricate balance that needs to be struck between infrastructure creation vis-a-vis the environmental concerns. I'm talking particularly about this project and this stretch of project that you've been talking about. There are various red flags. At this stage, is there something that the authorities can do to avert instances like this in the future?
See, we are only talking about one tunnel disaster, and we're talking about 2023. We do not know how this particular project, which is 889-kilometer long highway project, and accompanying to this, parallel to this, is another huge tunneling and blasting project called the Char Dham Rail project. And these two projects singularly, in the sense together, have actually created a havoc. You know, you've done several shows on Joshimath sinking. There are cities that are sinking. There are cracks all over Himalayas. The entire water management of the Himalayas is in danger because of these two projects. So, you know, it's already too late, but perhaps the only way is to really look at, can a few things be redesigned? By the way, I think your viewers and the country needs to know that it is not about environmental impact assessment not conducted properly. The thing is, what the government did is that they broke this 900-kilometer project into 53 small projects so that it doesn't qualify for an EIA. EIA is for any road project that is more than 100 kilometers. So very notoriously what the government did is slice this 900-kilometer project into 53 small projects. And by the way, you've spoken several times about this escape tunnel. An escape tunnel is part of the entire disaster relief or disaster management plan. And disaster management plan also becomes active as it's also part of an environment impact assessment. So when you actually find a shortcut, don't want to do an environment impact assessment at all, there was no impact assessment at all that was done, then you not only risk the Himalayas, the environment, but you also risk the people, and not just the people in terms of travelers, but the locals. By the way, last 3 years, we've seen that in this monsoon, there was a landslide each day, and there were hundreds of people who actually lost their lives because of the landslide that has happened because of this project. So when there are so many red flags, in your own arrogance and in your own way to really achieve this project, why should we continue with the project when it's constantly telling us that 56,000 trees have been cut, the rivers are getting choked, the tunnels are collapsing, people and their lives are at risk, and our river bodies are at risk? Why should we continue with this project? And I think responsibility also lies in the Supreme Court, which actually was presented this project as a national security project, while it was a pilgrimage project more than a national security project. And look at what is happening. As we want big machinery to be moved, we are blasting the entire Himalayas for a faster rail and a faster highway,
Brigadier
and
Datta,
then sinking the entire Himalayas.
Mr. Jha, I appreciate you making those candid observations, but I'd like to bring in Brigadier Datta also into that discussion. Brigadier Datta, is it also doomsday in the sense that is this project really so bad or completely unfeasible, as certain experts like Mr. Vimlendu Jha point out? More importantly, across the world, whenever tricky projects of these nature have been executed, there have always been environmental concerns that need to be taken off. And the perfect intricate balance that we talk about in a utopian world or theoretically perhaps is not possible to be struck ideally, 100%. But to some extent, do you think that there is a need to rethink about similar projects, at least on this stretch? And I believe there's a thinking even within the government that perhaps for contingencies like these, for situations like these, they need to be better prepared.
Yeah, I agree with you because you see what, as I already said, that development is a part of progress which the nation has to, and since we are doing well in the world spectrum, we need to develop our infrastructure both from the state point of view and from the national security point of view. But what Vimlendu has got a point here. The way the procedures have been circumvented, the way procedures have been short-circuited, the way this project has been split, that raises hackles. Now, if you want to avoid environment impact assessment EIA, and if you are splitting it, I mean it almost amounts like a criminal case. I mean it should be seen from that spectrum.
Okay.
So what is required is firstly, you see whether the domain expert views have been taken into consideration or they have been just glossed over. Why this project was split into various this thing, so that it can fit into somebody's financial powers, or you can avoid certain rules and regulations. So all those questions, there should be a inquiry, and I'm sure there will be, and that should bring out, and the nation should be told that yes, these are the shortcuts which we have taken.
And sir, more
this is
importantly,
how,
we need to create infrastructure, but with the right kind of balance. For now, the focus on the rescue operation. After 17 days, these 41 workers who are trapped there will come out after a mammoth effort. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and bringing your expertise. Of course, we'll take this conversation forward, but for the next few hours, our focus here on CNN News 18 to that minute when that first worker will be pulled out of that Silkyara tunnel. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Plain Speak. Thank you so much for watching.
Viewers, after 400 hours, there's finally light at the end of the tunnel. Where machines failed, intrepid rat hole diggers, a posse of lithe men are now burrowing through the debris and are just a couple of meters away from extracting the 41 trapped workers in Uttarkashi. The Silkyara tunnel was part of the Char Dham project, and part of it caved in 17 days ago, entrapping the workers over the last few days. The nation's hopes have risen only to be dashed as news of an imminent breakthrough has been eclipsed by news of a failure. The failures have almost always happened due to machine failure. Giant and potent auger machines imported from the United States along with international tunneling experts have been confounded by the guiles of the mountain that has proven difficult to master. But viewers, the failures may have deterred the machines, but not man. Finally, a breakthrough is at hand. The nation's prayers are being answered. And fundamentally, viewers, we have a situation where a miracle has arisen out of the rubble. A breakthrough almost imminent. The humble human with modest drill is proving to be more than a match for the mountain that is finally yielding. 41 ambulances, medicines, oxygen cylinders and a makeshift hospital are in place. Helicopters are ready to airlift any of the workers in need of immediate medical attention. So far, the workers are thought to be in good health and, more importantly, in sound mind. Viewers, let's go straight across to Singh, who's joining us live from Uttarkashi. These visuals speak 1,000, if not a billion words today. Anshul, as we see imminent breakthrough in the next 1 hour, or perhaps even earlier, viewers, it could even happen as we speak.
So yes, what we have been told that the breakthrough already happened, but yes, the pushing in of the pipe, basically what the breakthrough means, that the manual drilling process that was happening, the rat hole mining that was happening, they have successfully been able to remove all the debris in front of the pipes. At this point in time, if I could just try and show you in the visuals over here, right behind me is the Silkyara end of the tunnel. What is happening at this point, what we are being told is that the pipe has been extended by a few meters because it was right in the rubble when the breakthrough had happened, and that extension of pipe is now being pushed inside the tunnel. Now once that process of pushing in the pipe happens, then the stabilization of that pipe will take place, which will be done by the men of the NDRF, who will go inside the tunnel and stabilize the pipe from that end. And post that, the rescue operations will start. So we are just awaiting for that official confirmation, in which we will be told that this entire operation has now been handed over to the NDRF. It is likely to happen within the next few minutes, is what we are being told. The auger machine is being used to drill that pipe inside and get on the other side of the debris, at least 2 meters away from the debris, because the rescuers are at this point in time very concerned that if at all while these people are being taken out from those pipes, and any vibrations that might happen, then the debris will fall yet again, which would eventually mean that the outlet of the pipe will get blocked yet again, and the entire operation would then yet again be
Well, you've been speaking to a large number of people who are assembled there, Anshul. Most of them, I'm told, are from, of course, the government. Central ministers are also there, of course. But I want to ask you, where are the relatives, and where are they staying? Are they being well looked after?
So yes, the relatives just a few moments ago were in fact called right inside the tunnel, because it was expected that the pulling out operation would start. But yes, now since the decision has been taken to push the pipe further in, and hence the people have been asked, the relatives have been asked to go back and rest. They would be called back once the pushing of the pipes comes to an end. And if you talk about the relatives, yes, they are being looked after perfectly. The state government has sponsored all their expenses, including their stay, travel, and food, lodging. Even the mobile bills have been sponsored by the state government. This announcement was made approximately 6 to 7 days ago, and since then a lot of people have gathered over here. I spoke to a lot of relatives, and all of them were absolutely happy. The smiling faces that were seen, that was something that we were waiting to see for the past 17 days. Initially, a lot of these people, when they came in, all of them, their morals were down, they were tensed. In fact, a few people also broke down while speaking to us as well. But yes, now since finally the breakthrough has happened, it is just the last final leg of this operation that is underway. So yes, there is a lot of positivity that can be sensed over here. And yes, the rescuers are also making sure that they do not get too excited and push the pipe hard enough in a hard way. So because of that, vibrations might happen, and it could create a blockade due to the debris. And
stay on with me, Anshul, because what we are seeing on our screens, viewers, are 6 boxes of visuals. Now, what are these boxes? Let me just take you through them. On the upper left-hand corner of the screen are the 41 Shramiks who are waiting, who have been waiting heroically, viewers, let me tell you, for the last 17 days to come through. And not one of them has complained, not one of them has suggested that what they did or what they plan to do is in any way different from what they would have done, viewers. They're going to stick with the task. They will come back to work. In the middle, viewers, you see the final phase. Those are the rat hole miners who are in there, and they are going physically one by one into those tubes and trying to rescue these 41 Shramiks. The families are there, as Anshul has told us. The medical teams are there, and those visuals of the medical teams, both ambulances and of course doctors, paramedics, the whole jing-bang is in that tunnel waiting for that moment. If it is needed, these people who are going to be rescued will be taken to hospital. But as of now, viewers, let me tell you that there is no indication that any of those individuals inside the tunnel are, at least on the face of it, in any way indisposed. Obviously, only a full medical examination will reveal how the body has endured these last 17 days of unmitigating stress. The Chief Minister and other members of his administration, cabinet, as well as central leaders of the government have been coming in, viewers, and have been trying to do their little bit to ensure that all the agencies that are there are working together in a manner which is seamless to extricate these 41 Shramiks. Now, viewers, let's open this up, because yes, we are on the verge of success. But viewers, there are long-term implications also. Let's not forget that. Many people are talking about an eco-disaster in waiting. They say, okay, we've done what we had to do now. The tunnel threat has been tackled, but not quite the eco-disaster. This Char Dham project poses a challenge environmentally and also geographically. But we'll open all of that. Viewers, let me introduce our panel to us this evening. I'll go back to Anshul to take an update in the next 10 minutes or so. But I don't think tonight, viewers, is a night where we should indulge in politicking, even though it is breaking out on the sidelines. Now, I want to bring in, first of all, Dr. Sanjeev Bagai and also Yashpal Sondriyal, who's an earth scientist. If you could put your phone down, sir, then we can have an uninterrupted and undisturbed conversation. So let me ask you, Mr. Sondriyal, many people are saying that yes, the tunnel threat in the interim has been tackled, but this project is infirm, that at some levels, the larger eco-disaster that awaits us could be triggered. What are your views, sir, as an earth scientist? I can't hear you, sir. I think you might be on mute. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Personally, I feel that tunnels are safer way for travel in the Himalaya. But the question is, if the adequate procedure, the norms and safety parameters should be taken on priority basis. This Silkyara tunnel collapsed only because a strong support system was not there. Otherwise, they have completed 2.4 kilometer tunnel from the Silkyara site. This Silkyara is along the Bhagirathi Valley, and then Barkot is in the Yamuna Valley. So from both the sides they were digging, and one another thing I would like to add that I don't know why the government is not using tunnel boring machine if they are constructing tunnels in the Himalaya. Because tunnel boring machine will disturb a limited area as compared to the digging through this JCB and pokers and using the dynamite that disturb much more area. So for the Himalayan region, we should opt different technology. We can't compare this part of the country with our southern part, eastern part or western part, because Himalaya is still active, it is still rising, it is active domain. So keeping in mind all these parameters, we should make our policies.
Okay, so Mr. Sundaryal, you said that strong support system should have been provided. What was lacking in the support system?
Actually, I have not seen that they have used the bigger girders of thick pipes and flat pipes of very heavy gauge in the support system, because we have seen that some iron rods which are not seems enough competent, they use that, and then they use the short cutting, they forcefully thrown the cement, liquid cement, to stabilize the tunnel along with some iron rods. So bigger girders I have not seen there that they have used that.
So you said bigger girders should have been used, so you're finding fault with the engineering. Okay, let's open this up, viewers, because I also have with us Dr. Bagai. We also have with us the national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Sanju Verma, and Tehseen Poonawala. The Congress, of course, viewers, and other opposition parties have been questioning the application of the centre in extracting these 41 Shramiks, but we'll come to that. I don't know if this is really the time to be politicizing a very delicate operation, but I want to begin with Dr. Bagai. Dr. Bagai, on the face of it, all these Shramiks look to be in fine fettle, so to speak. They at least are proclaiming that they're getting food. Yes, in the initial stages, they were only getting dry fruit, etc., but now they're getting a normal, balanced diet, at least over the last 1 week. What do you think could be the effects of this sort of nature-driven incarceration, if I can use this term, on their physical being right now?
Good evening, Rahul. Good evening, everyone on panel and all the viewers. So I think getting these 41 workers out would not, and in a good medical state, would be nothing short of a miracle. There are lots of changes which take place when you are in confinement of such a nature. That also many hundreds of feet below level. There is impact of lack of water, which is dehydration, lack of electrolytes, in which you can have muscle cramps, lack of calories and protein, which can cause malnutrition and muscle wasting, immunity impact. There would be high pressure inside these tunnels and lack of oxygen and hypothermia, remembering that we are entering now into the winter months, and deep down it will be a lot cooler. There would be a lot of psychological impact. There will be feelings of fear, helplessness, fear of death, anxiety, uncertainty, not knowing whether they will come out alive, and as and when hopefully all of them should come up alive and well. They will also have a part what we call as a post-traumatic stress syndrome. So I think a lot of issues need to be tackled still. It's not over as yet. I think we need a structural stability of the tunnel through which these workers will be brought out. We need a very, very good triage on ground, which is in place. Transport medicine needs very, very quick attention, because transporting these people to the hospital as required would require special care. Detailed lab tests would be required, psychological and mental rehab. So it's a long way forward, but I think it's a great team effort of various agencies. I think a detailed audit would take place as and when after the workers are out. But I think we need to focus on the medical and emotional well-being of each and every one of these 41 workers.
Okay, let's open this up, because viewers, there are certain questions that have been raised, of course, by the experts here. And let me ask you, Sanju Verma, some people are saying, look, no emergency exit was built inside the tunnel and so on and so forth. Of course, you've heard the Congress today all day, and the Congress party and its leaders have been saying that the Prime Minister ought to have been there. He was busy campaigning. He didn't pay more attention to this because he was only interested in building his fortunes and the BJP's fortunes. So you know the basic accusations that are flowing towards you. How do you respond to them?
Rahul, the opposition, by virtue of being a debilitated and fractious bunch of 27 or 28 odd parties, criticizing the Prime Minister is a full-time gainful employment for them. If they had not criticized the BJP or the Pradhan Mantri, I would be surprised. But unfortunately, or should I say, not surprisingly, there are no surprises here from the opposition, particularly the Congress. I don't think we need lessons in terms of sensitivity from the Congress, because I remember, while I come to the moot issue of the debate, since you've raised, a pertinent political point, let me just say, the last rites of Sandeep Unni Krishnan in the aftermath of the horrific 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, the last rites had not yet been done, and Rahul Gandhi was busy attending, a marriage function of one of his father's sons. So, be that as it may, I just have this to say, without trivializing this entire issue. First and foremost, great job by the NDRF, great job by the SDRF, great job by Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Dhami, great job by the Prime Minister's office, be it PK Mishra, the top gun within the PMO, who's been monitoring events 24/7, or for that matter, previous advisor to the PMO, Bhaskar Kulbe, or for that matter, senior Union Cabinet Minister, General VK Singh. They've all been on the spot trying to ensure that the entire process of evacuation of these 41 people trapped is seamless without, any further delay. I know it's been 17 days too late.
Rahul.
Can I please finish?
They only got in when media pressure came out. Until then, not a single word was spoken.
Okay,
17 days this has happened. And to bring in Rahul Gandhi going for a wedding, the Prime Minister was shooting at Spin. That's below the belt. Let's not be below the belt.
One second.
All of them came in when you put pressure,
okay,
media put pressure,
let's not
we
speak
put
over
pressure.
each other. Okay, it's very difficult to conduct a debate, viewers, with people
can't
speaking.
come
Okay,
here one
one second.
and
Let her finish.
Pat on the back.
I'll
That's
give you
not how
enough
it
time.
works.
Tehseen Punhal, I'll give you enough time to respond to Sanju Verma.
Sure.
Yes, Sanju Verma, just quickly go back to the central point. The central point being that the government was distracted. Their priority was not the lives. Yeah.
I'm coming to your point.
Yeah.
Rahul, you were on another channel.
Yeah.
And all through the horrific COVID second wave,
yes,
if there was one person who was regularly on your shows, taking tough questions on the chin from you, it was me, Sanju Verma.
That's true.
And I called a spade even then. And I will not hesitate to call a spade, irrespective of my political ideology and political affiliation whatsoever they may be. But for Tehseen or anybody from the Congress to sit and take a moral high ground and engage in this moral posturing and try and trivialize the entire effort painstakingly undertaken by both the Uttarakhand Chief Minister's office, his state dispensation and the Prime Minister's office, I think that is stretching things a bit too far. And let me tell you one more thing. Who is in power in Bihar today along with JDU and RJD? The left and the Congress are in coalition there. As recently as June 2023, a bridge in Sultanganj in Bhagalpur district constructed at a cost of 1706 crore. It collapsed. I did not see any media debates. I did not see the Congress crying for the victims of people who lost their near and dear ones in the Sultanganj bridge collapse.
No one died.
There was a bridge
No one
collapse
died.
in 2018.
That's the problem. 8 bridges collapsed last year in Gujarat.
I'm calling out your bluff.
8 bridges.
I'm calling out your bluff.
8 bridges collapsed last year in Gujarat, including Morbi. The Prime Minister's friends were involved in building Morbi. Are they behind bars?
Let me finish, Tehseen Purewala.
You cannot come on national TV and lie. That's
I don't need to
unacceptable.
take lessons from you on how to debate.
Please do not
I
lie.
don't need to take lessons from
Lies
you on
are
how to
unacceptable.
You can come back.
You are not
Let's
Baba
make your points.
Harishchandra
Make your
incarnate.
points. Make your
Just
points.
because I'm not Raja
1 minute.
Harishchandra does not give you the right to lie on
Okay, one
national
second.
TV.
One second.
No one died in Bihar.
Yes,
8
you
bridges
can make
collapsed in Gujarat.
Yes, you can make your point and then you can rebut her point by
Sure.
point. You make your point.
Yeah, so can I please finish?
Yeah.
I also have one very important point to make. Is it true that 690 hectares of forests are going to be cleared? 20 million cubic meters of soil will be evacuated. Is it true that 55,000 trees will be cut to make way for the Char Dham project, which will ensure greater connectivity to pilgrims who want to visit Yamunotri, Gangotri, Kedarnath, Badrinath, what have you? Yes, there will be some extent of deforestation. But more importantly, this is not about providing connectivity to pilgrims. This is about a very important thing which no channel has spoken yet. This is about the fact that the Char Dham project involves expanding the national highway along the Tanakpur-Pithoragarh NH125. 900 kilometers of expansion of roads and highways. This will serve as a strategic feeder road between army camps on the Indo-China border and our army camps in Meerut and Dehradun, which stockpile missiles.
Okay.
So this will
I
serve as a
understand.
strategic feeder road as well.
You're making
And
the
it will
point.
service many
You're
national
making
security concerns too.
Look, obviously, viewers, we have to strike a balance between development and environment. There's no doubt about that. Both have to go hand in glove. But the point is, can we do it better? That's a fundamental point. And you've already heard the earth scientist whose interview also raised a large number of questions. And he has, of course, pondered some of those issues. But very quickly, I find, Mr. Poonawalla, look, we can each dissect what the other person has said and get into the nitty-gritties and go into the weeds and pull each other's hairs out, right? But the fact of the matter is that you have a constant barrage. Only, and I'm not saying that the opposition needs to speak in the government's voice, obviously not. But there is not constructive criticism. The Prime Minister being there in spirit, I think works more than being there in person.
Exactly.
I feel that if he is trying to coordinate, ensure that what is required is delivered from his end, wouldn't that be more helpful? What is he going to do there? Fundamentally. So why are we trivializing this issue? If you have a problem with the way this entire exercise has been undertaken, the rescue that is, bring them on the table. Let Rahul Gandhi, or whoever it is, come out and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Perhaps have been ignored. This could have been done better. But I don't get that. I just get criticism for the sake of criticism.
Good evening, Rahul. At the onset, a massive gratitude to both our NDRF, SDRF and all the rescue workers who are working very hard, and we all, divided by ideology, are united that the 41 workers reach home and then they get this medical aid and they are safe and healthy. So we all stand by that. The criticism of the Honorable Prime Minister, you used the words to quote you, he's there in spirit. He's not in spirit in Gujarat. 8 bridges collapsed last year. What has happened? Look, why we are criticizing the Prime Minister? Why am I a critic of the Prime Minister? He's there everywhere to take credit, and that's fine if he's the Prime Minister of the country. Right now, the PMO got credit. Let me tell you, Rahul, and as the earth scientist spoke, the Himalayas are a very sensitive ecological zone. Construction today, and India has the technology, in the Himalayas, there should have been a 3D model. That was not done in this particular case. That anticipates any disaster. So you hope for the best, but you're prepared for the worst. It wasn't done. The escape route, like you said, was not present. To the extent that when the heavy machinery had to be brought in to save our rescue workers, the roads were not widened, so the roads had to be widened. Who does these things at the last moment? You don't go about constructing ad hominem. There is a plan to the construction. Therefore, you have 3D models that anticipates what happens if there is a collapse. As Dr. Bagai put it, what if the cold sets in? So none of this was anticipated. That today we are rescuing 41 people and we hopefully will have them home, and we all wish for that, is good. But somebody has to take onus for what's going wrong, and if the Prime Minister gets credit for rescuing the people, then he must also get flack for what happened, for the lack of planning. He can't escape that, and that is the moot point.
Okay, lack of planning. Let's ask let's ask the expert here. Dr. Yashpal Sundaryal is with us, Professor of Geology at the Hemwati Nandan Bahugana Garhwal University. Now, viewers, he is obviously somebody who has already spoken out. Now, Dr. Sundaryal, is there something that was, to begin with, wrong with the approach that was taken? Or are you today better informed because, you know, they always say hindsight is 20/20? Is it a case of that, or are there any specific concerns that you might have, some omissions that have led to this?
I have already mentioned that tunnels are very safe way for travel in the Himalaya.
Yes, okay.
Is the first thing.
Right.
And I also added that tunnels should be constructed with specific technology and with a set procedure in the Himalaya. And I also mentioned that what happened in the Silkyara tunnel, it was due to lack of strong support. But yes, I will also appreciate that rescue operation was continuously monitored by the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand and Pradhan Sachiv of Prime Minister. They were at the site. So how this happened, I have already mentioned you. And
okay, well, there is an audit. There is an audit that has been ordered. And Sanju Verma, let me bring you in. But we're also getting visuals, viewers. Just for a moment, let's break to those visuals. Let's go full screen. And I just want to talk. Yes, I'm coming to you, Sanju Verma, in 30 seconds. I just want to talk over the visuals because I think there has been a development there. You're seeing that the Chief Minister is now at the site, viewers. So we might be just a few moments away from what would be really a miraculous rescue. And you have to thank Mother Nature for basically smiling on these trapped 41 hard-working Indian citizens. And you can see ambulances being reversed in now. There's a lot of activity, and I'm trying to try and connect to our reporter on the ground to get a minute-to-minute update on what really is transpiring. But till then, all we can tell you, viewers, is that in just a few moments, there's going to be a bulletin that is going to give us the latest updates. And these feeds are coming in just from the mouth of the tunnel. So you can see that's the opening of the tunnel. It goes all the way in. And you can see that it goes a little down. And that's where the broad light is shining. Right at the top, if you see, there's a light that is shining. And a big machine has actually gone in, an excavator there. You can see that yellow light at the back. That excavator has also gone in. So hopefully, viewers, we are just moments away. As more workers pour into this tunnel, we are just moments away from a breakthrough. Sanju Verma, you wanted to make a point. Go ahead.
Thank you. Rahul, I can understand that, Tehseen is perhaps there with you in the studios, but I would like to have uninterrupted time because I'm making a very pertinent point. Let me come straight and address the elephant in the room, which is the role of the Prime Minister. People who are sitting here and giving a bhashan on how the Prime Minister should or should not behave. Let me just tell you this. For the longest time, I don't remember any Prime Minister of the erstwhile Congress dispensation spending every single Deepavali with the armed forces. Now, listen to this in 10 seconds. 2014, PM Modi spent Diwali at Siachen with the armed forces. 2015 with the armed forces at Amritsar. 2016 with the armed forces at Lahore Spiti. 2017 at Gurez. 2018 at Kamoli with the armed forces, 2019 at Rajouri, 2020 at Jaisalmer, 2021 at Naushera, 2022 at Kargil, 2023 at Lepcha.
Can
So
you argue
don't
with
give me a
on
bhashan on
facts
the
and
Prime
truth?
Minister.
Not that the Prime
Let me
Minister
finish.
spent Diwali.
Okay,
Let
let's
me
cut to
finish.
Tehseen. Yeah,
Can I
let
please
him
finish?
finish. Yeah. Let
Let me finish, Rahul.
I wish the Prime
Rahul,
Minister
this
the
cannot
best
be a
and
debate
great he
if Tehseen
spent
keeps
Diwali with the armed
talking.
forces. How is this
Okay,
relevant?
look, Tehseen, you're in the
There's no
studio.
relevance.
You're in the studio, so your voice will carry, and
There
it's
is-
very impossible.
there is
well,
no
let her
relevance
finish.
to it.
Maybe
Make a
she's coming.
logical point.
Maybe she's coming
It's an
to her
emotional point.
Okay, please.
May I finish,
Let her
Rahul?
Answer me
finish.
on facts. Why is there no
Okay.
emergency escape route?
Rahul,
Can you answer me on that?
please come
The
in?
answer
Are
to
you
why there is no
asking me
emergency
to
escape
let
route
her-
can't be the Prime Minister spent Diwali
Okay,
with
let
our
her
troops.
finish.
How is that relevant?
Okay, let's not be rancorous here.
I'm not.
No,
It's-
please,
it's
this
just-
is not the
it's just
occasion.
irrelevant
I
points.
understand these are important points,
How
and
is
you
it
can ask them.
important?
Let her respond.
May I please?
No. Your questions
you.
are important.
Thank you.
The Earth scientists' questions are important, and Sanju Verma has a right to reply.
But the
and also,
answer can't be
No, let
Prime
her-
Minister spending Diwali with troops.
Give
That's
her,
not
give
an
her
answer.
30
I'm sorry.
seconds.
Finish.
Give her 30
Sure.
seconds. Okay.
Sure.
What is the point you're making? Yes.
Yes, now let me come to the moot point. Tehseen Poonawalla, who's an expert on everything under the sun, sits here and gives bhashan on 3D model, drone technology. ऐसा करना चाहिए था Uttarakhand government को. Where was this so-called expert on 3D modeling when 74 people were killed only as recently this August and September 2023? 74 people in landslides and torrential rain in Himachal Pradesh. Out of these 74 people, 18 people died because they were buried under debris. Where was Tehseen Poonawalla's bhashan on 3D modeling then? Then let me talk about the torrential rain 2 months back in Karnataka. 2 lakh hectares of agricultural land and 50,000 hectares of horticultural land were laid to waste, destroying crops and the livelihood of farmers en masse. What was DK Shivkumar doing? Giving a bhashan to the Modi government on this and that. What was Siddaramaiah doing? Trying to hold on to his kursi and stave off opposition to his chair. So let these congresses not sit here and give lecture on, what
Okay,
Modi
response
should
coming.
do or should not do.
Response coming, and I'm going to go across to Anshul in just 30 seconds. Quick response, please.
She just made the point for me. The fact that in Himachal was a disaster is because of illegal and unplanned construction. And there was rains in Himachal, torrential rains. There was no rain here. This is an engineering failure. The government, if it gets credit, must stand up and take the onus. We still not answered the question why was there no escape route. Still not answered the question on the blueprint. The answer has been there was rains in Himachal. What were you doing? Prime Minister spent Diwali with the troops. How are these answers? These are no answers.
Okay, well, viewers, look, the audit should happen, must happen, and we must get clear answers from those who actually matter, who are the experts, the geologists, and other engineers on the ground. And hopefully that audit report will point us in the right direction. Right now, I'm being told that there has been a significant development on the ground, and I'm going straight across now to Anshul, who has been there for the last 17 days, monitoring this entire rescue effort moment to moment. Anshul, what can you tell us? Why is this so significant, this development?
So yes, a big breakthrough has finally happened. The breakthrough that we were talking about, and we were reporting to our viewers that how a new pipe needs to be pushed in so that the pipe is extended over the in fact beyond the debris points, and that has what has happened at this point in time. What we are being told that the pipe that has been pushed in has crossed at least 2 meters in front of the debris, and now a team of NDRF and SDRF has already started crawling inside that pipe, and once they reach on the other end, the pipe, the extension that is out, that will be stabilized. I will just try and move out of the frame and try and show you the movement that has already started over here. The Chief Minister, in fact, just went back from the war room that has been built over here. The Chief Minister is inside now, and he is monitoring the situation. So once the stabilization of that pipe happens, the first person will come out within the next few minutes. So yes, the wait is not for that long now, and we are expecting that within the next few minutes, finally, the first worker will come out after 17 days that they have been stuck inside. The breakthrough, remember, was made at approximately 1:30 p.m. when CNN News 18 broke this story that the breakthrough has happened, and post that the operations were ongoing to push this pipe inside, and the pipe has now been pushed inside at least 2 meters away from where the last point of the debris is. Now the members of NDRF and SDRF have started crawling inside that pipe, and they will be reaching on the other end. Once they reach on the other end, they will try to stabilize the pipe so that no untoward what situation arises when these people are being taken out. So yes, this is the latest update that we are bringing to our viewers, and within the next few minutes we can expect that finally the people will start coming out from inside the tunnel.
Well, this is the moment then, viewers. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Anshul is there with me. Anshul, just stay on. I'm just going to quickly, for the purposes of those viewers who've just tuned in, quickly sum up the facts for you. The facts are this, viewers, that the pipeline seems to have reached the workers. It has to be now stabilized so that people can crawl through this without it imploding on itself and pull the trapped workers, the Shramiks, one by one out of that particular pipe. Now remember, this pipe is quite long, it's not a short pipe, and therefore it needs to be stabilized, and one can't say how long that operation will take. But certainly, viewers, as I said, as I began this broadcast, there's now very, very visible light at the end of the tunnel, and you can already see a large number of NDRF workers who are going to go through that pipe after stabilizing it and then extricate these workers. You can already see them running in. So obviously, viewers, we are just moments away from when the first of the Shramiks will be brought out. There is a whole array of medical facilities available to them on site. There also, viewers, remember, are 41 ambulances, one for each of those workers, to take them to the nearest hospitals. One will, of course, be in Rishikesh. If there are problems which might have been unanticipated, undetected, which could need further, more critical care, then those Shramiks will be airlifted. And I want to bring back Anshul. Anshul, I'm told that there is a facility, an emergency facility, to airlift any worker who might find himself in more trouble than anticipated. Can you confirm, please?
So yes, there was this facility to airlift these people who might have needed more emergency facilities. But yes, since at this point in time, if the sun is down, the Chinook helicopter would not be able to take off. And now the next point of action is going to be is through the green corridor that has been built from here all the way to AIIMS Rishikesh. If at all from Chinali Sort, that is where the makeshift hospital has been made. If at all someone needs more attention, than those people would be taken in ambulances from here to Rishikesh. But
now,
however,
what's happening behind you? Because I'm beginning to see a large number of these makeshift or emergency equipment being taken in, including what appears to be stretchers. So what's happening here? Can you tell us what's happening exactly? We're getting visuals from deep inside now the tunnel, and we are seeing certain people being brought out. Now I can't make out if these stretchers are open and there are people in them, but certainly they are going, at least it appears to be that some of these workers are going in with these stretchers. So obviously, we are now, viewers, just minutes away from a rescue. What is happening, Anshul?
So yes, as we were reporting, the NDRF and SDRF have taken over this entire operation, and now the team of NDRF is now going inside with the makeshift stretchers that they had made. I'll again try to show the viewers the movement that is happening inside the tunnel. If you could just see in these visuals that how the NDRF and SDRF teams have now finally started going inside with the makeshift stretchers with trolleys that were attached to them, and now they have finally started to go inside. And as they will crawl in, the pipe will be stabilized within the next few minutes, and it is just a matter of minutes before the first person would come out of the tunnel. So yes,
Anshul, hold your breath. I'm going to go straight across to Dr. Bagai. Dr. Bagai, what's the likely response? Okay, we're going to try and get back Dr. Bagai. It's very important that we get him back because I really need a doctor in hand to explain to us and all our viewers what will be the first response from those medical teams. What are they going to actually focus on? What are they likely to encounter? So let's get Dr. Bagai back, or any other person who's skilled enough to talk about the medical exigencies that one can expect. But you can see, viewers, a large number of people now coming out from there. They're carrying, obviously, material that was used in the rescue operations. Here you can see the first responders going in, the NDRF teams going in. And there, viewers, you are also seeing more and more personnel arriving at this site and moving into the tunnel. So we have a reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
सर हम लोग ने देखा कि स्ट्रेचर लेके जा रहे हैं। हाँ जी हाँ जी। तो क्या वो स्ट्रेचर किस लिए लेके जा रहे हैं? उनको लेके आने के लिए स्ट्रेचर ला रहे हैं कि वो चल के ना आए तो स्ट्रेचर पे लेट के आए हों। अच्छा, तो कितने लोग गए हैं एनडीआरएफ के?
वो 4-5 आदमी गए हैं, बाकी तो एनडीआरएफ की पूरी टीम है वहाँ पे। 20-22 आदमी हैं, जितनी जरूरत पड़ेगी उतने जाएंगे वो।
अच्छा, ये बताइए टनल के अंदर जाएंगे क्या? पाइप के अंदर जाएंगे क्या?
हाँ, पाइप के अंदर ही जाएंगे और क्या, कहाँ से लाएंगे? जो
को भी अंदर लेके
स्ट्रेचर भी अंदर जाएगा।
तो 4-5 आदमी गए।
हाँ, चालू हो गया। अभी सभी लोग आ जाएंगे, सभी लोग सब आ रहे हैं। बस 2-3 घंटे में आपके पास ही मिलेंगे वो। सभी लोग कुशल हैं।
टनल के अंदर ये है, क्या तैयारियां हैं प्रशासन की तरफ से? अस्थायी
बहुत अच्छी है, बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है, प्रशासन की बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है और सभी की है।
सर, एक साफ कीजिए बात।
नौशाद अली,
आपने कहा 4 लोग गए हैं अंदर एनडीआरएफ के।
हाँ जी।
4 लोगों को बाहर लेके आएंगे वो?
हाँ, 4 लोग को लाएंगे, वो तो कंटिन्यू है। बिल्कुल।
4-4 के राउंड में
4-4 के राउंड में आपको 2 घंटे में पूरा टीम बाहर आ जाएगा वो।
कितना टाइम लगेगा? ये 50 मीटर
ओनली 15 मिनट। ओनली 15 नहीं 15 मिनट लगेगा।
4 लोगों को 15 मिनट।
4 लोगों को 15-20 मिनट लगेगा वहाँ से बाहर लाने के लिए।
बताइए, थोड़ा सा हम समझना चाह रहे हैं कि वो लाएंगे कैसे? आप थोड़ा
स्ट्रेचर है जो जिसके ऊपर वो लिटा के लाएंगे, जो एनडीआरएफ के पास होता है। व्हील है उसके ऊपर। ठीक है, लेट जाएंगे एक करके। वो जल्दी से आपको 1-1.5 घंटे नहीं 2 घंटे में सारे आदमी बाहर आ जाएंगे। ठीक है, हाँ जी, बाहर आ जाएंगे।
ये एक बड़ी खबर जो है, आप खुशखबरी दे रहे हैं।
खुशखबरी है, बहुत अच्छी खुशखबरी है। और अभी जो है ना हमारा कंप्लीट हुआ है और वो एनडीआरएफ जो है ना अपना काम करना चालू कर दिया है।
अच्छा, आप तो कौन से टीम से हैं?
हम जो है ओगर से, हमारा ओगर से हमने पाइप।
Okay, viewers, that's the latest that is coming in from one of those NDRF men who is going right in, perhaps the team leader, and he's telling us that contact has been made, and any moment now, the first of the rescued workers will be out. Now, he's also told us that they will be on the stretcher because obviously, viewers, they're going to have to be immediately attended to. At this moment, they're running really on adrenaline, but once they come out, it becomes easier to detect if there is anything wrong with any of them. Let's listen into more reaction.
का काम किया है, क्या आप अभी देख कर आ रहे हो?
कुछ नहीं, अभी काम हमारा खत्म हो गया। पाइप उस पार टनल के चला गया है। अभी आरडीएफ ये आर्मी वाले और ये है, इन लोगों ने स्ट्रक्चर डाल दिया। आदमी को सुलाएंगे और खींच के इस पार करेंगे।
आर पार आप दिख पा रहा है?
हाँ, आर पार दिख पा रहे हैं। हाँ, दिख पा रहा, हम लोग अंदर से ही।
एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ की टीम जा चुकी है?
हाँ, जा चुकी है।
पाइप में लाइट लगाई जा चुकी है?
हाँ, पाइप में सेफ्टी के लिए लाइट लगा चुकी है।
कितने मिनट बाद अब मजदूरों का रेस्क्यू शुरू हो जाएगा?
बस 20-25 मिनट के बाद मन निकाला जाएगा।
ये कई दिनों का श्रम, परिश्रम, मेहनत, अब लगता है वो थकान दूर होने वाला है और जल्द सभी लोग बाहर आएंगे।
हाँ, करेक्ट।
एक बार नाम बताइए।
परवीन यादव।
Praveen Yadav, one of those first responders there, telling us that in the next 20 minutes we're going to have the first of the workers coming out. Viewers, this is very big. This is a big breakthrough in this rescue operation. It was against the tallest odds because if you remember, viewers, we're not cutting through loose soil. We are cutting through rocks, and Anshul is there. Anshul, this has been an operation which has really tested the ingenuity of the NDRF and obviously of the engineers. Anshul, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Rahul.
Yes, very, very, very difficult operation this has been, hasn't it? 17 days.
So yes, this was one of the most difficult operations in the history of this country, and now finally we are seeing that the results are bearing the fruits. The hard work that has gone inside for the last 17 days continuously, finally that has been successful. So now Pushkar Singh Dhami has put out a tweet and in which he is seeing that Silkyara tunnel में चल रहे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में बड़ी सफलता मिल गई है। पाइप पुशिंग का कार्य मलबे से आर पार हो चुका है। अब श्रमिकों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकालने की तैयारी शुरू कर दी गई है। So yes, that's the stamp on our information that we got that the pipe has been drilled through towards the other side, and now finally within the next few minutes we are expecting that the first person would come out. Teams of NDRF and SDRF have started crawling inside the pipe, and within the next few minutes,
that's
as they reach
really,
on the other hand,
really
they will stay.
Very heartening news. Anshul, stay with me. More reactions coming in from there, from more workers, from more first responders, and I also want to bring in Dr. Bagai right after that. Let's listen in.
7:05 पे एग्जैक्ट पाइप ब्रेक थ्रू हो चुका है। वहाँ पे उत्तराखंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर साहबान हाजिर हैं। जनरल वीके सिंह जो मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट मोर्थ वो वहाँ पे हैं। मोर्थ सेक्रेटरी जैन साहब वहाँ पे हैं। NHIDCL के MD मिस्टर महमूद अहमद वहाँ पे हैं और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, इंडियन आर्मी के लोग हैं, BRO के लोग हैं, रेस्क्यू एजेंसीज हैं, सारे मजदूर हैं। ये स्टोरी नाउ इट्स डेड। ये लोग वेलकम करने के लिए।
You just heard that gentleman, clearly a senior official, saying that the story in a sense is now over, it's dead. Dr. Bagai, but obviously there will continue to be the monitoring that goes on of the health of these workers. They've been there 17 days and not in easy circumstances, very trying circumstances. What is the first line of examination that will be conducted, number one? And number two, the long-term psychological effects of this also have to be sort of considered, isn't it?
Absolutely, Rahul. I think it's in three quick parts. The first part is when the first time the patient comes out or the person comes out, the worker comes out, what is his hemodynamic status? So we check for what we call as ABC, that is airway, breathing and circulation. So the patient or the worker has to be hemodynamically stable. His pulse rate and his blood pressure will be monitored, blood sugar will be monitored, and as required shifted to the hospital. Second is shifting to the hospital, what we call as ambulatory care or transport medicine, to keep the patient stabilized so that there is no overt deterioration. And third is the lab tests and the detailed evaluation. So the patients generally would have electrolyte dysfunction, loss of protein and calories, which cause malnutrition. They would have hypothermia, that is critical, especially in the oncoming winter now, and being in isolated confinement for 2.5 weeks. We have to check for physical injury. And last, most importantly, is the rehab is not completed till we look at the mental and the psychological state of these people. They've been alone, even though in a group, without light, without water, without food, for many, many days, with fear, anxiety.
Well, let me tell you, Dr. Bagai, let me tell you that the Chief Minister of the state of Uttarakhand has tweeted, and he has said that, and he's confirming the news that the breakthrough has taken place and that any moment now, the workers will be removed from their nature-driven forced incarceration for 17 days, viewers, if I can call it that. That's happening, and that is such great news. There has been no casualty, and let's hope and pray that it stays that way. There you can see the Chief Minister with VK Singh, General VK Singh, who's of course the Central MOS, who's also there. There are several other officials right there in that tunnel, and some of them are smiling because this is an important moment, viewers, very important moment in all of this. And one is very, very happy that we don't have an untoward incident that has taken place. Yes, we've had some setbacks, but that is to be expected in an operation of this nature under the most trying circumstances. But yes, we are broken through. Anshul Singh also there. Dr. Bagai, one very quick question I want to ask you. What is the worst case scenario here? What is the worst case scenario, and how do you prepare for it on site?
So I think most of the preparation actually, which we've been hearing through the news and through your channel, is already there at site. The triage, the paramedics, the doctors, teams from different states, different hospitals, including from All India Institute, the makeshift hospital, ambulances itself, helicopter in case it is required for airlifting. So I think most of the facilities have been put at site. The facilities generally would include oxygen cylinders, IV access, emergency medication kit, antibiotics if required, thermal blankets to make sure that the temperature of the body is reverted back to normal, stabilization equipment in case anyone needs respiratory support, and so on and so forth. So there's a deemed list which is as a protocol which is followed, and I'm absolutely sure everything is in order. Transporting them out of the tunnel would be a challenge, and I'm sure they've kept that in place. Taking them to the triage and then making sure that there's a gradual reverting back towards normal hemodynamic state, and then of course the long-term rehab as far as the psychological impact, if any.
Right. Well, Dr. Bagai, let me tell you, the visuals that we are now seeing are of the ambulances getting into position. So obviously what we can now confirm, viewers, is that this operation is in an advanced stage. All those ambulances now getting backed into that tunnel, because from those pipes very soon now we're going to see these workers being extracted and then immediately being put in these ambulances, as the case might be, taken away to administer all sorts of checkups that Dr. Bhagai is speaking about. Now remember, it is very important to ensure that these individuals who have been inside for 17 days are immediately rehabilitated in a manner that their body is nourished with water and of course with important nutrients. So that is fundamental, because these individuals have been inside, probably not sleeping very well, obviously because of the stress, while they weren't in a very, very confined space, because the whole tunnel, 2 kilometers of it, was sort of stretching out behind them. Viewers, you can just think about the lack of basic sanitation, enough water, etc., which can cause a certain degree of dysfunction in the body. So that has to be stabilized. And Dr. Bhagai, do you see these individuals now being perhaps having to sort of spend a day in hospital, being administered all sorts of other checkups, etc.? And what would these checkups be?
I think a couple of days in the hospital, at least, I would say. They would require a certain amount of lab tests, basically to check for liver, kidney function, the hemoglobin, look for different parameters in case there is any infection which they've developed. If any one of them have ongoing medical issues, such as comorbid conditions or any ongoing medical disease, those medicines probably would not have been taken for many days, to make sure that all the parameters are normal, and definitely get a psychological evaluation through a counselor so that they are mentally and psychologically absolutely fine before they go home. Also to look after the families financially for a couple of weeks, because they may not go back to work immediately. They are just poor workers. So I think we need a more holistic all-round approach. But I want to give my compliments to the entire disaster management team and the state administration for putting so many moving pieces together. Let me restate, this is no mean task what they have accomplished. We may dissect it and do an audit much later, that's fine. But at the present moment, our only focus, aim and vision is to get these 41 people out in good medical state.
Okay, well, viewers, here it is, this moment that the nation has been praying for. And the Chief Minister himself has come out and confirmed that a breakthrough has happened. It happened at 7:04 this evening as we were rolling, so we were not wrong, because Anshul was the first person to report that. Anshul, if you're still there and if you're connected, what really in the last 48 hours changed the dynamics of this operation? What were the couple of critical decisions that were taken?
दो बार आए.
Okay, 2 are out. Anshul is saying 2 are out. Can you confirm, Anshul, what's happening? What's happening on the ground?
So yes, that's a big breaking news. 2 people have come out. The first 2 persons have come out from the tunnel, is what we have been told from a person from a source who is inside the tunnel at this point in time. 2 people have come out, Vijay Hori and Ganpati Hori. The 2 people who have now come out from the tunnel, this is something that has been confirmed to us out here at the tunnel site. So yes, this is the big success that has happened out here at the tunnel site as well. You can see the kind of movement that has already started of the ambulance over here. 2 ambulances are already inside. These people who have just come outside are now lying, or have now been taken to the beds that were set up inside the tunnel, and their initial medical checkups are being done. Once those medical checkups are come to an end, then we are expecting that all these people would slowly start, would then be loaded into ambulances with their family members, and hence they would start coming out one after the other. So yes, this is the big story. At 7:50 p.m. The 2 people have finally come out from the pipes, is what we can confirm to our viewers at this point in time. So yes, big success. Just the last few minutes to go. In another hour, we will we will see that all these people who were stuck inside, the 41 lives that were stuck inside for the last 17 days, all these people will start coming out, and finally this rescue operation will come to an end. So yes, the hardest part of the operation has ended. The pipe has been stabilized. NDRF teams have gone in, and now probably the easiest part of this operation is to make sure that these people come out with safety, and then they are loaded into ambulance and then taken to Chiliani Sor.
Well, we did see those two ambulances being reversed into that tunnel. Viewers, there they are. Those are the two pictures, and perhaps in just a few moments these ambulances will depart from there. So viewers, the big breaking news: Vijay Hori and Ganpati Hori are the two workers that are out first. We are being told that over the next 1 hour, all the workers will be extricated, and we are very, very happy to tell you that these workers, as of now, are normal. They are not displaying any reasons or any signs of trauma, etc., at least on the face of it. So there's more movement at that mouth of the tunnel behind, obviously, the waiting ambulances, and the lights of the ambulances are now have been switched on, viewers. So you can see there will be movement any moment from there. Anshul, what are you seeing behind you? Can you turn around and tell us what's exactly now in your field of view?
So all the ambulances that were placed over here have been activated. All these ambulances are now one by one reversing into the tunnel, which means that more and more people have slowly started to come out. This is the third ambulance that has in fact gone inside at this point in time. Two people who already have been taken out. These people are now making sure, the doctors at this point in time are now making sure that their initial first aid is given to them, because remember, inside the tunnel the temperatures that they were facing was somewhere around the 25 to 30 degrees Celsius mark, whereas the temperature outside at this point in time is around the 10 degrees Celsius mark. So you can imagine there is a stark change in temperature, and hence warm clothes are being provided to them at this point in time, and the blood pressure, etc. The first initial checkups have started inside the tunnel is what we can confirm to our viewers, and once that checkup ends, these people would be loaded into these ambulances that you are seeing on your screens right now. In fact, I'd like to ask my camera person to just zoom out, and you can see an entire cavalcade of ambulances whose lights have now been switched on, signaling that yes, the moment has come when they have to go inside the tunnel and then rush with these people to Chiliani Sor, where they would be treated. So yes, a lot of movement happening, a big positive breakthrough, positive news that we are bringing to our viewers, that finally the first two persons have started to come out. Initial first aid is now being given to them. Warm clothes has now been handed over to them, and the family members of these people have also been asked to come very close to the tunnel, because remember, these people were not allowed to go inside the tunnel because of the terrain of the tunnel and the risk that it had posed. Now finally the family members have started going inside the tunnel as well, and the first two people have finally been taken down, is what we can break to our viewers at this point in time. So yes, the initial first aid, and then we are expecting these people to be rushed to Chiliani Sor, which is 35 kilometers away from this location.
Talk us through, Anshul, the last 24 hours, the more critical period, because we know that the individuals that were brought in differ in their rescue technique from what was used earlier. So can you talk us through this rat drilling technique?
So yes, the last 24 hours has definitely proven to be a silver lining in this entire operation. Initially, the state-of-the-art American auger machine was used, but the manner in which that machine got stuck into the debris, that actually pushed the entire operation back by at least 60 hours. And post that, finally the decision was taken that no longer any machines would be used. In fact, the rat hole mining technique will be used, in which miners would be sent inside the tunnel, and they would be taking out the debris manually with small tools, and that eventually proved out to be the exact and correct method through which this operation became successful. So yes, in fact, what we are now being told that the third person has also been taken out. We can break this at this point in time. The third person
big breaking news coming in from the ground. Third person rescued. Zaka, this is a great success, it appears.
Oh, it's huge. It's absolutely huge, not least for these people who've been stuck there for the last 17 days. Remember, they fell into this tunnel on Diwali day, and for the last 17 days they've been praying, the entire nation has been praying with them. We can now break for you that one more worker has been rescued. 3 workers have now been rescued. Ganpati Hore and Vijay Hore have been identified as the first 2. We'll go across to Anshul, my colleague, who's also been there for the last 2 weeks or so now, covering every twist and turn in this story. But really, what a moment this is for the families of these 41 workers who've been stuck inside this tunnel for the better part of the last 2 weeks plus. You're seeing the first pictures of the ambulances taking these workers to the nearest hospital, which is about 30 odd kilometers away. Those who require minor treatment will be treated there. There are some cases who could be serious cases who will then be airlifted from there to a better hospital facility. But this is a huge moment in this story which the entire nation has been gripped by for the better part of the last 17 days. You can see those live pictures of ambulances carrying the workers. The first 3 workers have been rescued. Vijay Hore and Ganpati Hore, our brothers, are the first 2 who've been rescued. A 3rd worker has just been pulled out from the tunnel just moments ago. Anshul is there with us, and he's been there covering this story, every twist and turn of this story for the better part of the last 17 days. Anshul, give us more details. Now a 3rd worker has been pulled out. Do we know the identity, and what kind of initial treatment, medical treatment, are these workers being given?
Yes, the initial treatment, basically, Zaka, you can imagine that the temperature inside the tunnel was somewhere around the 25 to 30 degrees Celsius mark, and now as they have come outside, the temperature is down to almost 10 degrees Celsius as we are speaking. So yes, initially warm clothes have been provided to them, and also the initial medical checkups are being done. In just a matter of seconds, we are expecting the first ambulance to actually come out from inside the tunnel. If I would ask my camera person to zoom out of the frame, and you can actually see that the entire cavalcade of ambulances is absolutely ready. The message has been given to them. The message is clear that people have started coming out, and one by one these ambulances are being reversed into the tunnel to that exact spot where the initial medical treatment is being given to them. Now, what is this initial medical treatment? Initially, some medicines and ORS is being provided to them, along with warm clothes and warm water that has been given to them. And now things like blood pressure is being checked just to make sure, because the excitement you can sense, Zaka, the excitement that you can feel, that there is definitely a lot of excitement amongst the people as they have finally come out of the tunnel after the 17 days, and hence their blood pressure is being stabilized. And once that process ends, then these ambulance that you are seeing on your screens right now, absolutely ready.
चंद्रन जी, एक लोग आया जी। कहाँ से है जी? उन लोग अभी एम्बुलेंस में चढ़ाया, हम लोग देख के आ गया। एम्बुलेंस में चढ़ा दिया ये पता नहीं है जी। हम चढ़ा दिया है ना जी? एम्बुलेंस में चढ़ा दिया। हाँ जी। क्या था, कितने साल का है वो लड़का और क्या नाम है उसका? जी। हम पास में जाने, प्लीज पास में जाने की नहीं देता है। हम लोग 50 फीट दूर में देखा।
सर, आपने जो देखा
जी,
क्या वो कैसा?
बिल्कुल अच्छा कंडीशन में।
अच्छा कंडीशन?
बिल्कुल।
सर, एज क्या होगी लगभग?
मेरा वैसे 25-27 होगा बस एक निकला है जी। हाँ, अभी इसका बाद लाइन से आएगा ना जी। एक एम्बुलेंस में एक आया। कहाँ का है जी? ये पता नहीं है। और
एम्बुलेंस में बिठा दिया सर? जी। Okay, thank you.
So one of the NDRF workers there are giving details to the reporters who are present there. We can now confirm that 3 workers have been pulled out from this tunnel. Vijay Hori and Ganpati Hori, 2 brothers, were the first 2 workers who were pulled out. Now, subsequently, a 3rd worker has been pulled out as well. Initial first aid has been given to these workers, 41 of whom have been trapped inside this tunnel at this Silkyara Baralkot tunnel, where they've been stuck inside this tunnel for almost 3 weeks now, 17th day today. And at exactly 5 minutes past 7, the first major breakthrough happened when the pipe cleared all the debris and reached the place where beyond 58 meters these workers were struck. Now the first 3 workers have been pulled out. Initial first aid has been given to them. Some of them will be taken to the nearest hospital, which is about 30 odd kilometers away. And if there are any people who require more intensive medical care, then they will be airlifted and taken to the district hospital. Let me go across to Anshul Singh, my colleague, who's also been tracking every twist and turn of this story. Anshul, so these 3 people who have been pulled out, these 3 workers we can now confirm have been pulled out. what is it that doctors will be looking for? Obviously, these workers have spent the better part of the last 17 days in temperatures which are much lower than outside temperatures. Their vision needs to adjust to daylight. What are things that the doctors will be looking for as they stabilize these workers? And then if some of them need further intensive medical care, then where will they be taken to?
So yes, what we are being told that the initial medical checkup has been done and the first worker is almost on the verge of being loaded into that ambulance, and from here they would be taken to a makeshift hospital that has been made out here in Chiliani-Sor, which is approximately 30 odd kilometers from this location. And post that, if at all more medical attention is needed, then these people would be taken in ambulances to AIIMS Rishikesh through a green corridor that will be made, just to make sure that no obstruction comes in the way. Initially the plan was to airlift them. A Chinook helicopter was also placed in Chiliani-Sor, that if at all any person needs that help, then they would be airlifted, and a 15-minute flight would take them to AIIMS Rishikesh. But yes, at this point in time, since it is the night, the helicopter would not fly, and hence it has been decided that if at all anyone's require any special medical attention, they would be taken over there. But yes, the next few minutes are going to be very, very crucial, as the visuals that we were waiting for those ambulances to come out one by one, that process is going to start within the next few minutes. So yes, all right,
Anshul, just give me a word. More reactions coming in. These disaster relief force workers who are coming out are giving us updates as to what is going on, the rescue operation. Let's listen in.
हमारे नागरिकों के लिए भगवान से दुआ करो, और भगवान ने वो लोगों की दुआ कबूल कर ली और सफलता के
Locals there absolutely ecstatic. They are singing praises to God because remember, Uttarkashi is a temple town, a holy town. Now 3 workers have been rescued, and it's a massive moment this after 17 days, and all of India's eyes were on these 41 workers. Now 3 of them have been rescued. The process of the others is currently going on. Anshul Singh is there still with us, and he's been tracking every twist and turn of this story. Anshul, just walk us through, how long do we expect for all 41 workers to be rescued from that tunnel?
So yes, in the next hour and a half, we are expecting that the entire operation would come to an end. All these people would be coming out. I've just sent visuals, Zaka, of the first person coming out, where the first visuals are out where the first person has finally come out of the tunnel, and these visuals actually tell that how confident was actually the Chief Minister and General VK Singh, who are both.
हाँ सब एकदम फिट, एकदम खा पी के फिट, एकदम मस्त हैं सब. अभी निकाला जा रहा है उनको. अभी 3-4 लोग निकल गए, 4-5 लोग. हाँ, एक-एक करके निकाला जा रहा है उनको. एक-एक करके बाहर आ रहे हैं सब. कोई कितने आ चुके हैं? मेरा नाम है फिरोज. हमारा सुरंग बनाने को निकालने का, रास्ता बनाने का काम था हमारा. हाँ, हमें 26 घंटे लगे हैं पूरे. 26 घंटे में जी. आपने क्या रेड माइनिंग की थी? हाथ से हाँ सब 12 लोग. अच्छा. और कितना अभी जो है, इसमें से कितने लोग आ गए हैं? 7 लोग आ गए अंकल जी. अभी कितनी देर तक आप लोग करते रहे काम? हम तो कंटिन्यू करते रहे, दिन और रात करा हमने 26 घंटे तक. हाँ, सोने का कोई वो नहीं लिया हमने बिल्कुल भी. जब तक कंटिन्यू चलाया 26 घंटे काम, जब तक हमने आराम नहीं लिया. क्या नाम क्या है आपका? सौरभ. कहाँ से आए हो? दिल्ली से.
All right, rat miners, and spare a thought for them. They were digging by hand. The last 10 meters or so were dug by hand over the last 24 hours because the metal debris had been stuck in that pipeline, and the only way they could reach the trapped workers was by digging through hand. Rat mining, which is an outlawed practice here in India by the National Green Tribunal. Now I can confirm that 5 workers are out. 5 workers are out of the 41 36 still remain inside, but the people there are extremely hopeful that they can get all of them out in the next couple of hours. We have more reactions of the SDRF and NDRF personnel who are involved in this rescue operation.
वो बहुत ज़्यादा उन लोगों उसने टाइम हमारा वेस्ट किया। अच्छा हाँ, उसी वजह से ऑगर भी थोड़ा वो हो गया था। अगर वो चीज़ें ना आती तो शायद ऑगर बहुत पहले काम कर देता, बट वहाँ मैनुअली काम जरूरी था, तो मैनुअली हम लोगों ने सब कुछ कर दिया वहाँ पे। कितने लोगों की टीम थी? सर 12 लोगों की टीम थी हमारी। कितना टाइम लगा इसको? हमें अप्रोक्स 26 आवर्स लगे। हम 26 आवर्स हमने इनको बाहर निकाल लिया जी। बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत करी हमारे लड़कों ने, बहुत ही ज्यादा मशीनरी वर्क है। और
Sir, how can you explain this about this operation? Sir, this is very big success, sir.
All right, so the first pictures of those who've been rescued. Now we can confirm to you that 5 workers have been rescued. Out of the 41, 5 of them have been taken out of the tunnel. Initial medical checkup is going on, after which they will be taken to the hospital. But what a moment this is, not just for those 41 workers, not just for their families who've been waiting anxiously with bated breath for any news, any good news of their loved ones, but the entire nation was hooked on to what was happening there in Uttarkashi, praying with the families, praying with the concerned loved ones for the well-being of these 41 workers. And today, 17 days since the workers were first trapped, remember they were first trapped on Diwali day, 17 days since then, they are now being pulled out one after another. First 5 workers have now been pulled out. A remaining 36 are being pulled out right now. Let's listen in to more reactions coming in.
Out already, and they're coming out gradually now.
All the member of rescue team is very happy, sir, including CM.
Yes.
And you, sir, and you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, from the first day I am taking your bite. That's why I want to. You can speak something.
The 5 workers have been pulled out. This is a massive moment, not just in this story, not just for those workers who were stuck there for the better part of almost 3 weeks now. 17 days they've been stuck there. And these are the first pictures from inside. You can see how the workers are being pulled out, and clearly what a moment this is. Pushkar Dhami, the Chief Minister, has been there for the better part of the last week or so. General VK Singh, you can see him in the pictures as well. These are the first pictures of those workers who've been rescued from this tunnel. They've been trapped there for the last 17 days. Now we can confirm that 5 workers have been pulled out. This is a massive testimony to the hard work, to the patience. Really, they were tested to the very hilt. Over the last 24 hours, they were digging manually by hand. These rat miners who were brought in from Bihar and Jharkhand, they were digging by hand because they couldn't dig through machines anymore. The auger machine had broken. The drill of the auger machine had broken. Those drill bits had to be removed manually by hand, and the rest of the debris, about 8 to 10 meters, had to be dug by hand. So for the last 26 hours, hand digging was happening there, and finally they have found success. They have found the trapped workers. 5 of the 41 have been rescued, and we're given to understand that in the next couple of hours, the remaining 36 will be rescued as well. Let me go across to Sudhir Krishna, former Urban Secretary, who's joining us. Raghav Chandra is former Chairman of the NHAI. Mr. Chandra, all right, Mr. Sudhir Krishna is there with us on the line now. Mr. Sudhir Krishna, this is a story that everyone in the country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari has been following. What are your thoughts as we see these pictures? This was a historic rescue operation, and I'm pleased to inform our viewers that all 41 workers are in reasonable health, and that all 41 will be rescued over the next couple of hours. 5 have already been rescued. What are your thoughts as you see these pictures?
I think it's a moment of great happiness, satisfaction and pride also. Happiness and satisfaction about the safe retrieval of the trapped miners, and also a pride in the sense that our agencies worked hard, whether it is NDRF or whether it is other agencies, state and local and national agencies, they worked hard. So to that extent, it is really a matter of satisfaction and pride. But having said that, I think there's a lot more that we have to see just beyond this rescuing operation. Why this whole thing happened, why the situation happened, and whether it can happen again, and how to avoid this situation happening. There are a lot of issues here,
Yeah.
And it also gave us a feeling that our country has respect for life, because end to end the whole country was concerned about the trapped persons. On the other hand, when we see that almost 1.5 lakh people die every year in road accident, one starts feeling that whether we really value life. But today we got the feeling that yes, our country has respect for life.
I think that's a great point that you make, Mr. Krishna, because it was said that in India life is cheap. But I don't think anyone who has seen this saga for the better part of the last almost 3 weeks now, 17 days, these workers have been trapped inside. No one will say that in India life comes cheap. They've moved heaven and earth to bring these workers back. Yes, of course, they faced all kinds of hurdles. The machine drilling met with this hurdle of the auger bit, the auger drill being broken. It was broken into multiple pieces. They could not retrieve that by another machine. They had to then pull it out by hand. If you can just take us through, what kind of ordeal, not just these workers who were trapped inside had to go through. I'll come to that in one moment. But the rescue operation itself, there were experts who were flown in from the United States, experts who were flown in from Australia, and they were overseeing this operation. Multiple agencies were involved in it, and clearly they finally found this major success, and particularly in the last 26 hours when these rat miners had to be brought in from Bihar and Jharkhand, and they had to literally rummage through the debris with their bare hands to cover the last 10 meters or so. Yes, Mr. Krishna, yeah. You have to unmute, sir. Please unmute. Yeah, thank you.
They have done really a wonderful job. There is no doubt about it. And this is not at all the prescribed procedure for mining or for tunneling of rat hole mining, etc. is not at all prescribed. And it is very, I would say it is a matter of great surprise that we had to fall back on this. And our standards are different. The Bureau of Indian Standard has set standards for mining, both excavation type as well as tunneling. And now I think they have to design standards for rat hole mining also. But then all this put together gives an impression that our agencies are not really, they need a lot of capacity building to understand what the geology is like, what the Himalayan geology is like. Because 16 days ago when this started on 12th of this month, and we were given to understand that within 2 days these trapped miners will be retrieved. But 2 days kept on increasing and then so on, and they could not fathom what exactly was the problem, and every time there was experimentation going on. So this gives it's like I'm just saying that silver lining of the dark cloud is that we got an opportunity to reflect on our strengths and weaknesses. And,
all right,
work
so
on
clearly, just to bring our viewers who are just joining us, the big story that's coming out of Uttarkashi is that 5 workers have been rescued. These workers have now been rushed to the hospital. Initial medical treatment has been meted to them at the tunnel site itself. Their blood pressure needs to be stabilized. Their vital parameters need to be checked. This is the first video of the first worker being pulled out from the tunnel after 17 days. First of 41. You can see Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami there. You can see Minister of State Singh also there. And they've been there for the better part of the last 3 or 4 days. Certainly the Chief Minister has been there for over a week now, monitoring these rescue operations. And clearly, what a moment this is for the first worker who was pulled out from this tunnel. They've been stuck there for the last 17 days. They're a disparate group of people. They were building this tunnel at the Silkyara village. This was the Silkyara Baralkot stretch. Of course, like Mr. Krishna was saying, there are a lot of unanswered questions about, ecologically sensitive terrain and building large infrastructure projects there. Remember, this is not the first time we've seen workers in an under construction project being stuck like this. There was an NTPC project in which workers were flooded out some years ago. But now the good news, and we want to focus for a moment on this big moment for not just those workers, not just their families, but for all of India who have been following this story with bated breath, because we could relate to each one of them. It was almost like a movie that was playing out in front of our eyes. And now the good news is the first set of 5 workers have been rescued from under the tunnel there at Silkyara, Baralkot, and they have now been taken to hospital. The hospital is 30 kilometers away, the nearest hospital. Now I can confirm for you that that number has increased from 5 to 8. So 8 workers have been rescued from the tunnel there. This was the Uttarkashi tunnel project that was going on. It was being built by a private company, and these workers had unfortunately fallen into this tunnel on Diwali day, 17 days ago. And over the last 24 hours or so, like we've been saying, they met with a lot of complications. The auger machine that they were using, the blades of it broke. The debris of those blades was stuck inside the pipeline, and therefore they had to send people in manually to remove the debris first. And then the last 10 meters or so, 8 to 10 meters or so, were absolutely critical and crucial, and there was no way they could dig through those last 8 to 10 meters with any machine, and therefore they had to rummage through it with their bare hands. A bunch of rat miners, I think about a dozen of them, were brought in from different parts of India, and they were the ones who finally managed to get the breakthrough. The breakthrough happened at 7:05 p.m. this evening, when the pipeline finally managed to cut past all the debris and reach the workers, and the first 8 workers have now been rescued. If I can go back to Anshul Singh, my colleague who's there. Anshul, just walk us through what is happening there right now. We're showing the first video of the first worker who has been rescued, and he was there with Chief Minister Dhami, with General VK Singh, the minister from the central government. What is the status of these 8 workers? Where are they being taken to right now?
So yes, let me tell you, Zaka, the celebrations are on out here in Uttarkashi, especially at the Silkyara tunnel site. If I could just move out of the frame, and I'll try and show you in the visuals over here. The ambulances are all readied up now. We are just awaiting for that first ambulance to finally come out. Firecrackers have started bursting out here, because remember, this entire incident happened on the day of Diwali, and the people out here decided not to celebrate Diwali because such a massive incident had happened over here. Now finally, after 17 days, these people who are now being taken out, finally celebrations have broken out over here. 8 people have come out from the tunnel safely is what we have been told. What is happening inside, that all these, in fact the initial medical test of the first 4 people has been completed inside the tunnel is what we can confirm. And yes, these people are waiting for, at this point in time, for more people to come out, so that a large cavalcade could actually go through, because a green corridor needs to be made, and hence they are expecting that at least 4 to 5 people, 4 to 5 ambulances, once they are ready, then they will start moving out. So yes, this is a big development that we are bringing to our viewers, is that people have been started to be loaded up in the ambulances. Their family members will also be with them, and one after the other they would be sent out from this location to Chiliani, where the makeshift community hospital has been made, in which all these 41 workers would be kept under observation for at least 24 hours is what we have been told. And if at all someone needs more attention, then they will be eventually be taken to AIIMS Rishikesh. So Zaka, we are getting some more good news. 10 people have now been taken out is what we are being told. From inside the tunnel. So yes, the first lot of 10 people has been completed. 10 people are out now, and within the next few minutes, the entire
40 out of the group of 41 that got stuck under this tunnel in Silkyara, the Silkyara Baralkot section of the Uttarkashi tunnel that was being built by these workers, these labourers. 10 workers have now been rescued. Like you've been hearing, NDRF and SDRF personnel there. Over the next hour and a half or so, they expect that all the 41 workers will be brought out. 10 workers have now been brought out, and these 10 workers, like I said, like Anshul has been saying, their vital parameters, their blood pressure, all of that will be checked. The ones who need further intensive medical care will be taken to the hospital. The others, of course, are being given saline drips and ORS. Of course, they'll also have to adjust. The temperatures inside the tunnel was extremely low as compared to the outside temperature where they are now. Also, these people have not been exposed to sunlight for the better part of the last 17 days. But what a saga this has been, and you can see the first video there on the right side of your screen. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, along with Union Minister Ms. General V.K. Singh. As you can see, the first set of workers being brought out. We can now confirm to you that 10 workers have been pulled out from this tunnel. Now that number has gone up to 15. So, folks, this is happening very, very fast, very, very quickly there at Uttarkashi, at the Silkyara Baralkot tunnel. 15 workers have now been rescued. That is almost, in fact, more than a third of the 41 who were trapped there for the last 17 days. Anshul, just walk us through what this means for the locals there as well. I'm sure they were just as tense, just as worried over the last 2 weeks since this story came to the national consciousness. What does this mean for the locals there? We can see some of them distributing sweets. There is sloganeering. People are worshipping at the temples. Fireworks are going off. What does this mean for this little sleepy village called Silkyara?
So yes, this absolutely means a lot of happiness for the people out here in Silkyara. In fact, the local peoples were expecting this to happen. They were praying day in and day out to their local gods over here, and that is the reason why this makeshift temple was also built over here. Over the last 24 to 36 hours, constant havan has been going inside, has been going in and around the tunnel. Point is what we have been what we have seen over here. So yes, the situation out here is absolutely fine, and now we are expecting that within the next few minutes all these people would now finally be taken out. The official information that has been given to us is that abhi tak कुल 13 श्रमिक सुरक्षित बाहर निकाले जा चुके हैं. Is the official information that has been circulated to us at this point in time. So yes, one after the other, people are being taken out safely, and as we had predicted that it would almost take 2.5 to 3 minutes for a person to actually come out from the tunnel, and that is something that is proving to be true. The NDRF and the SDRF are making sure that there is absolutely no time that is wasted to take these people out. And yes, celebrations have started over here. I heard a few fireworks also happening right at this spot. In fact, claps and celebrations and sloganeering have all started to happen over here. This is the spot from where the ambulances will be taken out within the next few minutes. You can see the crowd that has gathered over here. These are all the people who are locals over here, and they are out here in cold just to experience this historic moment that will be written in the history of this country. One of the biggest rescue operations going on for 17 days, one of the toughest rescue operations. One after the other, hurdles came, solutions were found, new hurdles came, new solutions were found. Now finally we are reporting what in fact we wanted to report for the last many days. Finally these people are out. 13 people have already come out. In fact, the rescuers are now confident that within the next hour or so, each and every person would be taken out. So this is the big piece of positive news that the entire country was waiting to hear for the last 17 days, and that is what is happening at this point in time. History is being made, and we are a part of this history now.
Not just for those 41 who've been trapped. Like I said, the entire nation was watching this with bated breath, following every twist and turn. They hit metal barriers; those had to be broken. Drilling machines were brought in from outside. There was this auger machine that was brought in from outside. That was, rummaging through the debris, and then the auger machine drill itself broke a couple of days back, and then they had to go in through pipelines and manually remove the debris of the auger machine drill that had broken, and then the last 8 to 10 meters or so had to be dug through with hand because they couldn't use any machines in those last 8 to 10 meters. You can see how elated the people there are in Uttarkashi, in Silkyara. I'm sure their families are absolutely elated. You can see people distributing sweets. You can see fireworks going up in the sky there, and that's because everyone was watching the story, almost following this like a family member of theirs had been trapped in. These 41 were India's brothers who were trapped in that tunnel there in Uttarkashi. Raghav Chandra is former chairman of the NHAI. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us. Your thoughts as these workers are being pulled out one by one. Clearly, they are relieved to be out. We all are relieved that they are all out. Just walk us through what this means, because for 17 days, as my colleague Anshul there is reporting from the location, there was one obstacle after another, and for each of those obstacles, new solutions had to be found and were found.
So this is something extremely joyful for not only these workers, for their families, but for the entire nation and for all the agencies who are involved in construction, because such mishaps do occur. And to be able to unite, to be able to have a very organized and methodical mission mode rescue mission is in itself a very positive development, which we have hitherto not seen happening in India, where such tragedies or mishaps occur in isolation. But here the entire nation got together. So not only from the optics part of it, but also from the professionalism which was displayed in conducting this entire operation, calling in foreign experts, using the best possible techniques, and to be able to get it done. That is a very, very happy, very joyful, very satisfying, very relieving, and also a moment of great jubilation for everybody who's connected with the construction sector or has been connected with the construction sector.
Just talk us through, there used to be a time when it was said that life in India is cheap. I mean, the often cited statistic is more than 1 lakh people die in road accidents. But these 41 workers, like I said, it was not just the fact that, the rescue teams were brought in from different cities. There was one American who was sort of overseeing it. There was an Australian national who was brought in. The entire country sort of came together following these developments. Our various agencies, the NDRF, SDRF, were strongly involved in this rescue operation. But the fact that, the system went out of its way, it pulled out all stops to ensure the safety and to ensure that these 41 were rescued hale and hearty, alive and well. Talk us through that and why that's a change from years past.
You see, in the past, we've had, we've heard of the Latur tragedy, the Chasnala tragedy, and various other such mishaps where people have lost their lives in large numbers because the systems for safety, the systems for rescue were not so developed. But this is the sign of a nation which is advancing towards becoming a developed country, that every such mishap or every such ordeal is taken seriously, not only by the agency which is actively involved in conducting that operation, but by the entire nation. And whether it is the media or whether it is the civil administration, the army or the NGOs, everyone in a single in a unitary step, they echoed that, the first target should be to rescue the workers and to get them out before further post-mortem or analysis is done on anything like this. And so it's a very, very positive augury for all of us that we are being more evolved in our approach towards such matters. And disaster management is taking an important part of our official and administrative thinking. And hopefully this will set standards, apart from taking remedial steps, which must indeed be taken, and investigations, blah, blah, etc. But we must also learn from this that we must set in place systems for operations and rescues, and we should have solid SOP prepared after this.
You make a very valid point. All right, Anshul Singh, my colleague, has an update, so let me go across to him. Anshul, so 15 workers rescued is the last figure that we have. What further details can you share with us from Ground Zero?
So yes, the official information that we have at this point in time, 13 workers have been taken out, and at this point in time, the pilot vehicle is now trying to clear this route through which the ambulances will be taken out. You can see in these visuals that how the operation has just now started. A green corridor is being made right here to make sure that when the movement of ambulances start, that happens in a free manner and there is no obstruction that is present over there. The crowd that you are seeing that have gathered over here, this is the crowd of local people. In fact, announcements are being made for people to to move aside. And what we have been told at this point in time, that as the people started coming out, Bharat Mata Ki Jai was some of the slogans that were raised inside the tunnel as well. You can imagine the kind of hard work that has gone inside from at least 15 different companies that were working over here round the clock. More than 1,000 workers deployed on the ground, making sure that this entire rescue operation becomes a success, and that is becoming a reality now. All that hard work that has been put in over the last 17 days, that is becoming a reality now. Now this area is now being cleared of people so that a green corridor could be made, and the ambulances that would then be taken out, these ambulances are taken out without any obstruction at this point in time, because the main focus of the rescuers is to make sure that all these people are taken to safety at the earliest, and through the green corridor that has been made over here. So yes, a lot of developments happening with every passing minute, and we are expecting that within the next half an hour this entire operation would come to an end, and each and every person who is inside the tunnel would eventually come out.
The word that we're getting, that in the next hour or so all of them will be accounted for and all of them will be brought out. I'm also joined by Mr. B.S. Singla. He's a former CGM of NHAI. As we look at these pictures, and there's moments of joy there in Silkyara, people are celebrating, sweets are being distributed, fireworks are going off. Obviously the entire nation has been praying for the well-being of these 41 workers. Walk us through, what are the lessons that we should be learning from such large infrastructure projects, Mr. Singla, because questions will need to be asked. Maybe not today, but certainly when the dust settles on this, questions need to be asked about these large infrastructure projects in ecologically sensitive zones that are being built. What are the safeguards and the checks and balances that need to be put in place so that a situation like this can be avoided in the future?
Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Singla, can you hear me? All right, let me go across to Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. He's a member of the National Disaster Management Authority, and he's been constantly in touch with the rescue teams on the ground. He's been constantly on a daily basis been updating the media on the progress in this rescue effort so far. General Hasnain, first of all, many congratulations to you and your team. It's a fantastic job done. Like I said, an entire country was watching every move of the rescue operation here, and you had to face one obstacle after another. Just walk us through what the last 17 days have meant for you and your men.
Firstly, Zaka, I think the congratulations is due to the nation and not to any of us individually. Right from the Prime Minister, he has led this entire thing. The Government of India, which has got its act together completely on this entire operation. I don't think any time I have seen the manner in which every department of Government of India has come together. So let me tell you, starting from the 12th of November, when the first news came in, I think it was the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary who took the first call on this and put across. He knew that some of the best people involved with infrastructure development are there in the Indian Railways, who've been involved with bridging, with tunneling and things like that. They were the ones the first access was made to. And thereafter, progressively, as advice kept coming in, more and more departments, more and more ministries came in. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been obviously the core organization, which has been deeply involved. The Secretary has been at the site for almost the entire time. The subsidiaries of the ministry themselves, the various authorities have been there, the NHAI being one of the main ones. Besides that, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Cabinet Secretariat, of course, the NDMA, Ministry of Health, almost every department has come together, not to forget the state governments, who have all enabled these green corridors to be given for the movement of massive equipment from different parts of India through various roads leading up all the way to Uttarakhand. It's been a huge challenge. Without the Indian Air Force's effort, nothing could really have been achieved, because they were the ones who were always standby, moving all kinds of awkward equipment into this area. I think the presence of leadership, starting with the Prime Minister, who has been giving directions from moment to moment. He's not only been receiving a feedback, not only monitoring, but also giving directions. Along with him, the Prime Minister's office, the PMO, led by the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, who has taken it upon himself to physically visit the site, speak to the workers, take a full feedback of every option which was being exercised in this entire operation. All this has been done there. The Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, who's camped there. Now, his presence, for example, made all the difference because decisions could be taken on the spot. And if additional resources were required, they could be whistled up. For example, the Magna cutter and the laser cutter, etc. At night, who would think of going to a particular agency and organizing its move of all that within the next 12 hours? All this was possible because the decision makers were at the right place at the right time. The communications were very good. DOT, lots of things to the Department of Telecom for being able to strengthen the communications at the spot. It was very, very weak in the beginning, but subsequently built up. And then, of course, the NDRF, the Army engineers who have been there right through. And I think you cannot forget the rat miners. Very indiscreet kind of term, but look at the manner of risk that they are capable of taking. Going through this tunnel, going and doing the last 10 meters of tunneling with a manual effort, cutting, removing iron, steel implements in the middle, and then finally getting the breakthrough.
So walk us through those. Walk us through the challenges that you...
I'll be the last word I will say is for the media.
Sure.
This effort would not have been possible without the media putting across the right picture, the right story, the right expectation to the people of India. It was not unrealistic at any stage.
General Hussain, could you walk us through the various obstacles that you had to face, this rescue effort had to face over the last 2 weeks, whether it was encountering metal obstacles for which special plasma cutters had to be brought in, and then of course, like you said, over the last 26-30 hours or so, you had got to a point where because the auger had broken and it had to be manually cleared out, and then the last 10 meters or so had to be manually dug in. Just walk us through the various obstacles that you and your team faced and how you overcame that in the last 2 weeks.
See, Rakam, what was happening was that in the beginning, perhaps, people were having unrealistic expectations that this mission, this operation is going to get over in a jiffy. Slowly, I think it was through the efforts of the higher leadership that it was made evident to people that this was for the long haul. And that's where the media came in very, very handy. Second thing was a very fine decision taken that we will use multiple options, bring in simultaneity into the whole operation. Now, it's easier said than done. For example, if you go to do top drilling, you got to have a road to be able to take the drills on top. The BRO came in and immediately started doing this. Similarly, there were many others who were involved in these kind of preparatory efforts to make sure that the equipment came at the right place. When everything was, when the first option started getting exercised through the horizontal
drilling
probe which was taking place from the Silkyara side, everyone was very hopeful. In fact, in the beginning, there were unexpected, unrealistic expectations that we will break through on this first day itself. But subsequently, we realized that the auger had its limitations. And then came the problem that we really didn't have any other options to go horizontally. Someone then obviously thought about this kind of a thing, how to first of all get the auger out. That was the biggest technical obstacle in our way. Getting the Magna cutters and plasma cutters, etc. An effort was made in, the technicians went in, brought us all these things out. Throughout the operation, I think one of the major things, lessons learned was that there were lines open with lots and lots of recommendations, lots and lots of approaches being made to offer services, offer talent, etc. My telephone was flooded completely. Lots and lots of things. There were people who had a lot of experience, who were volunteers to go there on the spot. For example, there's General Harpal Singh of the ex-DG Border Roads, who's there on the spot. The moment I learned of his willingness to go, we spoke about it to the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, who enabled it in a couple of moments. He has been there for the last 4-5 days, offering his services, offering his advice. So this is what brings, in an emergency, there is nothing like this. There were huge number of obstacles en route. But I think it's the overall cooperation, the offer of their services free of cost, which has enabled this.
General Hussain, you know, there used to be a time not so long ago where it was said that in India life is cheap. But this episode over the last 17 days has illustrated that when the system wants to and it puts its mind to, then it can go to any length to save even one single life. Experts were brought in from Australia, from America, micro-tunneling experts, and like you said, the last 10 meters was dug through with hand. So, you know, just the lessons learned from this complex operation over the last 2 weeks plus, what would that be in your mind, top of mind?
Firstly, Zakab, I have been reminding a lot of people, and I did it in the media conference today, that a lot of people in India have never read the 10-point agenda of the Honorable Prime Minister on disaster management. And in that, one of the points is very clear. Every operation, every disaster management opportunity like this must not be without the lessons learned. The lessons must be learned, analyzed properly, documented, and perhaps put out as guidelines. Now, that is exactly what is necessary to be done in this. I think the first major strategic lesson is that you do not underestimate a disaster. Right from the moment in the beginning, you should start treating a disaster as a disaster. If you treat it as something which is very small, which can be just wished away, you will never be able to get together the resources in the time frame required. Respect lives. 41 workers who may be considered by a lot of people as inconsequential. People who had no influence, no outreach. But here the government made sure that there was no requirement of an outreach by them. The government would do the outreach to ensure that their lives were saved. The moment that message went out, also in such emergency conditions, the psychosocial aspect of keeping people hopeful. The relatives were brought there, the district administration got its act together, the state government got its act together, the health department got its act together, and you found almost everyone who was required was there. The DOT put in a line in time. Line communication was put up by the SDRF of the Uttarakhand government, and you found people talking, and the workers were talking to their relatives away from the site, away in Jharkhand and Odisha. Now, if a government is seen to go to that extent to make sure welfare is looked at, welfare is respected, lives are respected, obviously it makes a huge difference to those who are working and who are at equal risk. As much risk as the people who are inside, who are to be saved.
General Hasnain, I want to thank you and congratulate you and your team. We're also now getting the breaking news that all 41 workers have now been rescued. It's a huge moment of relief, a huge moment of pride indeed, that all 41 workers have now been rescued from the tunnel there in Uttarkashi, where they were trapped for the better part of the last 17 days. Finally, we can all collectively heave a huge sigh of relief, because it's not just these 41 or their family members. The entire nation was praying for these 41 workers, and now we can confirm to you that all 41 workers who were trapped in this tunnel in Silkyara in Uttarakhand have now been rescued. Anshul Singh is breaking this story for us. Anshul, just walk us through the details that you now have from official sources.
So Zaka, finally it has officially been confirmed that all the 41 workers who were stuck inside for the last 17 days are finally out. The moment that we were waiting for has finally come. 5 ambulances have been taken out from the Silkyara tunnel and have been rushed towards the Chinali Sor, where the location is for the initial checkup of these entire people. And if I could just show you in the visuals over here inside the tunnel, the more ambulances have now started coming out. Within the next few minutes, all these ambulances would be taken to Chiliani Sor, where they will be kept under observation for the next 24 to 48 hours. So yes, that is the news that we were hoping to hear for the last 17 days, and that has finally been proven true. One after the other, the ambulances are being brought out. The manner in which the NDRF and the SDRF has been able to complete this work in such record time, that is something that is very, very commendable, because remember, this entire operation started just an hour ago, and in just an hour's time we have been able to take out all the 41 workers who were stuck inside for the last 17 days. Celebrations have broken out over here, sloganings have started over here. What we are being told at this point in time, that even the chief minister has gone ahead and congratulated each and every person who was involved in this entire mission. The official release has also now come out. After 17 days, all the 41 workers have come out, is what officially has been confirmed. And yes, this is the big development. The last few workers are now being checked inside for the initial first aid that needs to be given to them, and post that, all these people would then be taken to the place in Chilianisor, where that has been selected for them to be kept safely for the next 24 to 48 hours. So yes, the initial operation that started 17 days ago has finally come to an end. One after the other, we have seen how there were so many problems that came in, new solutions were found, new problems were propped up, and new solutions were found yet again. And now finally, all these 17 people have finally been taken down. Definitely there is a joy. It feels like a festival out here on ground zero. The locals are absolutely ecstatic. That
it indeed is the great Himalayan rescue. Let's listen in to Nitin Gadkari, the Union Minister for Highways. He's also been closely following what's happening there in Uttarkashi. Let's listen in to what he had to say, the first reaction.
सब लोगों ने रात दिन मेहनत की, परिश्रम किए, अलग-अलग पर्यायों पर काम किया और उसके बाद ये सफलता मिली है। ये बहुत गहरा संकट था, पहली बार इस प्रकार का अनुभव आया। इन लोगों की जान बची, उन लोगों को मैं बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं, शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। और इसमें जान बचाने में जिन भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने और राज्य सरकार की एजेंसियों ने और सभी हमारे इंजीनियर्स थे, रात दिन अपने जोखिम लेकर जो काम किया है, उन सबको भी बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनके आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ये घटना ने भी हमको सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ मिला है। अब हम लोग इसके बारे में टनल का सेफ्टी ऑडिट भी करने वाले हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ कैसे हम लोग ज्यादा से अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर सके, ये भी कोशिश करेंगे। हिमालय का स्टार्टा बहुत ही फ्राजिल है और इसीलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से वहां काम करना भी बहुत कठिन है, पर इसके ऊपर हमको उपाय ढूंढना होगा। हम निश्चित रूप से उपाय ढूंढेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ फिर से एक बार जिन लोगों ने सहयोग किया उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और विशेष रूप से जो मजदूर है उनके परिवारों को भी मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, क्योंकि वो बेचारे वापस आए हैं। हमारे लिए सबके लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। उनके उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
That was the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, there, closely following the developments over the last 17 days. These are pictures of Pushkar Singh Dhami, placing these workers, leading them up to the ambulances. He's greeted every one of the 41 who have now been rescued. The last 5 or 6 are being given immediate medical attention, after which they will also be put in this ambulance and taken to that makeshift hospital in Chiliansura, which is about 30 odd kilometers away. But what a moment of pride this is, because remember, disaster management is now a full-fledged science in this country. India has also pitched for the International Coalition of Disaster Management. Right from the tsunami in 2004, there's been concerted efforts every time there is a cyclone, an earthquake, or of course this kind of a tragedy in which 41 workers found themselves trapped inside a tunnel. Various disaster management agencies from the NDRF, the SDRF, the National Disaster Management Authority have all come together, learnt lessons. In this instance, even foreign experts were flown in to make sure that every worker was safe, that no one was left behind, that not one life was lost. So let me bring in Brigadier Vinod Datta, former senior consultant with the NIDM. B.S. Singla is former CGM with the NHAI. He's also joining us. Brigadier Datta, in an effort such as this, you need multiple agencies, state agencies, central agencies, agencies from the defense forces coordinating in an absolutely almost perfect manner. And I spoke to General Hasnain a moment ago, and every day there was a new challenge, a new solution had to be found out. What are the lessons learned in the manner in which all of these various agencies and the best talent in those agencies were put to use to rescue these 41 workers who were trapped there for the last 17 days?
Well, Jaka, first of all, congratulations for such a great achievement by the nation. And I want to highlight one thing, that unless all the agencies, they fire together, we are not going to hit the target. And this is what was done. Like I have, overseen disaster management operations for 3.5 years when I was in the Ministry of Defense in headquarter IDS. And you see, such coordination was unparalleled. And it is a lesson to be learned that unless you synergize, unless you cooperate, unless you have federal corporatism, you are not going to achieve anything. And this has been done very nicely. Now, a few points which are takeaways is that we must cater for such kind of equipment which is there. Because there are so many, like there was one tunnel operation in Himachal which I supervised. I mean, the wastage of these cutters and the equipment exploitation is so much that we have to cater for the, equipment casualty also. And somehow, I mean, we were lucky that the green corridors were provided by the railways, by Indian Air Force, and the BRO and the Army engineers have also done a wonderful job besides NDRF and SDRF and other agencies. But what is required is that we should not only restrict ourselves to only lessons learned. We must translate them into actions, that is, lessons applied. That is what I always, have been emphasizing, because you see, all these after action reports or lessons learned, they will be gathering dust after some time. But we should, ask the people or the disaster management practitioners or the people who are involved in this construction to follow them. And the regulatory authorities, they should facilitate and they should be able to, implement them on ground. We should be, proactive rather than being reactive. But, God has been kind. The weather played a major role. And, all the, activities were taken simultaneously. And hats off to these mining, excavators who have done a wonderful job. And that's why there is a kahawat in Hindi. They say, "Jahan kaam aave, sui kahan kare talwar." So we should not forget that. And we should know that everything is fair in love and war. And that is what it has been proved.
Let me also go across to Mr. B.S. Singla. He's the former CGM with the NHAI. For the NHAI, and you heard the minister also a moment ago, this was truly a test because this was a project, an important project, a sensitive project as well in a highly sensitive ecological zone. The fact that these miners were, these workers were trapped and the system pulled all stops to ensure that not one person was left behind, not one life was lost. What signal does that send out? You have workers who are coming from different states. In this instance itself, out of those 41, there were people from Jharkhand, from Bihar, from Assam, from Bengal, all of whom were trapped inside. It's almost like a national effort that went in to try and rescue these people. What are your thoughts as this was a crucial test for the NHAI as well? Not just for those who were involved in the immediate rescue operation, but the NHAI, the ministry also, and officials from the ministry, the secretary, the minister, MOS in charge there. They were all on site, on camp for the last 4 or 5 days, just being there to ensure that these workers are pulled out safe and sound.
First of all, I congratulate the entire team who has worked on this rescue operations. I will focus on why this failure occurred, what are the reasons, and how we can avoid such kind of operation in future, such kind of failures. The tunnels, the most important part is the soil investigation. Suppose in a 4-kilometer tunnel, generally the soil investigation carried out at just 4 spots. The soil characteristics changes from point to point. There should be proper soil investigation and proper designing of the tunnels. There should be proper support system. If a proper support system with designing is provided at the site, no such kind of failure occurs. The reasons of failures can be presence of the shear zone, fault zone, thrust zone. There can be difficulty in the terrain conditions and folded rock. There can be swelling of the claying soil, which can be controlled by the umbrella technique. The tunnel conditions are so that there can be these can be studied with the modern techniques, tunnel seismic prediction, ground penetration radar. There are so many reasons of failures. the fracture zones, sometimes they are parallel to the tunnel, sometimes they are perpendicular to the tunnel. Suppose these are parallel to the tunnel supporting system comes closer and closer. When we go for blasting, there can be heaves.
Okay, Mr. Singla, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we've just got another piece of breaking news. Prime Minister Modi has just spoken to the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami, who of course was camped there for the better part of the last week or so. The last 17 days, these 41 workers were trapped inside. Prime Minister Modi and the PMO have been closely tracking this. The Principal Secretary has been there for the last couple of days. The former senior advisor to the PMO, Mr. Kulbe, was also closely involved in this rescue effort. Now the Prime Minister, who's been monitoring this on a daily basis, has just spoken moments ago to Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. Let me go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor, who's got more details on this. Just walk us through not just this phone call, but also how various senior officials in the PMO have been on ground and tracking every twist and turn in this rescue operation for the last 17 days. Aman.
Yes, Zaka. So obviously it's a very, very well coordinated operation, though it took 17 days, but the government did not give up its resolve. In fact, the Prime Minister had just spoken to Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Dhami, taken an update on the rescue efforts, taken an update on the health of the workers who all have been rescued, asked him about whether they are